Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Harem Naruto Had the Six Eyes? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. As villagers celebrated at a festival, Naruto walked through the crowd, feeling a deep sadness. Each year on this day, the villagers would turn on him, treating him cruelly for reasons he could not understand. In the Forest of Death, Naruto confronted the villagers who had cornered him. "Why are you hurting me? I have done nothing to you," he pleaded. "You did," one villager replied angrily. "You are the demon who almost destroyed the village and killed our families." "No, you are wrong. I never did that," Naruto insisted. "Shut up, demon. It's time we finished the fourth's work," another villager shouted. As the villagers raised their weapons, ready to strike, an old man wearing a BGMI suddenly appeared. "What do you think you are doing to this poor child?" he asked. "We're killing the demon, so get lost if you don't want to join him," one villager retorted. "A demon? I don't see a demon. I only see a bunch of adults picking on a helpless child," the old man replied. "Shut up, old man," a villager yelled as he approached the old man. But in a surprising turn of events, the old man appeared in front of him and swiftly incapacitated him. "You," the villager stammered, fear evident in his voice. The old man then dealt with the rest of the villagers, ensuring they could no longer harm Naruto. Afterward, the old man turned to Naruto and asked if he was all right. The next day, at the old man's house, he posed a question to Naruto. "Would you like to become strong?" "Yes, I would like to become strong so that one day I can become Hokage and protect this village," Naruto replied earnestly. "Naruto, why do you want to become Hokage in a village that despises your existence?" the old man asked. "I want to prove them wrong and show them I am not a demon," Naruto said with determination. "That is a foolish dream. The villagers will never accept you, they will only continue to hate you," the old man warned. "Old man, do you know the villagers hate me? I asked the Hokage why, and he always says the villagers fear what they don't understand," Naruto explained. "Yes, I know why they hate you. They hate you because you have the nine-tailed fox sealed inside you," the old man said. "I have the 9 tails inside me? Who sealed it inside me?" Naruto asked, surprised. "It was none other than your father, oh. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze," the old man revealed. "Wait, the 4th Hokage is my dad? Why would he seal it inside me?" Naruto questioned. "You should ask the 9 tails that question," the old man suggested. "All that aside, do you want to start with your training?" "Yes, old man. By the way, what's your name?" Naruto asked. "Oh, sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Satoru Gojo, but you can call me Gojo-sensei," the old man said with a smile. "Okay, now we will start with your training," Gojo announced. "You're about to say torture, weren't you?" Naruto teased. And so, the journey of training began, with Naruto determined to prove himself and change the villagers' perception of him. Fuinjutsu is a type of jutsu that seals objects, living beings, chakra, and a wide variety of other things within another object. It can also be used to restrict movement or unseal objects either from within something or someone. Naruto and Gojo developed a strong bond, resembling a father-son relationship. In the first and second year, Gojo taught Naruto how to use curse techniques. By the 3rd year of Naruto's training, Gojo decided it was time for Naruto to meet the 9 tails. Curious, Naruto asked Gojo how he would accomplish that. Gojo simply instructed him to meditate, assuring him that he would be able to reach the 9 tails. Naruto then assumed a meditative pose. After 3 minutes of meditation, he awoke to find himself in a sewer. In this sewer, there was a cage, and behind it stood the 9 tails. "Have you finally come, my jailer?" the 9 tails asked. "Yes, I have come to learn the truth about what happened on the day of my birth," Naruto replied. "Listen well, boy, because I will only tell this once," the 9 tails warned. "On the day of your birth, after your mother finished giving birth to you, a masked man suddenly appeared. The masked man killed the nurse who was holding you and took you hostage, threatening to kill you if Minato attempted to restore the 9 tails seal on your mother. Minato was able to take you back only to discover explosive tags planted on you. He was forced to teleport away with the Flying Thunder God technique to keep you safe, leaving your mother behind with the masked man. Wait, who is my mother? Naruto asked. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki. My second jailer, the Nine Tails explained. My mother was also your jailer? Naruto inquired. Yes, and the first one was also an Uzumaki, the Nine Tails confirmed. Wait, Uzumaki? Am I part of a clan? Naruto questioned. Yes. Your clan was feared for their fuinjutsu, kinjutsu, and large chakra reserves. They were distant relatives of the Senju. Your clan was massacred by 3 of the elemental nations, Mist, Stone, and Cloud, the Nine Tails elaborated. Oh, so they are dead? Naruto said. Now I want no further interruptions. As I was saying, the masked man moved Kushina to a new location and placed her under restraint while he took steps to further weaken the seal. As the seal was about to break, he used his Sharingan to enter Kushina's subconscious and placed me under his control. I was extracted, a process that Kushina survived due to her Uzumaki heritage. The masked man attempted to have me kill her, but Minato tracked us down in time to save her and escaped to a safe house where he left you. Unconcerned by them, the masked man led me back to the village and ordered me to attack it, which I did. During my attack, your father confronted the masked man and won. He managed to free me from his control, but the masked man fled, vowing to return for me. When I was freed, I decided to run away from the village, but your father stopped me. He teleported both of us to the safe house where he placed you and your mother. Your father decided he was going to seal me inside you. He placed you on a sealing altar and proceeded to use a sealing jutsu powerful enough to contain me, but it came at the cost of his life. Your mother restrained me with her chakra chains. During the sealing process, the third Hokage showed up. Before the sealing was complete, your parents asked the third Hokage to protect you, which he has done a great job at doing, the Nine Tails said with a hint of sarcasm. When the sealing process was done, your parents both died, the Nine Tails concluded. Why did my mother die? Naruto asked. She died because I was extracted from her. When a tailed beast is extracted from their host, the host will die. I also tried to kill you, and she jumped in front of my attack, the Nine Tails explained. You tried to kill me? Naruto exclaimed. When I saw that I was going to be sealed inside you, I snapped, the Nine Tails admitted. The Nine Tails then shared how he had been mistreated by humans and expressed his desire to be free. So how do you feel after hearing this? Do you hate me? The Nine Tails asked. I feel alright. Thanks for telling me this. I don't blame you for trying to kill me. You just wanted to be free. Nobody deserves to be treated like you have. So what is your name? Naruto replied. Why would you want to know that? The Nine Tails questioned. Because I want to be friends with you, Naruto said. Sure kid. My name is Kurama. Bump my fist. Will allow you access to my chakra, Kurama said. Thanks, Kurama. By the way, how can I change this place? It looks so depressing, Naruto asked. It's your mindscape, kid. You can do whatever you want, Kurama replied. Naruto then imagined a forest filled with trees, plants, and a river. In the cage, he created a big bed for Kurama. Thanks, kid. I will help you train along with that old man. A word of advice, don't trust the people in this village, especially the third Hokage, Kurama cautioned. Yes, I know he can't be trusted. But still, I will look for people in this village whom I can call precious, Naruto said. After an hour in the mindscape and 1 minute in the real world, Naruto woke up. So, Naruto, how did your meeting with the Nine Tails go? Gojo asked with a goofy smile. It went great. I was able to befriend Kurama, Naruto replied with a smile. That's good because now your training will become more serious, Gojo said. You were going to say torture again, Naruto pointed out. In Naruto's 4th year of training, he met the Sage of the Six Paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Hagoromo informed Naruto about the potential resurrection of the Ten Tails and revealed that Naruto was the reincarnation of his son, Ashura. He trained Naruto in Senjutsu and Ninshu, which involved manipulating chakra without the use of hand signs. After their training sessions, Hagoromo assisted Naruto in unlocking memories from his past lives. After 5 years of training, Naruto learned to use Kurama Chakra Mode, KCM. However, during this process, he lost control and was on the verge of going on a rampage when he was stopped by his parents, Minato and Kushina, within his mindscape. Their reunion was tense. Naruto still harbored resentment toward his father for sealing Kurama inside him, but he was overjoyed to see his mother. Unfortunately, their time together was short-lived as they were running low on chakra. Before they faded away, they used a memory transfer technique to pass on their skills to Naruto, who mastered these techniques during his 5th year of training. A year later, at the age of 12, Naruto found himself crying while holding Gojo's hand. "Please don't leave me, father," he pleaded. Gojo responded, "You knew this day would come. Don't be sad, no. This is the last gift I will give you. I will give you my eyes." With a sad tone, Naruto called out, "Father." Gojo encouraged him to live fully and protect the weak, expressing his love for Naruto with his final breath. In another scene, Naruto was seen crying, comforted by a female Kurama and Anko. You might wonder how Kurama was outside her cage and how Naruto met Anko. During an experiment to summon Kurama, Naruto discovered a way to bring her outside the seal. Grateful for her release, Kurama agreed to become his companion. He met Anko when Gojo sent him deep into the forest of death to confront monsters. They quickly became close friends and eventually lovers. After Gojo's burial, Naruto decided to have Anko and Kurama assist him in implanting the 6 eyes. The operation was a success, granting Naruto greater control over his limitless potential. You may wonder how Naruto managed to train without being noticed by the 3rd Hokage. Gojo had taught him how to use Shadow Jutsu, allowing Naruto to create a clone that took his place while he trained. This clone behaved like the original Naruto, playing pranks, being the class underachiever, and claiming he would become Hokage. In a flashback, we see Naruto kissing a woman named Some Inuzuka, the clan leader of the Inuzuka and mother of Kiba. You might be curious about how Naruto won her affection. During his 4th year of training with Gojo, he was sent outside the village to gain combat experience. While traveling, he stumbled upon a hidden leaf team surrounded by a large group of bandits and ninjas, with Tsum among them. Seeing this as an opportunity to test his skills, Naruto transformed into a white-haired boy with beautiful blue eyes, resembling a younger version of Gojo. He jumped in front of Tsum's team and greeted them with a smirk. "I see you guys are in quite a difficult situation." Tsum warned him to leave, but Naruto confidently assured her, "Don't worry, pretty lady. Everything will be all right. After all, they are all weak." One of the bandits scoffed at Naruto's arrogance, and another suggested they teach him a lesson. Before they could attack, Naruto vanished and appeared in front of a ninja, swiftly defeating him. "Well, like I said, weak. Now I guess it's time to take care of you all," he said nonchalantly. The remaining bandits and ninjas, frightened by his display of power, attempted to flee, but Naruto quickly dispatched them. Afterward, as he was about to leave, Tsum stopped him. "You're quite a scary kid. You look like you're the same age as my son, but you're already this strong." Naruto replied, "Yes, after all, I am being trained by the strongest man." Tsum remarked on the arrogance of his sensei, to which Naruto agreed. Curious about his name, Tsum asked, and Naruto suggested they find a private place to talk. A member of Tsum's team cautioned her against trusting Naruto, but Tsum insisted she believed he wouldn't harm her. They found a spot by a river to chat. "So, kid, why did you want to talk in private?" Tsum inquired. "Can I call you Tsum?" Naruto asked. She agreed, and he introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki. Tsum was shocked to learn he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and questioned why he was outside the village. Naruto explained that his sensei had sent him for combat experience. When Tsum asked if the Hokage knew, Naruto warned her against telling anyone, stating, "If you try to tell him, I will kill you." Tsum, taken aback, assured him that his secret was safe with her, grateful for his help. After their initial meeting, Tsum visited the Forest of Death, where she and Naruto developed a close relationship. She met Gojo and expressed her gratitude for his care of Naruto. Although she had once wanted to adopt Naruto, the 3rd Hokage had denied her request, deepening Naruto's resentment toward him. Over the months, Tsume and Naruto fell in love, and she became one of his partners. Returning to the present, Tsume asked Naruto how he felt about graduating from the academy. He replied, "I feel nothing at all. That place is just a waste of time. Thank Tobirama for creating the shadow clone jutsu. If I had to attend the academy myself, I probably would have given up in the first few months." Naruto was excited about becoming a ninja. He was quite arrogant, and Tsume, his stepmother, remarked that this attitude might lead him into trouble someday. Naruto chuckled, acknowledging Tsume as his stepmother and adding that her son was indeed arrogant, just like his stepfather. Tsume laughed and mentioned that she couldn't wait to see Kiba's face when he found out that she and Naruto were dating. Naruto joked that Kiba would probably try to confront him, but he was confident that no one could defeat him. Tsume finished his thought, affirming that Naruto was indeed the strongest. Tsume then asked Naruto if he would send a clone to assist with his missions. Naruto replied that he would only do so for D-rank missions. Tsume inquired about his teammates and sensei, and Naruto guessed that he would be paired with Sasuke and Sakura, with Kakashi as their instructor. Tsume commented on the personalities of his teammates, noting that Sasuke was arrogant, Sakura was a fangirl, and Naruto was known for being late. So, wished Naruto good luck with his team and gave him a kiss on the cheek before the scene shifted to the graduation exam. Iruka announced the start of the exam, beginning with a written test. As Iruka and Mizuki handed out the question papers, Mizuki secretly glared at Naruto, plotting to sabotage him. Kurama, the fox spirit within Naruto, warned him about Mizuki's hostility. Naruto was unfazed and declared that he would handle any threats. After the written test, Iruka announced the second test, which involved throwing kunai and shuriken at targets. The students practiced, and Sasuke scored the highest, while Naruto received low scores, drawing laughter from his classmates. The third test was a taijutsu battle, where Naruto faced Sasuke and, as expected, lost. The final test required the students to perform 3 jutsu: the clone jutsu, substitution jutsu, and transformation jutsu. When it was Naruto's turn, he transformed into a version of Iruka, which led to a humorous moment. However, when it came time to perform the clone jutsu, Naruto struggled, and his clones fell to the ground, resulting in Iruka announcing his failure. Later, Naruto sat on a swing, watching children walk home with their parents. Mizuki approached him and suggested that he shouldn't blame Iruka for his failure. Mizuki offered a way for Naruto to become a genin by stealing the scroll from the Hokage's office, and Naruto accepted the task. That night, Naruto stood in front of the Hokage, Hiruzen. When asked why he was there so late, Naruto pretended to be a bother. Hiruzen welcomed him and expressed curiosity about his visit. In a moment of mischief, Naruto transformed into a naked woman, causing Hiruzen to faint. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto took the scroll and left the office to meet Mizuki. After stealing the scroll, Naruto began reading it and memorizing the jutsu. He pretended to practice the shadow clone jutsu while Hiruzen observed him through a crystal ball. Hiruzen instructed one of his umbu to fetch Iruka, informing him about Naruto's theft. Iruka eventually found Naruto and scolded him for stealing the scroll. Naruto explained that Mizuki had told him it was a way to become a genin. Mizuki then appeared, demanding the scroll. Iruka warned Naruto not to trust Mizuki, urging him to run for help. Mizuki, however, manipulated the situation, claiming that Iruka had been lying to Naruto about why everyone hated him. Iruka tried to intervene, but Mizuki pressed on, revealing that the reason for the village's disdain was that the Nine Tails was sealed inside Naruto. Naruto feigned surprise at this revelation, momentarily freezing at the thought. Mizuki saw this as an opportunity to defeat Naruto. He threw his Demon Wind Shuriken at Naruto. Iruka was about to intervene and try to save Naruto, but then something surprising happened. Naruto caught the shuriken with ease. "Did you forget to eat breakfast this morning? That throw of yours is simply pathetic," Naruto said with a cold voice and a bored look. This change in Naruto's tone surprised Hiruzen and Iruka. Iruka snapped out of his surprise and told Naruto again to call for backup. Naruto simply ignored him and continued looking at Mizuki with a bored expression. "You demon! How dare you mock me? I will kill you. Mizuki shouted. Naruto, run. You are no match for him. Let me handle this, Iruka urged. Relax, Iruka-sensei, everything is all right. After all, he is simply too weak, Naruto taunted Mizuki. What did you say? I will kill you, and after I kill you, Iruka is next. Mizuki threatened. After Mizuki said that, Naruto formed the seal for the shadow clone jutsu. Tons of clones appeared, surprising Hiruzen, Iruka, and Mizuki, who realized Naruto had mastered the technique. After summoning the clones, Naruto ordered them to attack Mizuki. The clones easily defeated him. As a defeated Mizuki lay on the ground, Naruto took out one of his kunai and approached him, but Iruka stopped him. Naruto, why are you trying to kill him? Iruka asked. He broke the old man's law, so he must face the consequences, Naruto replied. Suddenly, an ANBU member wearing a boar mask appeared. Young Uzumaki, you are correct. But the Hokage wants Mizuki alive to interrogate him, the ANBU said. Naruto sighed at this and handed over Mizuki and the scroll. After the ANBU took Mizuki and the scroll, he disappeared. Oh, Iruka-sensei, did you see how easily I defeated Mizuki? Naruto asked. Yes, I saw. And Naruto, close your eyes, Iruka instructed. Naruto closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he found a leaf headband on his forehead. Iruka declared him a genin. Thanks, Iruka-sensei, Naruto said. You earned it. And Naruto, don't listen to what Mizuki said. You are not a demon. You are Naruto Uzumaki, my student, and don't forget that, Iruka reminded him. Thanks, Iruka-sensei, Naruto replied with a smile. Okay, before you go, the team placements will be announced in a week, so come to find out who your teammates and sensei are, Iruka said. Okay, Naruto responded. The next day, the Hokage sent the boar ANBU to call Naruto to his office. Naruto lived in the forest with Anko and Kurama, but he had a clone living in the apartment that the third Hokage had given him. After the ANBU informed the clone that the Hokage was calling him, the clone dispelled, and Naruto gained its memories. He went to see the Hokage. Now, Naruto stood in front of the Hokage, looking at him. So, what do you want, old man? Naruto asked. I am checking to see if you are fine, Hiruzen replied. I am fine, you don't have to worry about me, Naruto said. I am glad to hear that, Hiruzen responded. Okay, I'm going to leave now. See you, Naruto said. Before Naruto could leave, someone suddenly barged into the room. It was a little boy with a wooden kunai. It's time for you to die, old man. After you die, I will become Hokage, the boy declared as he rushed at Hiruzen, only to trip over his own scarf. The boy fell on his face. After getting up, he glared at Naruto, blaming him for the trip. Why did you trip me? The boy pointed at Naruto. Era, you are quite a funny kid. I didn't trip on your scarf. I suggest you get a shorter one, Naruto replied. Hey, how dare you talk to me like that? Don't you know that I am the Hokage's grandson? The boy retorted. Now he won't do anything. He is probably just like the others, the boy thought, only to be hit on the head by Naruto. I don't care if the third Hokage is your grandfather. I still won't respect you, Naruto said. You brat. How dare you hurt the young lord? A jonin with glasses exclaimed. The jonin continued to complain until the third Hokage informed him that his grandson had left while he was talking. Where is the young lord? The jonin asked. He followed Naruto on his way, Hiruzen replied. Wait, the young lord followed that delinquent? He should stay away from people like him, the jonin said, then went to search for the Hokage's grandson. 20 minutes later, Naruto and Konohamaru were at a training field. Konohamaru introduced himself and explained why he wanted to defeat the Hokage. He wanted to be recognized as Konohamaru, not just as the young lord. By becoming Hokage, he hoped to gain that recognition. Naruto told him there was no shortcut to becoming Hokage and that he must rise through the ranks first. After explaining this, Naruto decided to teach him the CC Jutsu. With this technique, you could easily defeat the third Hokage, Naruto said. As Konohamaru practiced the jutsu, the jonin suddenly appeared and told him to stay away from Naruto. Young lord, what are you doing with him? You should stay away from him, the Jonin warned. No, Ebisu-sensei. He taught me a cool jutsu that will help me defeat my grandfather. Look at this CC jutsu. Konohamaru transformed. Young lord, stop this. What disgusting jutsu are you using? You don't need that, boy. I can teach you the shortcut to becoming Hokage, Ebisu insisted. No, big bro Naruto told me there's no shortcut to becoming Hokage, Konohamaru replied. You believe this brat over me? Ebisu asked incredulously. Naruto interjected, well, kid, you've got a lot to learn. Now, let's see the CC Jutsu harem technique. As he finished saying the jutsu's name, a bunch of women appeared. They all went to Ebisu. After a moment, he had a nosebleed and passed out. That was cool. Konohamaru exclaimed. Well, I'll see you later, little bro, Naruto said. When will you teach me another technique, big bro? Konohamaru asked. Maybe sometime later. Toodles. Naruto replied. Naruto then disappeared from Konohamaru's sight and reappeared in the forest of death at his home, where he was greeted by Anko. Hey, darling, how was the graduation exam? Anko asked. It would have been fun if I had the chance to defeat Mizuki, Naruto replied. Oh yeah, Mizuki, Anko said, recalling the events. I heard about your victory, Naruto, Anko said. Yeah, the guy was super weak, Naruto replied. Everyone is weak compared to you, you know that, right? Anko remarked. Yep, I know, Naruto confirmed. So, do you want to have a special training session with Kurama? Anko asked. Okay, Naruto agreed. Naruto summoned Kurama, and they began their training session. End of chapter. Next chapter, team placements and bell test. Chapter end. Time skip, 6 days to the day of the team placements. Irika congratulated the students for passing and expressed how proud he was of them. He encouraged them to work hard as exemplary ninjas. After his speech, he began announcing the teams, skipping over the irrelevant ones. Irika announced that Team 7 would consist of Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki, with their Jonin sensei being Kakashi Hatake. Sakura was thrilled to be on the same team as Sasuke but was annoyed that Naruto was also on the team. The class was surprised to hear that Naruto was in Team 7, especially since they had all witnessed him struggle during the graduation exams. The only one to react was Kiba. How did that dead last get in that team? I call bull, Kiba exclaimed. Kiba, mind your language. The decision to pass Naruto was made by the Hokage. If you have a problem, take it up with him, Irika responded. Kiba fell silent after that. Irika continued announcing the other teams, skipping the irrelevant ones. Team 8 consisted of Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame, with Kurina Yuhi as their sensei. Team 10 was made up of Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara, and Ino Yamanaka, with Asuma Sarutobi as their sensei. After announcing the teams, Irika instructed the students to wait for their Jonin senseis to come pick them up. Team 8 and Team 10's senseis arrived simultaneously and took their students to their training grounds. Before Irika left, he told Team 7 something. Well, I guess you guys have to be patient. Naruto made the right decision by not coming early, Irika said. What do you mean by that, sensei? Sakura asked. Your sensei, Kakashi, has a tendency to arrive 3 hours late to any meeting. Well, have fun waiting for him and Naruto, Irika said as he waved goodbye and left the academy building. Sakura thought to herself, so this Kakashi guy will be 3 hours late, and Naruto is not here. This gives me enough alone time with my precious Sasuke-kun. Time skip, 3 hours later. Sakura kept pestering Sasuke for a date, but he ignored her for 3 hours straight. Finally, after the 3 hours passed, Kakashi arrived. He walked over to the desk where Sasuke and Sakura were sitting, and that was when Sakura started yelling at him. You are late. Where have you been? You kept us waiting for 3 hours. What is your excuse? Sakura demanded. Well, I got lost on the road of life, Kakashi replied with a smile. You know that is the lamest excuse I have ever heard. Sakura yelled. Sasuke looked irritated after hearing Kakashi's excuse. Okay, so where is your other teammate? Kakashi asked. Naruto, that idiot, he probably overslept or something, Sakura said. Actually, Sakura, I am here, Naruto said, surprising them. Kakashi and Sasuke thought, I couldn't even sense him. When the team looked at Naruto, they were astonished. He no longer looked like the short boy with yellow hair and whisker marks. He had changed dramatically. He was now tall with snow-white hair and wore a blndfld over his eyes. He was dressed in a dark blue zip-up jacket with a high collar, slim-fit black pants, and black dress boots. He also no longer had whisker marks on his cheeks. Kakashi and Sasuke were surprised by this transformation, but Sakura shrugged it off and began to speak to Naruto. Naruto, you idiot, why are you late? Sakura asked. Oh well, Sakura, I kind of got lost on the road of life, Naruto replied. Sakura grew angry at this, Sasuke became irritated again, and Kakashi smiled, thinking he could turn Naruto into a mini version of himself. Before Sakura could say anything else, Kakashi interrupted her. Okay, now that we are all here, meet me on the roof of the academy, Kakashi instructed as he disappeared in a body flicker. After seeing Kakashi vanish, they all decided to go to the roof. Once there, Kakashi told them to sit down and introduce themselves. How are we supposed to do that, sensei? Sakura asked. Kakashi thought, this girl is supposed to be the smartest in the academy. Tell me your names, your likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dreams, Kakashi said. Why don't you give us an example, sensei? Sakura suggested. Okay, my name is Kakashi Hatake. My likes are none of your business. My dislikes are none of your business. My hobbies are also none of your business. My dream? I haven't thought about that. Okay, your turn, Pinky, Kakashi said. After hearing that, Sasuke and Sakura sweat dropped. Sakura began her introduction. My likes are. She started, staring at Sasuke. My hobbies are. Still staring at Sasuke. My dreams are. Once again staring at Sasuke. And my dislikes are Naruto and Ino. After Sakura finished, Kakashi turned to Sasuke. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I have a few likes and many dislikes. My hobby is training. My dream, no, my ambition, is to kill a certain man and avenge my clan, Sasuke declared. Oh, Sasuke is so cool, Sakura thought. So he wants to avenge his clan. I thought as much, Kakashi mused. Well, okay, your turn, Kakashi said, pointing at Naruto. My name is Naruto Uzumaki Gojo, or Naruto Gojo. I have likes, dislikes, and hobbies. And I had a dream last. Naruto said with a smile. The others sweat dropped at his introduction. After they all introduced themselves, Kakashi informed them that he would be holding the Genin exams the following day. But we already passed the Genin exams, Sakura protested. Kakashi explained that the exam they took was to determine who would graduate from the academy. After graduation, their Jonin sensei would give them a test to see if they were ready to become Genin. He told them he would be conducting a survival test and instructed them to come with their ninja equipment. They were to meet the next day at Training Ground 7 at 6 a.m. Before he left, he suggested they skip breakfast because they would end up throwing it up. After that, Kakashi told them they could leave and disappeared in a body flicker. As Naruto was leaving, Sasuke stopped him to ask a question. So, Dobe, what's with the change? Sasuke inquired. Well, that is none of your business, Naruto replied as he walked away. Time skip, 30 minutes to the Forest of Death. We now see Anko, Tsum, Kurama, and Naruto eating lunch and talking to each other. So, Naruto, how much of your power will you reveal tomorrow? Tsum asked. Well, all I'm going to do is take the bells from Kakashi. I will let my two teammates fight him, Naruto replied. That is so boring, Anko said. Anko suggested they move on from their previous conversation and proposed they have a fursum. The next day at 6 a.m., a tired and hungry Sasuke and Sakura were waiting. Sakura, frustrated, exclaimed, Where the heck is Sensei and that idiot Naruto? She noticed they were alone and decided to ask Sasuke out on a date, but he ignored her once again. 3 hours later, Kakashi finally arrived. He greeted his students, but Sakura was quick to express her anger at his tardiness. Kakashi offered an excuse, saying, Sorry I'm late, guys. A black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way. You are lying. Sakura shouted. Kakashi then asked, so where is Naruto? Sakura replied, that idiot hasn't arrived yet. Kakashi sighed, well, we will have to wait for him to start the test. 10 minutes later, Naruto appeared with a cheerful, yo guys, how are you doing this fine morning? Sakura snapped, Naruto you idiot. Why the hell are you late? Naruto shrugged, a black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way. Sakura was furious at his excuse, while Sasuke grew increasingly annoyed with both Kakashi and Naruto for wasting his time. Kakashi, meanwhile, felt a sense of pride at Sasuke's frustration, thinking to himself, yes, I have a mini-me. I can't wait to show Guy my student. Kakashi then explained the test. It was the bell test, where each student had to take one of the 2 bells from their teacher within a set time limit to pass. He tied the bells to his waist and informed them that only 2 of them could pass, while the other would return to the academy. He set a clock on a nearby log, giving them 3 hours to take the bells. With that, he signaled the start of the test, and they all went into hiding. Kakashi thought, at least they know how to hide. I can sense Sakura and Sasuke, but not Naruto. He shrugged it off and began reading his book. 30 minutes later, Sasuke, frustrated by Kakashi's nonchalance, decided to attack. He threw shuriken at Kakashi, hitting him, but his smirk faded when he realized Kakashi had used the substitution jutsu. Kakashi then engaged in a taijutsu fight with Sasuke, easily overpowering him. After struggling, Sasuke jumped away and decided to use the fireball jutsu. He completed the hand signs and launched the attack at Kakashi, feeling triumphant when it hit. However, when the smoke cleared, Kakashi was nowhere to be found. Sasuke looked around, only to feel something pulling him underground. Kakashi emerged from the ground, leaving Sasuke stuck with only his head visible. Kakashi then went to find Sakura. Sneaking up behind her, he lightly tapped her shoulder. When she turned, she saw Kakashi's eye smile before he used a simple E-rank genjutsu to knock her out. Disappointed that she fell for such an easy trick, he left her behind and returned to where he had left Sasuke, only to find him free. As Kakashi left, Naruto appeared in front of Sasuke, teasing him before deciding to free him. After freeing Sasuke, Naruto departed. Kakashi and Sasuke continued their battle until Sasuke chose to retreat. Naruto watched from a tree, hidden, and then decided it was time to go for the bells. As Kakashi resumed reading, he heard Naruto's voice behind him. My, sensei, you know you shouldn't let your guard down. That could get you killed. Kakashi jumped away from Naruto, and they exchanged words. Kakashi thanked him for the advice, promising to be more careful in the future. Naruto simply replied, well, okay, before leaving. Kakashi was surprised that Naruto hadn't even tried to attack him or make an effort to take the bells. He shrugged it off and returned to his book. At the end of the test, Kakashi announced, so, all of you fail. None of you were able to take the bells. Sakura and Sasuke felt disheartened, but Naruto surprised everyone by pulling out a pair of bells. Kakashi looked down at his waist and realized the bells had turned into rocks. Naruto, how did you take the bells from me? Kakashi asked. Don't you remember? Naruto replied. Kakashi recalled how Naruto had snuck up on him. He must have used that as an opportunity to steal the bells, he thought. Kakashi then asked, so, Naruto, what will you do now? Will you keep the bells or will you give one to a teammate? Naruto handed a bell to both Sakura and Sasuke. Kakashi said, so, Naruto, you will go back to the academy. Yeah, sure, Naruto replied. No, Dobe, take this back. You were the one who got it, so you pass, Sasuke insisted. Sakura also decided to give her bell back to Naruto, but Kakashi explained that when Naruto gave them the bells, they all passed, while he failed. Sakura protested, saying if Naruto was going to fail, then she and Sasuke should fail too. Sasuke agreed. After hearing this, Kakashi decided they all passed. Sakura and Sasuke were shocked. Kakashi explained that the true purpose of the test was teamwork, and he would have failed them if they had abandoned Naruto. He then led them to a cemetery, stopping in front of a memorial stone. This is where our ninjas are buried. All of them fought for the good of this village. I am proud to call them my comrades. One of them told me this. Those who abandon the mission are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. Remember that, Kakashi said. Sakura felt inspired, while Sasuke remained indifferent, believing he needed only power to achieve his goals. He abandoned me, thought Naruto. After that, Kakashi told him to meet him the next morning at the Hokage's office for their mission. Kakashi then body flickered away. Sasuke was quite curious to know how Naruto managed to take the bells from Kakashi. He wanted to ask Naruto, but when he looked, Naruto was already gone. After that, he and Sakura both left the training ground. Time skipped to the Hokage's office. All the Jonin senseis, except Kakashi, were in the Hokage's office, reporting whether their teams had failed or passed. Team 8 passes, Kurenai announced. How were they? Hiruzen asked. They had good teamwork, but they could use some improvements, Kurenai replied. What do they need to improve? Hiruzen inquired. Kiba is arrogant. He underestimates his opponents, and I fear that may get him hurt one day. Shino needs to work on his taijutsu skills. Hinata is a shy girl who lacks confidence in herself, Kurenai explained. Oh, I see. You will need to work on their issues. Okay, next team, Hiruzen said. Yes, sir, Kurenai responded. Team 10 passed. They also had good teamwork, Asuma reported. What do they need to improve? Hiruzen asked. Choji has a kind heart. He doesn't want to hurt others, and I fear that may get him hurt. Ino needs a lot of work. She struggles with everything. Shikamaru is smart, but he is extremely lazy, Asuma said. Okay, you will need to work on that, Hiruzen instructed. After that, he told the Jonin senseis they were free to go. After 3 hours, Kakashi finally appeared in the Hokage's office. So how did they do? Hiruzen asked. They passed, Kakashi said. How did they pass? Hiruzen inquired. Kakashi then explained how Naruto took the bells from him and how he gave the bells to his teammates. Hiruzen was surprised to hear that Naruto was able to sneak up on one of his strongest Jonin. Hokage-sama, I think there is something going on with Naruto, Kakashi said. What makes you think that? Hiruzen asked. His appearance has changed quite drastically, and he calls himself Naruto Gojo, Kakashi replied. What do you think has brought this change upon Naruto? Hiruzen asked. Well, I think he was trained by someone whose name was probably Gojo, Kakashi suggested. Well, you may be right. If we want to find out, we will have to ask Naruto himself, Hiruzen concluded. If that is all, I will be leaving now, Kakashi said as he body flickered away. Hiruzen was left with the daunting task of paperwork, the mortal enemy of any Kage. He cursed under his breath, Diu Minato. How were you able to finish this so fast? I swear I'm going to find you in the afterlife. End of chapter. Next chapter, to the land of waves. Time skipped to morning. We now see Team 7 in the Hokage's office waiting to receive a mission. Kakashi was obviously going to be late. The Hokage was surprised to see Naruto's new appearance. Kakashi was not kidding when he said your appearance changed drastically. How do you even know where to go with that BLNDFLD on? Hiruzen asked. By channeling chakra into my eyes, I can see through this BLNDFLD, Naruto lied. So, a dojutsu, Hiruzen noted. I can't fool you, huh? Naruto replied. He has a dojutsu, Team 7 thought. What does your dojutsu do? Hiruzen asked. It lets me manage the use of my chakra better. Other than that, I can only see through the BLNDFLD, Naruto explained. The Sharingan is way better, Sasuke thought. Time skip 1 month. After a series of uneventful D-rank missions, Naruto was able to secure a C-rank mission for Team 7, escorting Tazuna to the land of waves. So this is the team escorting me? One blind kid, a girl who looks like she can't protect herself, and a kid with a duck-butt hairstyle. They don't look like much, Tazuna remarked. Sakura got angry at this. She wanted to attack Tazuna but was stopped by Kakashi. Don't worry. I am a Jonin, so I will be able to handle any trouble that comes along, Kakashi assured him. Okay, Tazuna replied. Time skipped to the next day. After leaving the Leaf Village, Team 7 made their way toward the land of waves. While walking, Kakashi noticed something strange. A puddle. Why was a puddle strange? Because it hadn't rained for days. Kakashi figured out this was an enemy waiting to ambush them. The others did not notice this, except Naruto. As Team 7 and Tazuna drew closer to the puddle, two men suddenly appeared. The men surrounded Kakashi and attacked him with their chains. After killing Kakashi, they decided to go straight for Tazuna. They were stopped by Naruto, who appeared in front of them. Naruto then decided to use his adamantine sealing chains to restrain them. He caught them with his chains, thus sealing their chakra. Kakashi and Sasuke were surprised to see this. So he has awakened his mother's ability, Kakashi thought from a tree after witnessing the two restrained ninjas. Kakashi then appeared in front of his team and Tazuna. Well, good job, Naruto, Kakashi praised. Kakashi-sensei, you are alive. Sakura exclaimed in surprise. Kakashi pointed to the spot where the two attackers had attacked him. At that spot lay a log that had been shredded. Wait, if you were alive, then why didn't you help us? Sakura asked. I wanted to see how you would handle the situation. Good job, Naruto, but you should also let your teammates do some of the work, Kakashi advised. Sure. But before that, shouldn't we ask Tazuna something? Naruto suggested. So you figured it out, Kakashi said. What do you mean, kid? Tazuna asked nervously. These two were after you. Why is that? Kakashi questioned. Tazuna confessed that assassins had been hired to kill him by Gojo and that he couldn't afford the bodyguard detail he needed. He explained the situation in his country. The land of waves has many rivers running through it and is famous for its mangroves, which are filled with all kinds of life forms. Though an isolated island relying on shipping for commerce and trade, it was prosperous. This changed when Gojo set his sights on it, breaking the people's will and monopolizing the shipping industry. In order to break this monopoly, Tazuna pursued the construction of a bridge connecting the island to the mainland. I see, but my team isn't capable of handling a mission like this. This will be at least an A-rank mission, Kakashi said. After a serious discussion, Team 7 decided to continue with the mission. Before they set off, Kakashi dealt with the Demon Brothers and sealed their heads in a scroll. Team 7 then continued their journey. They met up with one of Tazuna's friends, who took them further into the Land of Waves by boat. Time skip. Team 7 arrived at the Land of Waves. The team was walking when Kakashi told them to get down. The team and Tazuna listened to him and crouched down. As they did, a large blade flew above them, pinning itself to a tree. A man suddenly appeared on the blade. Kakashi recognized this man as Zabuza Momochi. Well, if it isn't Zabuza Momochi, rogue ninja from the hidden mist, Kakashi said as he revealed his Sharingan. Why does he have the Sharingan? Sasuke thought. Sasuke, I know you have questions. I will answer them when we are safe, Kakashi assured him. Well, isn't the copy ninja Kakashi Hatake? What an honor. You know we don't have to fight, Zabuza said. All you have to do is hand over the old man, and I will be on my merry way, Zabuza declared. Not happening, Kakashi replied firmly. Well, I guess I will have to kill you, Zabuza threatened as he created mist using the hidden mist jutsu. Kakashi instructed his team to protect Tazuna while he fought Zabuza. Naruto then used a wind jutsu to clear the mist. Once the mist was gone, Kakashi and Zabuza proceeded to battle, which unfolded as it did in the original story. Kakashi was soon captured by Zabuza in his water prison jutsu. Kakashi urged his team to run away, but Sakura and Sasuke were frozen in fear. Well, I guess it is my time to show off, Naruto said as he stretched. Zabuza is way out of your league, Kakashi warned. You don't have to worry, Sensei. Everything will be fine. After all, he is weak, Naruto replied confidently. That is one cocky brat you got there, Kakashi, Zabuza remarked. Zabuza then decided to create a water clone. He used the substitution jutsu on his clone to take over the water prison jutsu and decided to attack Naruto. Zabuza attempted to cut Naruto, but each time he tried, Naruto dodged. Frustrated, Zabuza decided to use a jutsu on Naruto. He started performing hand signs, and when he finished, he created a large water dragon and sent it toward Naruto. Zabuza smirked as he saw the attack hit Naruto. However, the smirk vanished from his face when he saw Naruto looking completely fine. Zabuza wanted to use another jutsu, but he was stopped when Naruto appeared in front of him and delivered a powerful kick, sending Zabuza flying. After kicking Zabuza, Naruto went to free Kakashi from the water. Prison. He easily destroyed the clone holding Kakashi captive. Kakashi thanked Naruto for saving him and told him to go back to protecting Tazuna while he continued his fight with Zabuza. Naruto refused, insisting he wanted to finish the fight. After convincing Kakashi to let him fight, Zabuza appeared again. Zabuza began going through some hand signs but was stopped once more by Naruto, who pulled him toward him. When Zabuza was near, Naruto used cursed technique reversal, red. Zabuza was blasted away, the attack sending him flying through a cluster of trees, injuring him severely. After emerging from the trees, Zabuza decided to end it all with one jutsu. He created 3 water dragons and sent them at Naruto. As the water dragons approached, Naruto began to take off his BLNDFLD, revealing his beautiful blue eyes. Just before the dragons reached him, he made a hand sign and declared, "Domain expansion, infinite void." As Naruto spoke those words, the world suddenly turned white, and the 3 dragons disappeared. Immediately after activating Infinite Void, Zabuza was flooded with infinite knowledge. He saw and felt everything and nothing at once, which was the true essence of a void. While experiencing this, he was paralyzed. After a while, Naruto decided to cancel his domain. Once he did, he prepared to defeat the now paralyzed Zabuza. Just as Naruto was about to strike, 3 Senbon flew out of nowhere, striking Zabuza in the neck. A masked individual then appeared. This masked figure was a Hunter Nin, a ninja who specializes in hunting rogue ninjas. She thanked Naruto, expressing her gratitude for weakening Zabuza so she could deliver the finishing blow. Naruto sensed that the girl was lying but chose to let it go. The Hunter Nin took Zabuza's body and disappeared. Afterward, Kakashi said it was time for them to head to Tazuna's house. He mentioned that once they arrived, he and Naruto would have a talk about his abilities. After the fight with Zabuza, Team 7 escorted Tazuna to his house. When they arrived, they met Tazuna's daughter and grandson. "Father, welcome back. It is good to see you. Who are these people?" Tazuna's daughter asked. "Tsunami, it's good to see you too. They are leaf ninjas I hired to protect me while I'm building the bridge," Tazuna explained. "So you were able to find help. Thank you for protecting my father," Tsunami said with a bow. "It's no problem, Miss Tsunami. My name is Kakashi. These are my students, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura," Kakashi introduced. "I must say, you are very beautiful, Tsunami. Any man would be happy to have you," Naruto said with a smile. "Thank you," Tsunami replied, blushing. "Hey kid, you keep your hands off my daughter or else," Tazuna warned. "Or else what?" Naruto said with a playful grin. Tazuna felt a surge of fear and decided to remain silent. He didn't want to anger a kid who could easily overpower him. Naruto thought to himself, "That's what you get, you punk." Inside Naruto's mind, Kurama chimed in, "You shouldn't scare the old man like that. You might give him a heart attack." Naruto replied in his thoughts, "The old man should keep his nose out of my business." Kurama teased, "So, you're going to add her to your harem?" "Yep, she's going to make a fine addition to my harem." "Kurama, let's talk later," Naruto responded. "Okay," Kurama said. After his conversation with Kurama, Tazuna's grandson appeared. He hugged Tazuna and asked about Team Grandpa. Inari exclaimed as he embraced him. "It's good to see you, Inari," Tazuna replied. "Grandpa, who are they?" Inari asked, looking at the ninjas. "They are ninjas I hired to protect me while I'm building the bridge," Tazuna explained. "Grandpa, you should give up on building the bridge. Gojo is going to kill you if you don't," Inari warned. "Inari, the bridge is needed for us to be free from Gojo's reign," Tazuna insisted. "You're an idiot," Inari said before running away. Naruto observed, "I guess Gojo killed someone close to him." Tsunami then told them about Kaiza. Time skipped to night. Team 7 was given 2 rooms to share, Sasuke and Sakura in one, and Kakashi and Naruto in the other. After dinner, they headed to their rooms. Kakashi turned to Naruto and asked about his abilities. "So, Naruto, I think it's time you told me about your abilities," Kakashi said. "It's a clan secret," Naruto replied. "What do you mean, a clan secret?" Kakashi asked, intrigued. "All clans keep their techniques to themselves. You know I'm from the Uzumaki clan, so I'm not telling you anything," Naruto stated firmly. Kakashi was surprised to hear that Naruto knew about his clan and decided to stop pressing him for information. After their conversation, they went to bed. Time skipped to morning. Team 7 and Tazuna's family gathered for breakfast. During the meal, Sasuke asked Kakashi about his Sharingan. Kakashi explained that it was a gift from his fallen comrade, Obito Uchiha. After hearing about Kakashi's Sharingan, Sasuke turned to Naruto, curious about his abilities. Naruto ignored him and continued eating, which irritated Sasuke. "So, Sensei, are you looking forward to round 2 with Zabuza?" Naruto asked. "What do you mean, Naruto?" Kakashi replied. "What did the Hunter Nin do with Zabuza's body?" Naruto inquired. "The Hunter Nin carried Zabuza's body away," Kakashi said, a hint of concern in his voice. "If you thought about that, along with the weapons and the timing of the interference, Zabuza's survival became extremely likely. This is bad. It looks like Zabuza's alive," Kakashi concluded. "Why do you think that?" Tazuna asked. "The Hunter Ninja Protocol is to destroy the bodies of victims on the spot. The fact that the hunter killed Zabuza in such a potentially non-fatal way and carried him out afterward almost definitely means they have secret accomplices," Kakashi explained. "But now that you've seen Zabuza fight, you'll have a better idea of his moves and how to beat him without the Dobe's help," Sasuke added. "He has also seen me and Naruto fight. He now understands our abilities. We do have some time before Zabuza returns. It takes about a week to recover from a fake death," Kakashi noted. "So what are we going to do?" "Kakashi-sensei, you struggled against him," Sakura pointed out. "I will train you guys," Kakashi declared. "As if a week of training can make such a difference against a Jonin," Sasuke scoffed. "While a week of training won't put you on Zabuza's level, you might stand your ground against one of his water clones. Maybe it'll put you on the level of the Demon Brothers. Whatever the case, this training will help," Kakashi reassured them. "So what are you going to teach us?" Sasuke asked. "What I'm going to teach you is not taught at the academy. It's considered dangerous to do without supervision, so they let us Jonin teach it instead. I think you guys are finally ready to learn it," Kakashi explained. "So what is it?" Sakura asked eagerly. "I will teach you how to climb trees," Kakashi announced. "If that is all, I will be leaving now," Naruto said, unimpressed. "Naruto, this technique is very useful. It will allow you to use your chakra more efficiently," Kakashi insisted. "Kakashi, I already know the technique. I also know water walking," Naruto replied confidently. Demonstrating, Naruto walked up a tree effortlessly. Kakashi was surprised, and Sasuke felt a pang of jealousy. After seeing Naruto's skill, Kakashi allowed him to leave. Kakashi created a clone to oversee Sasuke and Sakura's training while he protected Tazuna during the bridge construction. Sakura excelled at tree climbing, finishing in less than 2 hours, while Sasuke struggled. After Sakura completed her climb, Kakashi's clone took her to a forest pool for water walking, which she mastered by the end of the day. Her progress was impressive, despite her lack of stamina. Meanwhile, Naruto wandered around the land of waves. As he walked, he witnessed the effects of Goto's rule. Everywhere he looked, he saw starving children and adults. Anger surged within him as he vowed to bring Goto to justice. After some time, Naruto decided to search for Zabuza and his accomplice. While looking for them, he stumbled upon a young lady picking herbs in the forest. He recognized her as the Hunter Nin. "Good afternoon, miss," Naruto greeted her. The fake Hunter Nin was taken aback but quickly masked her surprise. "Good afternoon, sir," she replied. "Would you like me to help you with picking herbs?" Naruto offered. She accepted his help, and as they picked herbs, they engaged in conversation. "So, miss, what's your name?" Naruto asked. "My name is Haku," she replied. "It's nice to meet you, Haku." Who are you picking these herbs for? Naruto inquired. They are for my precious person, Haku answered. Your precious person? Naruto echoed. Do you have someone precious to you? Haku asked. Yes, I do, Naruto said, thinking of Enko, Kurama, Sum, and his late father, Satoru Gojo. I believe when people are protecting something truly precious to them, they can become as strong as they need to be, Haku stated. You are quite wrong, Haku. Might controls everything. Without strength, you cannot protect anything, let alone yourself, Naruto countered. I guess we will have to agree to disagree, Haku replied. Yeah, I guess, Naruto said. After finishing their herb picking, Haku decided to return to her and Zabuza's hideout. Before she left, Naruto touched her arm to place a Hiraishin mark, allowing him to teleport to her location later. Say hi to Zabuza for me, Naruto said as she walked away, leaving her surprised. Afterward, Naruto created shadow clones to search for Gojo's hideout. Time skip 3 days. Sakura had learned water walking, while Sasuke was still struggling with tree climbing. Naruto decided to give Sasuke some advice, which helped him finally climb the tree. Afterward, they went to eat lunch, and Naruto engaged in conversation with Tsunami. Sakura sat with Sasuke and Kakashi, who was engrossed in his book. Tazuna was drinking, and Inari looked irritated at the scene before him. All this training you're doing is just a waste of time. Gojo has a whole army. They will kill you. It doesn't matter how much you train, you will still lose, Inari exclaimed. Kid, you shouldn't worry. Gojo and his army are weak compared to me, Naruto replied confidently. Shut up. Just looking at you makes me sick. You don't know anything about this country. You're just butting in, always laughing and playing around. You don't know what it's like to suffer and be treated like dirt. Just go back to your village and live a happy life, Inari shot back. Inari, don't worry. I swear to you, Gojo will die by my hand. And you should man up and stop being a coward. You have to stand up for yourself. You can't just keep running when the going gets tough. With that kind of attitude, Gojo will always walk over you, Naruto said firmly before walking away from the dining table. Later that night, Tsunami approached Naruto. I'm sorry about what Inari said, she said softly, giving him a kiss. It's okay, Tsunami, Naruto replied. During his stay at Tazuna's house, Naruto had helped Tsunami with chores and cooking, and they had grown closer. Eventually, he had asked her to be his girlfriend, and she had said yes. After the bridge is finished and Gojo is dead, you're going back to the Leaf. I'm going to miss you, Tsunami said. You don't have to worry. With the flying Raijin, I will visit you in an instant, Naruto assured her. Okay, but you better come visit me often, Tsunami insisted. Yes, ma'am, Naruto replied with a grin. The next day, Kakashi decided to teach his students about chakra enhancement. Naruto informed Kakashi that he already knew how to enhance his body with chakra, so he left the training session. Afterward, he decided it was time to pay Haku and Zabuza a visit. Naruto arrived at their hideout and teleported behind Haku, hugging her. Hey Haku, I missed you, he said. What are you doing here? Haku asked, surprised. I had a shadow clone follow you, Naruto explained. Kid, are you here to kill me? Zabuza questioned, stepping forward. No, I have no interest in taking your life. I'm here to make a deal with you, Naruto replied. What kind of deal? Zabuza asked, intrigued. Let's kill Gojo and take his money. You will get double what he promised to pay you, Naruto proposed. What if I don't take this deal? Zabuza challenged. I will kill you, Naruto stated matter-of-factly. I guess I have no choice but to accept. I'm guessing Kakashi doesn't know about this, Zabuza said reluctantly. Yes, and after this, you can go back to the hidden mist, Naruto added. What do you mean? I can't go back there, I'm a wanted man. Yagura and his forces will kill me and Haku, Zabuza replied, concerned. You don't have to worry because Yagura is dead. The hidden mist has a new Mizukichi, Mei Terumi. She will welcome you back if you tell her I sent you, Naruto reassured him. Kid, did you kill Yagura? Zabuza asked, astonished. Yes, Naruto confirmed. How are you so powerful at such a young age? Zabuza inquired. I had a great sensei, and I am the reincarnation of Ashura Otsutsuki, the son of the Sage of the Six Paths, Naruto explained. You are related to the Sage of the Six Paths? I thought he was just a myth, Zabuza said, surprised. Yes, he was real, Naruto affirmed. So how are we going to do this? Zabuza asked. We will kill Gojo on the bridge, Naruto stated. Why would Gojo come to the bridge? Haku wondered. I had some of my clones find Gojo's base. My clones heard him say something interesting, Naruto replied. What did he say? Zabuza asked. He said that he wasn't going to pay you guys. He said he would bring his army to kill us all when we're weakened, and he would send his goons after Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter, Naruto explained. I'm going to kill that BSTRD, Zabuza declared. No, you're not going to kill him. I already promised my stepson I would kill him, Naruto insisted. Wait, Naruto, you are married? Haku asked, surprised. No, I'm not. But I have 5 girlfriends, Naruto clarified. Haku felt a twinge of jealousy at the mention of Naruto's 5 girlfriends. She wanted to ask if she could be one of them but was interrupted by Zabuza asking about the plan. Naruto instructed them to create clones that would last long enough until Gojo made his appearance. By the end of the week, both Sakura and Sasuke had a better understanding of chakra enhancement. Team 7 was finally ready for their confrontation, and Zabuza was also prepared. Naruto created a clone to watch over Inari and Tsunami while he decided to observe his team from a distance during their fight with Zabuza and Haku. As they approached the bridge, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura walked with Tazuna behind them. When they arrived, they saw all the workers either unconscious or unable to move. What happened here? Tazuna asked fearfully. Just then, a dense mist rolled in. Sensei, it's Zabuza, isn't it? This is his hidden mist jutsu, Sakura said, recognizing the. Well, Kakashi, I see you still have those brats with you. It's pitiful that one is still trembling, Zabuza taunted as 7 water clones of himself appeared around the group. Sasuke grinned, saying he was trembling with excitement. Go on, Sasuke, they are all yours, Kakashi encouraged. In a split second, Sasuke slashed all of the water clones and returned to his original position, the clones dissolving back into water. Seems like you have a rival, Haku, Zabuza remarked. So it seems, Haku replied calmly. Sasuke and Haku stepped forward, preparing for battle. Sasuke pulled out a kunai while Haku readied a sunbon needle. They charged at each other, their weapons clashing. Sasuke tried to find an opening, but Haku matched his speed, making it difficult. We are only after the bridge builder. If you back off, we won't need to fight you, Haku said. Sasuke ignored her, still searching for an opportunity. You are at a great disadvantage. Give up now, Haku said calmly. How am I at a disadvantage? Sasuke scoffed, clearly unconvinced. First, we are surrounded by water, and second, I've blocked one of your hands, leaving you with only one to defend yourself, Haku explained. Haku raised her free hand and began making hand signs. Secret jutsu, 8,000 needles of death, she declared. She stomped her foot on the ground, causing the water around them to rise in the shape of droplets. In the next moment, the droplets transformed into sharp water needles. The needles rushed at Sasuke, who managed to avoid them by pushing chakra into his feet and leaping away. While in the air, he threw 4 shuriken, forcing Haku to backflip away. Sasuke then appeared behind her, confidently stating, "From this point on, you are going to be defending from my attacks." Sasuke charged with his kunai, which Haku blocked with her forearm. Haku attempted to sweep Sasuke's legs with her arm, a needle firmly held in her hand, but Sasuke kicked Haku in the face, sending her back to Zabuza. Zabuza was taken aback, and Kakashi spoke up, pointing out that calling upon these young ninjas was a significant mistake. He emphasized that Sasuke was one of the village's best young fighters, Sakura was the village's sharpest mind, and Naruto Uzumaki was the most unpredictable ninja of all. Zabuza, in a serious tone, warned Haku that if they continued like this, they would end up as the victims. Haku nodded in agreement. As she stood up, purplish-blue streams of light began to emanate from her in waves. She walked back towards Sasuke and, with a slightly sad tone, declared her secret jutsu, Crystal ice mirrors. Mirrors of ice appeared around Sasuke and Haku, glowing as Haku stepped into one, disappearing within it. She reappeared as an image on the mirror, which was then projected onto all the other mirrors. Kakashi rushed to help Sasuke, but Zabuza blocked his path, cheerfully stating that Kakashi's fight was with him and that Sasuke stood no chance against Haku. Zabuza added that Haku was even stronger than he was, leaving Sasuke doomed. Haku then addressed Sasuke, promising to show him what true speed was. The mirrors glowed, and needles began flying at Sasuke from all directions. He was slashed, and his kunai was knocked away, sent flying out of the mirror dome. Both Sakura and Kakashi called out to him, urging him to be careful. Zabuza threatened that if Kakashi tried to help, he would eliminate the other two in an instant. Sakura picked up a kunai and ran toward the mirror dome, shouting for Sasuke to catch it. However, before it could reach him, Haku appeared from one of the mirrors and grabbed it. Suddenly, a shuriken flew through the air, hitting Haku's mask and leaving a deep gash. Everyone turned to see where it had come from. Back at Tazuna's house, Tsunami called for Inari to help her in the kitchen. Inari, who was in his room, replied that he would be there shortly. Suddenly, two bandits burst through the front door, slashing it to pieces. Tsunami screamed as they attacked her. Hearing his mother scream, Inari rushed down the stairs and cautiously peeked around the hall to see what was happening. He cried out for his mother, but Tsunami shouted for him to get away. One of the bandits, a tall man with an eye patch and a distinctive appearance, suggested taking Inari hostage as well. The other bandit, with bluish-white hair and tattoos under his eyes, replied that their boss had only wanted one hostage. The first bandit, eager to cause harm, moved his hand toward his sword, while Tsunami desperately pleaded for their safety, offering herself as a hostage instead. The bandits exchanged words, and Inari began to cry, feeling helpless. He remembered Naruto's words about not being a coward and thought of his family, wondering if he could be strong like them. With a newfound determination, Inari charged outside, shouting for the bandits to let his mother go. The first bandit, excited by Inari's bravado, prepared to attack, but Tsunami's warning went unheard as she was struck from behind. The bandits sliced at Inari, but to their surprise, they found only a log in his place. Clone Naruto had jumped in just in time to stop the bandits from harming Inari and rescued Tsunami, who was regaining her composure. He praised Inari for his bravery, but Inari, overwhelmed with emotion, began to cry again. Clone Naruto reassured him that it was okay to cry if he was happy, and they headed back inside the house together. On the bridge, Naruto decided to help Sasuke. He threw a shuriken that struck Haku's mask. Everyone turned to see Naruto, arms crossed over his chest, declaring that Naruto Uzumaki was here. He shouted. Kakashi looked glad to see Naruto and told him to provide Sasuke with backup. Naruto then teleported to Sasuke. "Sasuke, tell me what you know about this jutsu," he said seriously. "He uses mirrors to transport himself at super speeds, and it appears as though he is all around when he is really in one place," Sasuke summed up. "Have you tried any fire jutsus?" Naruto inquired. "Yeah, but they don't work, or I wouldn't be in this mess, idiot," Sasuke stated. "Fine, well now it's my time to try my own jutsu, fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu," he shouted as a great fireball emerged and struck a mirror. Once the flames died down, it was clear nothing had happened. "Told you," said Sasuke arrogantly. "Fine, I'll go with Plan B, Shadow Clone Jutsu," shouted Naruto, and a Naruto for each mirror appeared, totaling 15 in all. "Sasuke, I noticed for a while that you were able to keep up with his movements. Have you managed to activate your Sharingan?" Naruto asked. "No, but I'm close," he said reluctantly. "Very well. Watch the battle and try to anticipate his movements. Once you achieve it, we will attack him together. Until then, charge," yelled Naruto, commanding all his clones to attack a mirror. Sasuke watched intently and could see Haku jumping from mirror to mirror. He saw all the clones destroyed, but then his eyes widened when he saw Haku throw 5 needles, all aimed at Naruto's vital organs. He charged and pushed Naruto out of the way, only to take the needles himself. His Sharingan activated at last. Naruto was surprised, as he didn't exactly think of Sasuke as a friend and thought the feeling was mutual. Why Sasuke? Naruto asked, clearly surprised. I don't know. I just saw it and moved. Naruto, I hated you. You were always a nuisance, he growled. Arg, I didn't ask for you to save me, so why did you do this? Naruto demanded. My body just acted on its own, said Sasuke weakly before collapsing onto Naruto. Sasuke was bleeding heavily from the mouth. Naruto, I have one request. You two were left alone in this world, so you know what it means to suffer as I have. So I ask you, as a fellow shinobi, teammate, and quite possibly the only one who understands me, please kill my brother for me, for it is he who destroyed my clan and made me how I am today, cold and uncaring, begged Sasuke. Sasuke, I do understand how you feel, so I will honor your request, said Naruto with a fake smile. Thank you, Naruto, said Sasuke before closing his eyes. After seeing Sasuke unconscious, Haku came out of the mirror and talked to Naruto. So, Naruto, are we going to fight or just wait for Gojo to appear? Clone Haku asked. We don't have to actually fight. Just dispel. If Kakashi asks questions, I will tell him you escaped, Naruto replied. The clone dispelled. Well, let's give Kakashi a scare, Naruto said to Kurama as he released some of her chakra. Meanwhile, with Kakashi he sensed the Nine Tails power. Oh no, I think Naruto lost control. I have to end this now. Kakashi thought as he drew a scroll and swiped some of the blood from his jacket onto it. He twirled it around and then placed it on top of his knuckles while making hand signs, then slammed it on the ground and said, Ninja art, summoning earth style, Fang pursuit jutsu. Little squiggles rushed out and headed toward Zabuza. When the markings reached him, ninja hounds burst from the ground and bit onto Zabuza's neck and limbs. Got you, said Kakashi. Kakashi made hand signs and formed his very own original jutsu, Lightning Blade. Zabuza, I won't let you kill Tazuna. He is a brave man and is helping this village recover. I won't let you destroy this bridge and this village's dreams, Kakashi declared as he gripped his hand. Why should I care? I have my own dreams, Zabuza retorted. But in order to have a dream, you need a future, and your future is all used up. This is the end, Zabuza, Kakashi said as he charged. He moved his hand holding his jutsu into Clone Zabuza, right through his heart. Goodbye, Zabuza Momochi, said Kakashi solemnly. Naruto approached the group when Sakura spoke. Hey, Naruto, where's Sasuke? Naruto met her gaze, and she instantly thought the worst due to seeing his expression. She ran off to where Sasuke was and began to cry over his body, believing him to be dead, but within a few minutes, he rose. Sakura, it's hard to breathe with you leaning on me like that, he called out in a rather raspy tone. She hugged him a little tighter before letting him up. Where is Naruto? He asked. Back with Kakashi, a short plump man was clapping and spoke. So I finally see Zabuza dead. Kakashi looked at him. Who are you? He asked. Me? I'm Gojo, and these fine men next to me are my personal warriors, said Gojo, indicating the 100 or so men standing around him. Naruto, who was in his first-tailed form and entering his second, quickly spoke to Kakashi in an animalistic tone. He is mine. Kakashi understood that trying to stop him was now nearly impossible since he was almost out of chakra, so he stiffly nodded. Naruto grinned at this and began to walk forward. Gojo retreated behind his men and said, Get him. The men then charged while Naruto popped his neck and went down on all fours. In a red flash, he shot his hand right through the heart of one of them, letting the blood flow freely. He then ducked down to avoid a halberd strike, which decapitated the person he had just killed. Naruto then launched his tail and pierced the neck of the person who attacked him, who coughed up blood before dying. Naruto then charged and slammed two bandits' heads together, crushing them and sending blood everywhere. He realized this wasn't going to satisfy him, so he stood up and used a bandit sword to behead the other 96 men in a blur of blood and red chakra before flicking his blade elegantly to remove the blood on it. He started walking calmly towards Gojo. Wait, don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want, Gojo pleaded. Then give me all your money, said Naruto in his animalistic voice. Gojo told Naruto where his money was and the combination to his safe. "Nice doing business with you. Now it is time for you to die," Naruto said. Gojo began to sweat and realized he couldn't do that, so he said, "But we made a deal." "Arg." Gojo yelled in pain as Naruto just ripped his left arm out of its socket. "Goodbye," growled Naruto. He watched the blood fall from the left arm in morbid fascination and then cut both of Gojo's legs at the knee with the sword. Then he stood on his last remaining limb and growled while pulling his arm back, fingers together in the shape of a knife with claws extended. Naruto declared that this was for all the hurt caused, before plunging his hand right through Gojo's lung, causing him to cry out in pain and cough. The torture was soon to end as Naruto then brought his other hand up in the shape of a fist, whispering that this was for his son Inari, before smashing his hand onto Gojo's skull, ending his life instantly. Naruto withdrew his hands and walked back to Kakashi, who gave him a look of understanding mixed with worry and a hint of fear. Naruto reassured Kakashi, saying it was him, not Kyuubi. Turning around, he saw Inari with all the villagers behind him. Inari expressed surprise and a hint of humor, saying that while Naruto had mentioned a hero showing up at the last minute, he hadn't left them with much. Naruto reminded Inari to call him dad, which made Tazuna glare at him angrily. Naruto then messaged his clone through a mind link, instructing it to tell Zabuza and Haku where Gojo's money was hidden. Later that night, Naruto met up with Zabuza and Haku, and they split the money. Afterward, Haku and Zabuza decided to return to the hidden mist. Before they left, Haku gave Naruto a kiss. When Naruto returned to Tazuna's house, he went to Tsunami and handed her a scroll with money, promising to come back to unseal it. A week later, the bridge was finished, and Team 7 was just about to head back to the Leaf Village. Before they left, Inari asked them to come back soon. Naruto smiled and assured him that he would visit. He walked up to Tsunami and kissed her on the lips, prompting a glare from Tazuna and a giggle from Kakashi, who found the situation amusing. Sakura was surprised to see Naruto, the underachiever, with a girlfriend, while Sasuke remained indifferent. Tsunami thanked Naruto for everything he had done for them, to which he replied casually. As they were leaving, the villagers began to discuss the name of the bridge, and Tazuna smiled as he announced they would call it the Great Naruto Bridge. Tsunami chuckled, agreeing that it was a good name and hoped it would stand as a beacon of strength for years to come, just like Naruto had for the village and the bridge. Upon returning to the Leaf Village, Team 7 reported to the Hokage about their mission. Kakashi provided the report but left out details regarding Naruto's abilities and his use of the Nine Tails chakra, deciding to discuss that privately later. After the report, the Hokage dismissed Team Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura left the Hokage's office while Kakashi stayed behind to talk about Naruto. The Hokage asked Kakashi if there was something important he wished to discuss. Kakashi confirmed that it was about Naruto and explained the details of Naruto's curse techniques and his defeat of Zabuza, as well as his use of the Nine Tails chakra. The Hokage expressed concern about someone so young being that powerful and wondered about Naruto's trainer. Kakashi mentioned that Naruto had told him it was a clan secret. The Hokage hoped Naruto would not become an enemy to the Hidden Leaf, acknowledging that the village had given him enough reason to. Kakashi agreed and promised to keep a close watch on Naruto, reporting any suspicious behavior. Kakashi then mentioned that Naruto had a girlfriend in the Land of Waves before disappearing with the body flicker technique. The Hokage chuckled at the thought of Naruto having a girlfriend before sighing and returning to his paperwork, lamenting the burden of paperwork. Naruto went back to his house in the Forest of Death and shared stories about his mission in the Land of Waves with Tsum and Anko. After Team 7's last mission, the Hokage granted them 4 days off. Naruto used the Hiration to visit Mei Terumi, another of his girlfriends, and also spent time with Haku and Tsunami. He enjoyed the rest of his days off with Kurama, Anko, and Tsum. Naruto had met Mei during the Bloodline Wars, where he helped her army defeat Yagura, the 4th Mizukage. After Yagura's defeat, Naruto asked Mei out on a date, and she agreed. After a few months, they decided to become a couple. As time passed, they completed about 10 D-rank missions while the Chunin exams were fast approaching. Kakashi gathered his team and, for once, showed up on time, likely to avoid upsetting Sakura. They stood on a small bridge, and Kakashi expressed pride in all of them, stating that they had come a long way. He recommended them for the Chunin exams and instructed them to go to room 301 in the academy the next day to submit their applications. After tossing an application to each of them, he said goodbye and disappeared. Sasuke walked off, with Sakura following him, still trying to get a date despite his clear disinterest. Naruto decided to treat himself to some ramen. On his way to Ichiraku's, he heard Konohamaru yelling for help. Curious, Naruto followed the commotion and found a blonde girl with her hair in 4 pigtails, wielding a battle fan. She wore a light purple, off-the-shoulder garment that extended halfway down her thighs, with a scarlet sash tied around her waist. In addition to the fishnet worn over her shoulders and legs, she also had a headband around her neck depicting an hourglass. Beside her was a boy in a black, baggy, full-body suit adorned with a red and yellow circle on the front. He wore a black hood with cat-like ears and his forehead protector, which depicted an hourglass, while he was squeezing Konohamaru painfully by his scarf. "Kankuro, put him down. You're going to get us in trouble," said Temari. "Relax, Temari. We've got a bit of time until he gets here. We might as well have some fun," replied the boy, whom Naruto now knew to be named Kankuro. "I suggest you listen to the pretty girl, as it is clear that she has a brain while you do not," Naruto said, slightly mocking as he took off his BLNDFLD. Temari was surprised that this kid had just insulted her brother and blushed at the compliment of a handsome Naruto, while Kankuro snarled at being called brainless. "You know what, kid? You've offended me, so I'm going to teach this boy a lesson. Respect your betters," Kankuro said, pulling back a fist and preparing to hit Konohamaru. Naruto appeared in an instant, pressing a kunai against Kankuro's neck. "Like I said, I suggest you listen, and you are not my better," Naruto said with disdain in his voice for this weakling. Kankuro let Konohamaru down, allowing him to move away and leave the area while Naruto backed off. He then pulled off what looked like a mummy from his back. "What are you doing, Kankuro? Are you going to use the crow for this?" Temari asked, slightly worried. "Kankuro, you are an embarrassment to our village," said a voice from nowhere, sounding bored. The owner of the voice appeared in a swirl of sand in front of his comrades. "Oh hey, Gaara," Kankuro said, scared. He turned to face Naruto, who wore a black full-body suit with t-shirt-like sleeves, 3/4-length legs, and an open neck. He had a white cloth draped over his right shoulder and the left side of his hips, and a wide leather band system over his left shoulder and right side of his hips. With this leather band, he carried what appeared to be a gourd. His forehead protector was wrapped around the band. His eyes were a bluish-green with dark black circles around them. "So this is the vessel of the one-tailed raccoon, Shikahu," Kyubi said. "Do you know this kid?" Naruto thought. "No, but I know the tailed beast inside him. He is just like you," Kyubi replied. "I apologize for my brother," Gaara said, bowing deeply. "I accept your apology, but I would like to ask you something," Naruto said. "Why has the raccoon come to the leaf?" Temari and Kankuro's eyes widened, but Gaara's almost popped out of his head before he clutched his head in pain. It appears that the seal on that vessel hasn't been done properly, and Shikaku is tormenting his host. Tell the vessel that Shikaku better lay off tormenting him, or I'll come out," Kyubi said. Tell your tenant to listen, and that if he doesn't stop tormenting you, the fox will come out to play," Naruto said, grinning. Gaara immediately stopped screaming and raised his head, panting slightly. "Thank you for that," Gaara said, bowing once again. "However, even though you have helped me, if we meet in battle, I will kill you." Gaara released his bloodlust and killer intent to try and intimidate Naruto. Naruto smiled back and released twice as much while saying, "Looking forward to it." As the siblings were leaving, Naruto asked, "What are your names?" The girl quickly replied, "I'm Temari, that's Kankuro, and he is Gaara," gesturing to each in turn. Naruto nodded and said, "I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Gojo, I empathize with your pain, and I wish to help you, but you better not hurt any of my friends. If you do, I will show you very little mercy." "We shall see," Gaara said before they all walked off, with Naruto forgetting about ramen and heading home. "It seems the Chunin exams will be interesting, huh, Kurama?" Naruto thought. "So it seems," But why did you say you wanted to help? Kurama inquired. Did you see it? In his eyes, I saw he has suffered a great deal and has most likely been shunned, which has made him how he is today. This could have easily happened to me if I didn't have you, father, Anko, and Sum. If I help him, even though I am but one person, that may be enough to save him before he descends into madness and bloodlust from which he can't be saved, Naruto thought. You really are something else, darling, Kurama said admiringly. With that, Naruto headed home and got ready for the Chunin exams, which were only around the corner. The next day, Naruto met up with Sasuke and Sakura on his walk to the academy, so they all went together. When they arrived on the second floor, they saw a boy named Rock Lee in green spandex being beaten up by 2 guards. Naruto instantly knew he was faking being weak. While he wondered about this, he saw the boy's female teammate, Tenten. She was in her attire, a pink sleeveless blouse and dark green pants, with her hair up in 2 buns and her forehead protector just under her fringe. She was next to the boy, talking to the guards. As she walked over to them, one guard was about to hit her. Naruto appeared in an instant and blocked the punch aimed at her. You know it's not nice to hit a lady, Naruto said. Most of those around were surprised at how fast Naruto moved. Sasuke walked up with Sakura close behind and said, "While you're at it, drop the genjutsu, it's pathetic." Most were wondering what Sasuke was talking about until the guard spoke up. "So you saw through the genjutsu, huh?" The guard charged at Sasuke while Sasuke began to swing a kick. In an instant, Lee appeared between both and stopped them with his hands. That's some chakra he's got in his arm, Sasuke thought. What are you doing? Aren't you the one who said we should hide our true strength, Lee? Said Niji, a boy with piercing white eyes and a slight lavender tint, as he walked up to Lee. Niji had long black hair tied back a few inches above the end, and he wore a black headband snugly over his forehead. He wore a khaki shirt, dark brown shorts, and blue shinobi sandals, with bandages wrapped around his right arm, chest, and right leg. Sorry, but I... Lee broke off and looked at Sakura, then blushed. My name is Rock Lee. You are Sakura, right? Please be my girlfriend. I vow to protect you with my life. Lee approached Sakura and said, Definitely no. Sakura replied, Why? Because you are a weirdo, Lee said, his tone a bit sad. Naruto laughed at the exchange. Niji turned to Sasuke and asked, Hey, what is your name? Sasuke responded, It is common courtesy to give your own name before asking someone else's. Niji continued, Hey, you are a rookie, aren't you? How old are you? I am not obliged to answer that, Sasuke replied coolly. What's that? Niji asked. Sakura then called out, Hey, Sasuke, oh, come on, let's go. As they started walking toward the examination room, Lee stopped them. Hey, you with the attitude, hold on, Lee said to Sasuke. What do you want? Sasuke asked, slightly annoyed. I want to fight right here and right now, Lee declared. You want to fight me here and now? Sasuke asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes. My name is Rock Lee. You said it is common courtesy for a challenger to give his name first, Sasuke Uchiha, Lee stated confidently. So you know me, Sasuke replied, intrigued. I challenge you. Everyone is always talking about the Uchiha clan and how great they are. I want to see if it is true. I figured you would be a good test for me. And also, Sakura, I love you, Lee added, his eyes shining with determination. Sakura shouted, No, I would never love someone like you. Those eyebrows of yours are gross. Naruto thought to himself, why does this guy like Sakura? I wonder what he sees in her. I hope he gives Sasuke a good beatdown. Sasuke smirked. You have heard of the Uchiha clan, and yet you are challenging me. You must be even more psycho than you look. If you want to know more about my clan, then I will teach you the hard way. Bring it on, Lee said, excitement evident in his voice. Okay, let's fight, Sasuke agreed, now interested. You should take this seriously. I am currently the strongest genin in the leaf, Sasuke warned. Finally, Sasuke accepted the challenge and attacked. He was instantly met with Lee's leaf whirlwind and went flying backward. Getting back up, Sasuke prepared to counter, resorting to his Sharingan to figure out Lee's technique. However, This proved futile as Lee explained that his techniques were neither ninjutsu nor genjutsu, but mere taijutsu, also known as martial arts. In hand-to-hand combat, the Sharingan wasn't helpful. Even if he could see the techniques, one's body could not move fast enough to react. Lee used the shadow of the dancing leaf to kick off his next move to finish off Sasuke, but a large turtle suddenly stopped him. The turtle seemed to reprimand Lee for using a forbidden technique, leaving Team 7 to think the turtle was Lee's sensei. Just then, my guy, his actual sensei, appeared on top of the turtle and punched Lee across the face as punishment, then proceeded to hug him and cry afterward. Team 7 was dumbstruck, and Sasuke couldn't believe he was beaten by what he perceived as a freak. Guy asked the team how his eternal rival, Kakashi, was doing. He mentioned that he was ahead in their match record, which stood at 50 wins and 49 losses, and added that he was much faster and stronger than Kakashi. When Guy left, Lee confessed that he was not the strongest genin. Niji Hyuga, his teammate, was. Naruto teased Sasuke, saying that Lee obviously trained harder than him. In the end, the team focused their attention on the Chunin exams. After the fight, Team 7 and Lee all headed to room 301, where the first phase of the Chunin exam would be held. When they arrived, they were greeted by Kiba. So once again the rookies are together, huh, Akamaru? Kiba said. Ino hugged Sasuke from behind, causing Sakura to begin yelling at her, and this continued for a while. How troublesome, said the familiar voice of Shikamaru, with Choji close behind, munching on chips. Well, Shikamaru, I didn't expect to see you here. Isn't this too much work for you? Naruto asked, half joking, half surprised. Yeah, but Asuma made us, so here we are. You look different now, Naruto, Shikamaru replied, sounding very bored. Wait, that is Naruto, Kiba and Ino pointed out. You guys might want to keep it down, you're attracting a lot of attention, said a boy with black eyes and gray hair tied in a ponytail, wearing circular glasses. He wore a dark purple shirt with a white undershirt, dark purple pants, blue sandals, and a shuriken holster on his right leg. Who are you? Sasuke asked. Me? I'm Kabuto Yakushi. You must be the rookie genin, he stated. Yeah, we are, Sasuke replied. Well, maybe I can help you out then, Kabuto said, proceeding to talk about who came to the exams and what generally happened, as well as his 7 consecutive failures and finally his ninja info cards. Show me what you have on Gaara of the Desert, Rock Lee, and Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke demanded. Naruto smirked at Sasuke. Okay, first up, Gaara of the Desert. His teammates are Temari and Kankuro of the Desert, who are also his siblings. It says here he has completed 8 C ranks and AB rank without getting a single scratch. In fact, he has never been injured, Kabuto explained. The genin were stunned until Kabuto moved on. Rock Lee's teammates are Niji Hyuga and Tenten, with Might Guy as their sensei. His taijutsu has increased dramatically over the past 12 months, but the rest of his skills are virtually non-existent. He has completed 20D ranks and 11 C ranks. Lastly, Naruto Uzumaki. It says here you've done 20D ranks and an A rank. Impressive. You have Kaga-level chakra capacity and mid-chunin to low jonin skill level in ninjutsu. Your genjutsu skills are basic at best, while your taijutsu is low chunin and kenjutsu skills are 0. Additionally, you can do the shadow clone jutsu, Kabuto concluded. As Kabuto finished, the entire room was shocked by Naruto's skill level, while almost all the others were extremely curious about how strong Naruto really was. Naruto and Shikamaru grew suspicious of Kabuto because he had classified information that only a Kage would have access to. Well, it seems you have the attention of all the villages. Even the Little Sound village seems interested, Kabuto noted. Well, it doesn't matter. My name is Naruto Uzumaki Gojo, and I will beat every single one of you, Naruto proclaimed confidently. Hey, that guy called us little, said one of the Sound genin, who had spiky dark hair and dark eyes. He wore a beige shirt with 2 black stripes and 3 prints that said death down the front. His forehead protector had a face guard, and he wore a snake-patterned scarf around his neck. Well, let's teach him a lesson, said the other Sound genin. He had bandages covering most of his face, leaving only his left eye uncovered. He wore a large poncho with long sleeves, a snake-patterned scarf around his neck, and a straw raincoat protruding from the back of his scarf. His back was hunched, making him appear smaller than he actually was. The sound team dashed around the room before the first speaker threw a kunai at Kabuto, who jumped back to avoid it. In an instant, the genin, who looked like a mummy, revealed a gauntlet with holes in it and swung his fist, barely missing Kabuto. Kabuto stood up, and then his glasses broke. He remarked that he understood the nature of the attack but suddenly clutched his stomach in pain, coughing. Naruto and Sakura expressed their concern for Kabuto. The sound ninja who had thrown the kunai declared that the genin of the sound would all be chunin when the exam was over. Suddenly, a large cloud of smoke appeared, revealing about 16 Leaf Ninja as the smoke faded away. The large one in the middle, with a sadistic grin, introduced himself as Ibiki Marino, the first proctor of the chunin exams and, as he stated, their worst nightmare. Ibiki announced that there was to be no unauthorized fighting in the exam, including from the genin of the sound. He had a large, imposing figure, complemented by a face covered with old wounds and scars. His forehead protector was covered with cloth, and he wore a long dark blue cloak. The mummy-looking genin apologized, saying it was their first time. Ibiki glared at the genin but continued, stating that the exam started now. Each participant was to take a piece of paper from one of the chunin behind him, and the number they received would determine their seating. The genin walked forward, took a number, and found their seats in the modified classroom. Once everyone was seated, Ibiki explained that the first part of the chunin exams would be a written test. Murmurs broke out, but they were silenced by Ibiki's glare. He then outlined the rules on a chalkboard while speaking. The first rule was that the test operated on a point deduction system. Everyone started with a perfect score of 10 points, and answering 3 questions incorrectly would drop their score to 7. The second rule stated that anyone caught cheating would lose 2 points, and getting caught 5 times would result in failure. The sentinels positioned to the sides would monitor the participants, and anyone caught cheating didn't deserve to be there. Finally, the teams would be scored together, and if one member received a 0, the entire team would fail. The 10th question would be given out in 45 minutes. Sakura paled, worrying about Naruto potentially getting a 0, as she still viewed him as less intelligent. Ibiki commanded them to begin. Everyone started reading the questions, quickly realizing they didn't know the answers to many, if not all, of them, leading to the conclusion that they had to cheat. Various methods of cheating emerged, including using Dijitsu, pets to find answers, mirrors, and even jutsus. Naruto used his 6 eyes to copy the answers, thinking he could relax for a moment. Just as Naruto was about to lean back, a kunai whizzed past his face and struck the test of the person behind him. The genin questioned what had happened, and the chunin who threw the kunai informed him that 5 strikes meant failure. The trend of failure continued, with about 15 teams failing as the time for the 10th question approached. At that moment, Kankuro walked in just as Ibiki was preparing to ask the 10th question. Ibiki greeted him, hoping his trip to the bathroom had been enlightening. Kankuro, appearing nervous, returned to his seat, dropping a tiny rolled-up scroll near Temari. Ibiki instructed everyone to listen carefully and not let the rules frighten them. He explained that each participant was free to choose not to take the question, but if they refused, they would receive a 0, resulting in failure for their team. Murmurs spread among the participants, many expressing their intent to take the question. Ibiki then added that if they chose to take the question and answered incorrectly, they and their teammates would be barred from taking the chunin exams forever. Kiba angrily protested, claiming it was unfair since many had taken the exam before. Ibiki chuckled, asserting that he was now making the rules. He reiterated that if anyone felt uncertain, they could skip the question and try again next year. He then asked those who did not want to take the question to raise their hands, promising to record their numbers and allow them to leave. After a moment, the person next to Naruto declared he was out and apologized to his teammates. This prompted many others to quit. Sakura watched Naruto, believing he wouldn't raise his hand due to his stubbornness. Determined not to let him make a rash decision, she began to raise her hand. However, Naruto noticed this and realized she didn't know he had the answers, prompting him to take drastic action by raising his hand first. Many were shocked by this turn of events, but then Naruto slammed his hand down and stood up, declaring that he would not quit or run. He proclaimed that he didn't care if he remained a genin for the rest of his life, he would still be the strongest man. He sat back down, feeling relieved that he had stopped Sakura. Ibiki remarked that this decision could change their lives and offered one last chance to quit. Naruto confidently replied that he never goes back on his word, as that was his way of the ninja. This outburst seemed to inspire others, giving them the courage to stay. 78 candidates remained, more than Ibiki had expected, yet he saw no one wavering. He thought to himself that this was it. The Chunin nodded to him, and he returned the gesture. Well then, I admire your determination. For those of you remaining, there is only one thing left to do, and that's for me to tell you, you all passed the first exam, Ibiki announced. What? Do you mean we pass? Where is the 10th question? Sakura asked, surprised. There wasn't one, or at least not a written one. Your decision to stay here was the answer to the 10th question, Ibiki explained, smiling widely. So does that mean those other 9 questions you gave us were just a waste of time? Is that what you're saying? Temari questioned. No, not at all. Quite the opposite. They had a very important underlying purpose. The first 9 questions were to test your ability to gather strategic intelligence under the most adverse circumstances, Ibiki informed them. Oh, well that clears up everything, Temari said, still confused. Let me explain. My objective was to test how well you function as a part of a team, which is why you were scored as a team. You needed to understand that everything you did, or failed to do, would affect your teammates. I wanted to see how you would cope with the pressure. The first 9 questions on the test were difficult, or as you may have realized, too difficult for any genin to solve. I imagined many of you quickly realized you had to cheat to have any chance of passing. In fact, the test was designed to encourage cheating. It almost demanded it. Of course, it would have done you little good if you had no one to cheat from, which is why I had 2 Chunin disguised to sit in with you. Those who were caught cheating failed. It's better not to cheat than to cheat clumsily. Information can be the most valuable weapon in battle. How well you gather it can be the difference between failure and success. There will be times when you will have to risk your life to get it, Ibiki continued. Okay, but I'm still not getting what the whole 10th question thing is all about, Temari said. You're not? The 10th question was the whole point of the exam. Surely you see that? Ibiki asked. Sure, but explain it anyway, Sakura urged. As I said before, the purpose was to test you as part of a squad, not just as individuals. The final question gave you 2 options, both difficult. Play it safe, knowing that would mean you fail, or take a risk and possibly be stuck as a genin forever. It was a no-win situation, the type Chunin have to deal with every day. Let me give you a hypothetical. You need to retrieve a sacred document. You have no idea how many ninja are guarding it, and you have reason to believe they expect you. Can you pass up the mission to live another day? No, of course not. Many missions Chunin take appear almost suicidal if you think about them, but you do not think about them. You think only of accomplishing the mission through courage and discipline. These are the qualities required of a Chunin squad leader. Those who choose the safer of 2 paths, whose determination falters in the face of adversity, those who would put their comrades' lives in jeopardy worrying about their own lives, those who would save their necks at the price of sacred honor will never be able to call themselves Chunin, at least while I'm around. As for the rest of you, you have successfully answered the 10 questions I put to you. You have earned the right to continue on with the next step. You have passed through the first gate, and I hereby declare this part of the Chunin selection exams completed. There is nothing left but to wish you all good luck, Ibiki concluded. Just then, something flew through the window. 2 kunai attached to a cloth were thrown onto the roof, and a person emerged. She had light brown, pupilless eyes and violet hair styled in a short, somewhat spiky ponytail. She wore a tan overcoat, complete with a fitted mesh bodysuit that stretched from her neck down to her thighs. A dark orange miniskirt adorned her, along with a leaf forehead protector, a small pendant resembling a snake fong on a thick cord, a wristwatch and shin guards. A dark blue belt connected to her skirt, which had an appendage-like sash. This isn't the time to be celebrating. I'm your next proctor, Anko Mitarashi, the woman announced. You're early again, Ibiki remarked. Enko blushed in embarrassment. She then looked around before asking, how many are there? Ibiki, you let all these guys pass? Your test was too easy, you must be getting soft. Or it could be a stronger group of candidates this year, Ibiki replied. Trust me, when I'm through with them, more than half will be eliminated, she said with a confident smirk. More than half? Sakura asked fearfully. This is going to be fun. You have had it easy so far, but things are going to be different now. Go home now, and I'll tell your squad leaders where and when to meet me for the second exam. Dismissed, Enko commanded. All of the Chunin candidates left. The next day, the genin stood in front of a forest surrounded by metal gates 3 meters high, adorned with heaps of locks and warning signs. Whoa, nice place, Naruto exclaimed. What is it? Kiba asked. This is the location for the second stage of the exam, the 44th Battle Training Zone, but we call it the Forest of Death, Enko explained. Wow, this place creeps me out, Sakura admitted. Well, we call it the Forest of Death for a reason, and soon enough, you're going to find out why, Enko said with a grin. Kiba huffed and mocked Enko. They call it the Forest of Death and soon enough, you're going to find out why. Who do you think you're trying to intimidate? Do your worst. Looks like we've got a tough guy, Enko said, smiling as she threw a kunai at Kiba. The kunai scratched his cheek. After throwing the kunai, Enko flickered behind Kiba and told him that it was always the cocky ones who died first. Now, before we begin this test, I have something you all need to sign and agree to. It is a standard consent form which shows that if you die, the leaf and I are in no way accountable. Otherwise, if you die, I would be held responsible, Enko said, laughing. This test is a survival test. You need to get through the battle zone. You will each enter through one of the 44 entrances and need to make your way to the center, to a locked tower. To pass, all you need to do is get a set of these 2 scrolls, one heaven and the other earth, and arrive at the tower with all of your teammates, Enko finished. Both scrolls? Sasuke asked. Yes, so half will be going after the heaven scroll while the other half will be going after the earth scroll. Anything goes, but there is only one rule. You must never open either scroll, Enko said seriously. The genin signed the forms. After signing them, Enko assigned the teams to a gate. All the genin arrived at a gate and waited until the signal was given at 3 p.m. Time passed until there were 10 seconds to go. All right, maggots, the second test begins in 3, 2, 1 now, Enko announced. The gates opened, and all the teams rushed in. Only 5 minutes in, the sounds of a team screaming were heard outside of the forest. Looks like the fun has begun. I feel sorry for the other participants. They don't stand a chance against Naruto, Enko remarked. With Team 7, Naruto declared, okay, I'm going to go ambush a team. You two head to the tower. Just why should we listen to you, loser? Sasuke asked. Yeah, what can you do on your own? Sakura added. Naruto entered his tailless fox form and said, I can get the scroll. Keep in mind that I am stronger than the two of you. Also, I don't go back on my word, so trust me, I'll get the scroll. Sasuke grumbled, but he knew that Naruto was right and that he was capable and the strongest. Fine, but if you die, loser, I'll bring you back and kill you again for making us fail, Sasuke said with a smirk. Know that that applies to you as well, Uchiha. After all, you won't be able to avenge anyone if you're dead, Naruto replied arrogantly. Sasuke huffed, and he and Sakura left. With Naruto, he was tracking down the Sand team due to his enhanced sense of smell and Kyuubi's chakra. He located them setting up traps. One was looping wire around the trees and certain branches, while another was placing paper bombs in spots furthest away from any ninja wire to trap those who escaped the wire, while the last kept watch. Seeing his chance, Naruto knocked out the one on watch and caught his body so he wouldn't make a sound. The remaining Sand ninja were oblivious. Naruto then threw a three-pronged kunai in between both but at a fair distance away from them, flashed halfway to it in a blaze of orange, which caused him to appear directly in between them. He quickly used wind release, vacuum sword on the first, sending him flying into a tree and out cold, and then used fire style, grand fireball jutsu on the other. The Sand ninja dodged, but Naruto appeared behind him and gave him a quick chop to the neck, knocking him out cold. Naruto searched him, found the earth scroll they needed, pocketed it, and left to rejoin his team. With Sasuke and Sakura, they were hopping along the trees and were about halfway to the tower when Sasuke felt that they were being followed. He put his hand out and mouthed "followed" to Sakura, and she understood. They set up a few wire traps that would launch kunai if tripped but otherwise kept going as fast as they could to the tower. When they were only about 500 meters away, a kunai with an explosive tag attached to it landed near them. They all jumped away before it exploded and looked in the direction it came from. A grass ninja with a straw hat was there and looked at Sasuke before speaking. "I think your trap-making skills need some work, although maybe you were in a rush. After all, the prey must never let down its guard in the face of its predator." The ninja looked them all in the eye, and they all felt a chill. Sasuke and Sakura were greatly affected by the grass ninja's killing intent. Sasuke and Sakura were paralyzed by fear. They couldn't move an inch. Orochimaru used this opportunity to give Sasuke the curse mark. When Sasuke received the mark, he became unconscious. "Oh, it seems your teammate is on his way here," Orochimaru said before he disappeared. "Just who was that?" Sakura asked, still shaken. With Naruto, he was halfway to his team when he felt a dark presence near him. He dodged a sword strike. The unusual thing was that this sword was being held by a tongue. Naruto jumped back to avoid the second slash aimed at his head and surveyed his opponent. It was a grass ninja wearing a straw hat and had an abnormally long tongue. "Well, it seems that you aren't as helpless as your teammates, though it would seem," the ninja said while swallowing his sword. The ninja then released some of his killer intent, but Naruto released twice as much. "What did you do to my team? Also, why do you reek of snake?" Naruto demanded. "Interesting, to think you can stand up to my killing intent. As for your first question, I gave your teammate Sasuke a little mark that will give him the power he seeks," the ninja explained. "Lastly, I reek of snake because I am Orochimaru, the Snake Sannin. Try to remember that, as you will have to if you wish to be prepared for what is coming." Orochimaru laughed as he turned into mud, leaving Naruto behind. Naruto felt a sense of urgency and said to himself that he had to get to his team. When he arrived, he was met with a scene he had dreaded. Sasuke and Lee were unconscious, Sakura was badly beaten and bleeding, Choji looked battered but was on his feet, and Ino was passed out in Shikamaru's arms, who appeared relatively unharmed. The area around them was devastated, with trees stripped of branches from intense battles. From the branch he stood on, Naruto asked, "What happened here?" A bandaged sound ninja sneered, "Oh great, more leaf ninja. You guys are like cockroaches, slam one down and two more crawl out. You will pay for hurting my comrades." Naruto yelled as he transformed into his tailless form. In a flash, Naruto blitzed the sound ninja, quickly exhausting and defeating him. The remaining conscious genin wondered in disbelief, "Is this Naruto?" Just as Naruto was about to strike the ninja in the gut, he paused when he saw Sasuke rise, covered in purple chakra and strange markings. "Sakura, who did this to you?" Sasuke asked calmly. "We did, and you're going to experience the same fate," one of the sound ninjas boasted. "Zaku, no wait!" cried the ninja next to Naruto. "Slicing sound wave." Zaku yelled, unleashing a blast of air from his palms aimed at Sasuke, Sakura, and Lee. But when the dust settled, nothing was there. "See Dosu? Nothing to worry about," Zaku said confidently, just before Sasuke appeared behind him and struck him with his forearm, sending him crashing into Naruto. Naruto quickly jabbed both of Zaku's arms with a kunai before kicking him away. Sasuke then appeared behind Zaku, grabbing his arms and placing his foot on his back. "You seem very proud of these arms, very attached to them," Sasuke remarked as he pulled. What are you doing?" Zaku asked, crying out in pain as his arms dislocated. "Looks like you're the only one left," Sasuke stated, walking toward Dosu. "No, stop!" Sakura yelled, clinging to Sasuke from behind. "Please stop," she whimpered. Sasuke turned to her, and the markings on his body began to recede. "You two are strong, in fact too strong for us," Dosu admitted, wincing in pain. "We will make a trade. We will give you our scrolls if you spare us. Keep it, Naruto replied, pulling out their heaven scroll along with the earth scroll he had retrieved. But when you see Orochimaru, tell him I'm going to take his head for what he has done. With that, he released a massive killer intent. Very well, but next time we won't run from you. We will fight, Dosu said as he picked up his teammates and left. After they departed, an uncomfortable silence fell over the group until Naruto broke it, saying, Hey Choji, do you have any food? I'm starving. He laughed cheerfully, causing everyone to blink in surprise at how quickly his demeanor had shifted from serious to childish. What? I'm hungry. I ran across half the forest to get here, he explained, noticing their looks. Choji tossed him a packet of chips, which he devoured in seconds, then offered Choji the last chip, which he happily accepted. Ino approached Sakura while Tenten shook Lee awake. Sakura, what's the deal with Naruto? Ino asked. He has changed a lot since the academy. That part we remember is still there somewhere, but sometimes he becomes a totally different person and acts serious. But he is still nothing compared to Sasuke, Sakura replied. Ino stored that information away before teasing Sakura about hugging Sasuke, who responded by playfully teasing her about being jealous. Shikamaru and Choji sat with Naruto, both giving him curious glances until he finally asked, What? They exchanged looks before Choji asked, What was that all about? What was what about? Naruto feigned ignorance. When did you get so serious? Shikamaru inquired, intrigued. Oh, that. I don't like anyone who hurts my comrades, Naruto replied with a smile. Choji accepted this explanation, while Shikamaru pondered when Naruto had changed. Niji, suspicious, activated his Byakugan upon arriving and noticed traces of purple chakra on Sasuke and red on Naruto. Both of their chakras appeared demonic. Interesting, Niji thought before jumping down to Lee and Tenten. After a while, the Leaf Ninja left in groups of 3 until only Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto remained. We need to get to the tower. Sakura needs medical attention now, Naruto stated as he picked her up. Sasuke nodded, and with Sakura's help, they left for the tower. Along the way, Sakura recounted how Orochimaru had ambushed them, how Sasuke had been bitten, and how she had fought off the Sound Ninjas until Lee and Team 10 arrived. Sakura, know this. If you don't train, you are only a burden to this team, Naruto said firmly. Sakura was about to retort, but Naruto continued, Sasuke will become more interested in you if you become stronger. Time passed, and they arrived at the tower without trouble. Inside, they found a scroll with writing hanging from the wall, which Sakura began to read aloud. If qualities of heaven are your desire, acquire wisdom to take your mind higher. If earthly qualities are what you lack, train your body and prepare to attack. When heaven and earth are open together, the perilous path will be righteous forever. This something is the secret way that guides us from this place today. Something? Questioned. It looks like there is a word missing or something, Sakura replied. I think it means we should open the scrolls now. Naruto and Sasuke each opened a scroll, which exploded into smoke. As the smoke cleared, a familiar figure became visible. It's you, Sasuke said. Hey guys, long time no see, Iruka smiled. Iruka-sensei, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. I'm here to welcome you back and congratulate you on passing the second phase of the Chunin exams, Iruka said with a smile. He explained the purpose of the second exam, which, in addition to survival, was to test the integrity of the ninja to not read classified documents or, in this case, the scrolls. After bidding them farewell, they entered the tower's inner area. Naruto discovered that Kiba's team had already arrived, as well as Gaara's team. With 2 days remaining until the exams concluded, Naruto decided to spar with his clones. After placing Sakura in the designated medical ward for examination, Naruto looked around for a place where he could be alone. He found the arena, which featured a gigantic set of hands making a seal with a viewing platform, completely empty. He created clones and began his training. After 2 hours of practice, Naruto decided he had enough. Just as he was about to leave, Gaara approached him. Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara said in his usual monotonous tone. Gaara, Naruto replied, inclining his head slightly to see Gaara, who was sitting on the floor. Would you like to sit down? He offered, gesturing to the space beside him. Gaara politely declined but continued speaking. When you mentioned the word, friends, to me, I could not understand you. I thought you were someone who could understand my pain. Why does me having friends make you think I don't understand your pain? Naruto inquired. Those with friends cannot understand me, as I live only for myself and to prove my existence. It is because of my loneliness that I am as I am. I was born in loneliness. I came into this world by taking the life of what I would have called my mother, and from that point on, I was constantly feared for what I contained. I thought I could trust people in my naivety, but my father disproved this with his constant attempts on my life, the life of his own flesh and blood. He paused before continuing. I realized that I couldn't trust my father, and he realized he couldn't kill me, so he sent me to my uncle. I thought I had someone I could trust, but this was a lie, as one day he was ordered to kill me by my father. However, despite this order, he told me, after I had almost killed him, that he could have declined. It was then that I realized I had no one, which was further emphasized by the fact that he told me he hated me and, in a last-ditch effort, gave up his life in an attempt to kill me. Naruto looked into Gaara's eyes and thought he saw anguish in them. Tell me, why is it that you fight, Uzumaki? Gaara asked. I fight to protect those important to me. My girlfriend told me that if you have someone to fight for, you become truly strong, Naruto said. I don't understand. Others make you weak and can cause you to die if you rely on them, Gaara replied, confused. Gaara, I make you this promise. I will make you understand because, even though you don't believe it, I have suffered just as you have. I found a way to achieve true strength, and it is this that I shall show you, Naruto declared. I think you are a fool, Uzumaki, but if you can prove that my way is wrong and your way is better, I will try to change. However, if you cannot prove your way is better than mine, I will crush you, drench my sand in your blood, and prove my existence, Gaara stated before walking off. Kabuto and his team met with Orochimaru before the next stage of the exams began, and Kabuto provided him with the intel he had gathered on Sasuke. 2 days later, the second phase of the exams was over. The teams that advanced included Team 7, Team 8, Team 10, Guy's team, the Sound team, the Sand team, and Kabuto's team. The teams assembled in the arena where Naruto had practiced earlier, with the Hokage standing in front of the Genin, their Jounin behind him. He explained that the Chunin exams served the purpose of not only testing ninjas but also moderating the levels of the ninja in each nation and developing friendships. Just tell me the details of the exam, I can handle anything you throw at me, Gaara said when the Hokage finished speaking and answering other questions. Very well, I will now tell you exactly what the details of the third exam are, the Hokage replied. Just then, Hate appeared, bowing in front of the Hokage and asking if he could speak first, to which the Hokage obliged. Hate explained that they needed to hold a preliminary round due to the large number of participants, which was met with cries of outrage. He justified it by mentioning that many important nobles and feudal lords would be attending, and they didn't want to waste their time. They were only looking for the best of the best shinobi. The preliminaries will begin immediately. If any of you aren't in top physical condition, now is the time to quit, Hate announced. Kabuto gave up, but no one else did. Sakura wanted Sasuke to withdraw, but he told her that the only reason he fought was to test himself and that all the best were present. So what am I supposed to do, just watch you suffer? I can't bear to watch, Sakura cried. Then don't watch. But stay out of it, it has nothing to do with you. I am an Avenger, and whether I become a Chunin or not means less than nothing to me. My goal is to test myself against the best, and the best of the best are all here, Sasuke replied. Sasuke, she just cares about you, you don't have to be so mean, Naruto said playfully. Naruto, you are one of the ones I want to fight the most, Sasuke said, grinning, which caused Naruto to grin back at him. Now, the preliminaries will follow a sudden death elimination format with one-on-one matches, with only the winner moving on to the third exam. As for the rules, there are none. You will fight until one concedes defeat or is rendered physically incapable of continuing. Naturally, those who are losing are encouraged to quit to avoid a fatal outcome. As proctor, I will intervene if the situation seems hopeless to save as many lives as possible. Now we will see what fate has in store for you, Hayate explained. Enko issued a command, and a panel on the back wall opened, revealing a screen. The panel you see will display the names of the two competitors chosen completely at random. I guess there is nothing more to say, so let's begin, Hayate concluded. The screen began cycling through names and landed on Sasuke Uchiha vs. Yoroi Akato. Could everyone whose name was not just shown please go to the upper level? Hayate instructed. Kakashi walked by Sasuke and said, "Don't use your Sharingan. If you let that cursed seal take over, I'll have to jump in and stop the match. Good luck." Stop the match? Sasuke thought, feeling fear at the prospect of not being able to fight. Good, Sasuke Uchiha, Yoroi Akato, are you ready? Hayate asked. Yeah, Sasuke confirmed. Yes, Yoroi agreed. Yoroi's appearance was greatly concealed by the mask he wore around his mouth, sunglasses that obscured his eyes, and his forehead protector, which he wore like a bandana. He also wore what appeared to be the standard attire of his team, consisting of a high-collared, sleeveless navy blue shirt with a short-sleeved white one underneath. A simple obi around his waist, pants, sandals, and fingerless gloves. Let the first match of the preliminaries begin, announced Hayate. Sasuke jumped back and pulled out a kunai while Yoroi put his hand in front of his body and surrounded it with chakra. Yoroi flung 3 shuriken at Sasuke, who sent them back with his kunai. Damn it, this thing is responding to my chakra, Sasuke thought as he raised his hand to his curse seal. You're mine, shouted Yoroi as he charged at Sasuke. Sasuke swept his leg and locked Yoroi's arm between his legs. Got him, Sasuke smirked, thinking he had captured him, but then Yoroi turned his hand around and grabbed Sasuke's collar. I feel so weak, Sasuke thought. Yoroi then brought his arm down, intending to hit Sasuke's solar plexus, but Sasuke released his hold and slid away. Got you, said Yoroi, who leapt up, grabbed Sasuke by his head, and pushed him to the ground. My chakra, what are you doing? Gasped Sasuke. Haha, you're just noticing it now, are you? Laughed Yoroi. So weak, what am I going to do? Sasuke thought, reflecting on how weak he felt compared to others, Zabuza, Naruto, the Grass Ninja, Haku, and Itachi. Why am I so weak? Sasuke pondered. Sasuke, are you going to get beaten by this weakling? If you can't even beat this weakling, then how are you going to kill your brother? Naruto's voice echoed in his mind. Hearing Naruto say this ignited a fire inside Sasuke. I won't lose here, he declared. Sasuke coiled up his legs and extended them quickly, pushing Yoroi off him. As he got up, he saw Lee. That's it, he thought before charging at Yoroi. Sasuke flipped onto his hands and delivered a powerful super kick that sent Yoroi into the air. He then used the dancing leaf shadow technique and appeared behind Yoroi in midair. Okay, I'll admit I borrowed that move, but from here, it's all original, Sasuke said. Sasuke swung his leg to kick Yoroi in the ribs. Yoroi blocked it, but it was a distraction as Sasuke used the momentum to swing his arm up and strike Yoroi in the neck, sending him flying down. Come back, I'm not done yet. Sasuke shouted as he kicked him down and finally delivered an axe kick, smashing him onto the floor while exclaiming, Lion's Barrage. Hayate looked at Yoroi and Sasuke. Yoroi was unconscious, and Sasuke was still conscious but tired. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha, Hayate announced. Kakashi appeared behind Sasuke and said, Let's go, we need to get that mark sealed up. Can't we go after the matches? Asked Sasuke. No, sorry, Kakashi replied, giving his eye smile before body flickering with Sasuke. After they left, the board displayed 2 more names. Next match, Shino Aburame vs. Zaku Abumi. Will the contestants please come down? Called Hayate. Sasuke and Kakashi found themselves in a dimly lit room, with candles being the only light source. Sasuke sat shirtless in the middle of a large seal array. Okay, Sasuke, this seal I'm about to put on you will seal the curse mark. However, it is only as strong as your will, so you have to make sure it doesn't break, Kakashi explained. Kakashi made numerous hand signs before saying, Curse sealing. Sasuke cried out in pain as all the kanji crawled across the floor and his body, entering the curse mark and forming a ring around it, at which point he passed out. If you fight me, you won't be able to recover. Forfeit, Shino said in his stoic monotone voice. Hey, what do you know? Looks like I have a bit of movement in one, Zaku replied as his left arm started twitching. He pulled it out of the sling and aimed it at Shino. One good arm is all I need to beat you, he shouted as he charged at Shino. Zaku attempted a straight punch at Shino's face, but Shino raised his arm and blocked it. I told you, you can't beat me, Shino stated. Oh yeah? Slicing sound wave, shouted Zaku as air rushed out of the hole in his palm, blasting Shino away. My, you've grown, Kakashi. To think you can perform the cursed sealing, Orochimaru said as he appeared from behind a pillar. What are you doing here? Demanded Kakashi, taking a defensive stance. Long time no see, Kakashi, but I didn't come here for you. I have some business with that boy behind you, Orochimaru replied. What do you want with Sasuke? Asked Kakashi, narrowing his single eye. It seems as though you have gained something since the last time we met, the Sharingan in your left eye. How I envy your good fortune, Orochimaru said, pausing before continuing. It is only fair that I should want it too. Don't you think? The power of the Uchiha, he finished. Shino calmly stood up and stared down Zaku. I told you you can't beat me. Look behind you, he said. Zaku looked behind him, his eyes widening at the sight of heaps of bugs. You are trapped now. You have one arm to attack me, but if you do, my bugs will be upon you. On the other hand, you could attack my bugs, but that would leave you open to me. It's always a good idea to have an ace in the hole, Shino concluded, gathering his chakra while forming the ram sign. You know this sound village that everyone is so curious about? It's mine, Orochimaru said. You see, in order to play the game, you need pieces to put on the chessboard, willing pawns, he elaborated. So, is Sasuke one of these pawns? Asked Kakashi. No, Sasuke is a much more valuable piece than a pawn, Orochimaru replied. Zaku's other arm started to twitch, and he pulled it out of his sling. Hey, what do you know? I got movement in my other arm as well. Always have an ace in the hole, isn't that what you said? Zaku asked, fully extending his arm and pointing one at Shino and one at the bugs. Slicing sound wave, he shouted. Nothing came out of his wind holes, but his arms were blasted off at the elbow. What is this? Cried Zaku in pain. Shino appeared behind Zaku and said, I plugged up both of your arms just in case you were faking. It seems I was wise to do so. While Shino remarked that having an ace in the hole is good, having two is even better, he then punched Zaku in the back, sending him sprawling to the ground, nearly unconscious. Heiei checked on Zaku before announcing, winner, Shino Aburame. Orochimaru stepped forward towards Sasuke, prompting Kakashi to charge up a lightning blade in response. Kakashi shouted, take one more step and one of us will die here. I don't care if you're one of the Sannin, the legendary 3 ninja. Come any closer to Sasuke and I'll kill you. His lone eye blazed with fury. Orochimaru laughed and looked Kakashi straight in the eye. Kakashi, you're very brave and very foolish. I'll leave for now, but Sasuke is an avenger. One day, he will come looking for me in search of power. As he walked away, he paused and added, unless you follow through with your threat to kill me. He released a hint of bloodlust. Kakashi felt terrified but maintained his lightning blade, attempting to hide his fear. Orochimaru continued to laugh as he walked away until he disappeared from sight. Kakashi thought in fear, one of us will die here? I must have been out of my mind. Kakashi then used a body flicker technique and appeared behind Naruto and Sakura. Oh, Kakashi-sensei, you're back. How's Sasuke? Sakura asked. Kakashi replied, oh, he's fine, but I think you should be more worried about yourself now. Look. He pointed toward the board, which displayed Sakura Haruno vs. Ino Yamanaka. The two began fighting instantly, though neither managed to successfully attack the other. Niji wondered if their fighting skill represented the best Kunoichi could do, only for Tenten to state that their lack of fighting prowess was not due to being female, but rather because they were holding back. Sakura, unwilling to lose to Ino and frustrated that Ino was pulling her punches, insulted her. A flashback revealed Ino teaching Sakura about the significance of flowers in an arrangement. She used the cosmos flower as an example, explaining how thorough work complements it. Sakura asked if that meant she was just there to compliment Ino's beauty, to which Ino denied, stating that Sakura was a bud waiting to bloom. Another memory showed Sakura telling Ino that when she chose to wear her forehead protector properly, that was when she would become a true shinobi. After trading insults, Sakura removed her forehead protector from her head and placed it on her forehead. Ino removed hers from her waist and also placed it on her forehead. As true rivals, the pair then rushed at one another, finally deciding to take the battle seriously. Sakura and Ino continued exchanging blows, with neither able to gain the upper hand and both running out of chakra. Sakura berated Ino for being too focused on beauty rather than her kunoichi skills, causing Ino to cut her hair off and throw it on the ground. Desperate, Ino decided to use the mind-body transfer technique to force Sakura to forfeit, despite knowing how inaccurate it was and that she would be left immobile if it missed. Sakura dodged the attack and appeared to have won, but found herself trapped by the strands of Ino's cut hair, which had been infused with chakra to form a binding rope. Ino revealed that she had pretended to miss on purpose, intending to lead Sakura into the trap. She used mind-body transfer again, knowing it couldn't miss now, and succeeded in gaining control of Sakura's body. Having gained control, Ino tried to make Sakura forfeit the match. Just then, Naruto yelled at her not to give up, prompting inner Sakura to appear and force Ino out of her head. Although confused by what happened, Ino lacked the energy to try again. Kakashi presumed that Ino's lack of chakra was a factor in Sakura's small victory but also noted her strong will. They both charged at each other to exchange final blows, resulting in a double knockout. Hay-8 decided that neither of them would pass to the next round. In the next match, Kankuro faced Misumi, Kabuto's teammate. Kankuro easily won by tricking Misumi into attacking Karasu, Kankuro's puppet. In retaliation, Karasu snapped Misumi's neck, though he survived due to his ability to contort himself. Next was Shikamaru versus Kin. Shikamaru attempted the shadow imitation technique, but Kin easily evaded and threw some sunban with bells attached at him. Shikamaru recognized the trick and mocked her for using such basic techniques. Kin then rang the bells on the sunban, starting her genjutsu. Shikamaru got caught in Kin's bell ring genjutsu, unable to move, while Kin proceeded to attack him with more sunban. However, when Kin tried to attack again, she suddenly realized that she couldn't move. Shikamaru explained that he had extended his shadow imitation technique through the shadow of the wires she was holding. He then threw a shuriken at Kin, which she imitated. When Shikamaru ducked backward to evade it, Kin was forced to imitate him, but she did not realize that she was too close to the wall, hitting her head and knocking herself out. In the match between Naruto and Kiba, Kiba remarked to Akamaru that they were up against the dead last, and felt they had won the lottery. Hay-8 called for the contestants to come down. Naruto responded, "Sorry, Kiba, don't take it personally if I blow you away." Kiba retorted that was exactly what he was going to say, just not so politely. Kakashi, observing the match, expressed doubt about Naruto's chances against Kiba, while Kurenai suggested a bet. If Naruto won, she would go on a date with him, but if Kiba won, she would have to stop reading her perverted books for a year and arrive early to all her meetings. They both agreed to the bet. As the match began, Naruto casually talked about what he should get for lunch, dango or ramen, turning his back on Kiba. Kiba seized the opportunity to jump at Naruto, shouting, "Tunneling Fong," as he leapt and began spinning. Naruto dodged Kiba's attack, causing it to hit the ground and create a dust cloud. After the dust settled, Naruto was sitting on Kiba's back. Kiba then turned around to strike Naruto, but Naruto grabbed his hand and tossed him aside. When Kiba landed, he quickly got up to attack Naruto again. He launched a kick, which Naruto dodged. Kiba followed up with a punch, but Naruto evaded that as well. Swiftly, Naruto appeared behind Kiba and declared that he was going to show off to the audience. He delivered a powerful blow that sent Kiba flying. Although Kiba survived the attack, he begrudgingly admitted to himself that Naruto was strong. It was time for Kiba to use his ultimate move. Kiba called out to Akamaru, signaling that it was time for the human-beast combination transformation, double-headed wolf. Akamaru barked and joined Kiba. Together, they performed the combination transformation, taking the form of a two-headed wolf. After transforming, they executed the wolf Fang over Fang attack. The force of the attack broke the ground and created a shockwave. Kiba believed his attack had landed successfully, but as the dust settled, he saw Naruto unharmed, his infinity technique having stopped the attack. The move had drained a lot of Kiba's chakra, leaving him exhausted, and Naruto noticed this. Using his speed, Naruto appeared behind Kiba and struck him with a chop to the neck, knocking him unconscious. Hayate announced Naruto as the winner of the match. Everyone stared at Naruto, many wondering when he had become this strong, while Gaara contemplated his earlier words. Meanwhile, the villagers of the Leaf glared at Naruto in disbelief. Kurenai thought to herself, "What just happened? This is impossible. How could Kiba lose?" Kakashi reminded her of their bet, stating that she now had to go on a date with Naruto. Medics arrived to take Kiba away, and after they left, Hayate announced a small break. As the break concluded, Hayate prepared for the next match, stating the names that appeared on the board: Neji Hyuga versus Hinata Hyuga. Both competitors walked down to the arena, Neji with a purposeful stride and Hinata with a timid one. "I never thought we would have to fight each other, Hinata," Neji said. "Nor I, brother," Hinata replied. Naruto raised an eyebrow and asked, "Huh, brother? Are they brother and sister?" Kakashi clarified, "No, they're both members of the Hyuga clan. Technically, they're cousins." Sakura added, "Still, they're family. It must be hard for them." Lee chimed in, "It may not be as hard as you think. I heard there is some bad blood between the main and branch houses. The branch family, which Neji is a part of, is upset with something the main family, which Hinata belongs to, did. Additionally, Neji is considered a genius of the clan while Hinata is seen as a disgrace. Furthermore, Neji, being a branch member, is forced to be under the control of the main branch." Neji spoke with increasing intensity. "Give up, Hinata. You can't deceive my eyes. When you looked up, you remembered your bitter past. Then you glanced down and realized you would lose. Your habit of raising your arm in front of yourself while touching your lip is your way of putting a wall between us. People can't change. Once a failure, always a failure. You never really wanted to be in the Chunin exams, but to apply, you needed a team of 3, and you didn't want to let Kiba or Shino down, did you?" "No, you're wrong. I wanted to see if I could change," Hinata insisted. "Like I said, once a failure, always a failure. People can't change," Neji replied. "Don't listen to him, Hinata. Shino and I believe in you. You can change," Kiba encouraged. Neji noticed a spark returning to Hinata's eyes. Hinata made hand signs and shouted, "Be a Kugen." She took a stance and said, "Defend yourself, brother." Neji mirrored her stance. "Let the 4th match begin," Hayate announced. Neji charged and struck with an open palm, but Hinata blocked it with her own palm move, sending chakra flying from their hands. The exchange continued until Hinata managed to strike Neji in the stomach. "Did she get him?" Sakura asked. Kakashi raised his headband, observing the match closely. "Amazing," he remarked. Neji then pulled back Hinata's sleeve, revealing angry red marks on her arm. "You mean all this time you were?" Hinata mumbled. "Yes, I have sealed all the chakra points in your arms. You can no longer use the gentle fist, as you can't eject chakra from your hands." "Give up," Neji commanded. Hinata trembled, unsure of herself, but Neji continued, "Hinata, you are the pampered offspring of the main branch. Despite this, you are too gentle and caring. You should never have become a shinobi. As a shinobi, you are meant to be cruel and uncaring, and you can't do this because it conflicts with your very nature, and therefore you are suffering. Brother, while it is true I have been suffering, you have been suffering much more than I," Hinata said softly. Niji's eyes hardened, and he sent 2 palm moves, one to her gut and one to her face. Hinata tried to rise but coughed up blood. After regaining her composure, she stood again, but Hayate could tell it was over and was about to declare it, when Neji charged at Hinata with a fierce determination. Just as he was about 2 meters away, all the Leaf Jounin and Heiei jumped in to save her. Niji, you told me you wouldn't let this whole main branch thing affect you, Guy said. Hinata coughed up more blood, prompting Kurenai to call for medics. The recovered Kiba jumped down to confront Niji, but Shino created a wall of bugs to stop him. You'll pay. You hear me? I'll get you. Kiba shouted. There is no way you can beat me, Niji scoffed as he walked away. As Niji walked back up, Naruto confronted him. I may not know what is going on in your clan, but belittling and crushing a person's self-esteem just because you have a grudge is childish. If I meet you in battle during the Chunin exams, I will show you that people can change and that being a genius does not make you better than others, Naruto declared before walking away, leaving Niji speechless. The next match was Temari versus Tenten. Tenten made the first move, but Temari easily dodged it. Team Guy was surprised that none of Tenten's weapons could even scratch Temari. Tenten attempted another attack, but Temari repelled it using wind from her giant folding fan, warning Tenten that if she saw all 3 stars in her fan, the fight would be over. Tenten then used her twin rising dragons technique. Uncovering the second star, Temari repelled the attack, and then Tenten used strings to reuse the weapons. Uncovering the third star, Temari repelled the attack again and trapped Tenten in a cyclone. When Tenten fell from the cyclone, Temari made her land on her fan, knocking her out. After being declared the winner, Temari attempted to throw Tenten onto the many weapons scattered on the floor, but Rock Lee descended and caught her. He then attacked Temari, only to be stopped by Might Guy, who warned the Suna shinobi not to underestimate Lee. After a long wait, Rock Lee was matched to fight against Gaara. He began the fight by attacking with taijutsu, but his attacks were blocked by Gaara's sand. To bypass the speed of Gaara's shield, Guy permitted Lee to remove his leg weights. In doing so, Lee's speed increased, and he managed to land hits, only to discover that Gaara's body was coated in sand. Opening the first of the 8 gates, Lee launched Gaara into the air with several kicks. Catching him with his bandages, Lee used the front lotus, only to discover he had used it on a clone. Lee's target was actually only a decoy, a hollow clone made of sand. Gaara reappeared and fought Lee, who was now weak from using his front lotus again. Lee quickly recovered, demonstrating his ability to open the second gate. He then powered himself up by opening the third gate, frightening even Gaara. Guy and Niji had flashbacks to before Lee became a genin and right after he became one, showing his determination to be a respectable ninja through only the use of taijutsu. Lee's speed proved too much for Gaara, and his sand was no longer able to form a shield fast enough to be of use. Lee opened the 5th gate and used his most powerful attack, Reverse Lotus. Gaara survived this final blow by softening his fall with sand, but he used the sand to crush Lee's left arm and leg. Gaara moved his sand to finish Lee, but Guy jumped in to protect his student. Lee, although unconscious from the pain, rose to continue the battle, his desire to win fueling his broken body. Guy wept at Lee's dedication, and Lee was taken away to recover. The medical ninja announced that Lee's injuries were too severe to be completely healed, and that he would never be able to fight as a ninja again. Guy regretted teaching Lee such dangerous techniques and vacated the ring for the final match. Choji used his human bullet tank technique, believing he was safe from Dosu's sound technique, but Dosu attacked and defeated him with one blow. After the final fight, all the genin who made it through to the finals gathered. The Hokage informed them that the exam finals would happen in a month to give them time to prepare and allow important dignitaries to arrive. Now to decide who will face whom in the finals, you will each draw a number, said the Hokage. After everyone drew and announced their numbers, the matches were determined as follows. First match Naruto vs Niji. Second match Gaara vs Sasuke. Third match Kankuro vs Shino. Fourth match Temari vs Dosu. Fifth match fourth match winner versus Shikamaru. You now know who you will be facing, so use this month to plan accordingly and also to rest and recover. Until then, let us adjourn until next month, concluded the Hokage. Elsewhere, Kabuto prepared to kidnap Sasuke under Orochimaru's orders, but he was stopped by Kakashi and forced to retreat. After the Hokage's announcement, Naruto left and began to wander around the Leaf Village until he came by the hot springs and saw a man in his 50s looking into the women's baths. "Pervert!" Naruto shouted at the man, causing him to fall and hit the side of the hot springs. The women inside heard the noise and ran away, covering themselves, which made the man cry. The man looked at Naruto and growled, "You just destroyed my research." The man was tall, with waist-length, spiky white hair tied back into a ponytail, and 2 shoulder-length bangs framing both sides of his face. He had red lines running down from his eyes and wore a horned forehead protector with the kanji for oil in the center. He also had a noticeable wart on the right side of his nose. He wore a green short kimono and matching pants, under which he wore mesh armor that showed through the sleeves and legs of his outfit. His outfit was completed with hand guards, a simple black belt, wooden sandals, a red cloak with 2 simple yellow circles, and a scroll on his back. He also had a swirl-like tribal marking tattoo on his left palm. Naruto recognized this man. This was his so-called godfather, Jiraiya of the Sannin. Yeah, research. First, I meet a creepy guy who smells like snakes, and now I meet an old pervert who smells like toads, said Naruto as he walked away. Snakes? No, it couldn't be, thought the old man. Hey, Wicked, what did you mean by a guy that smells like snakes? Asked the old man. Sai, I don't have time for this, but if you really want to know, it was some guy called Orochimaru. Later, pervert, said Naruto, jumping away. Wait, who are you, kid? Jiraiya called out. Naruto Uzumaki Gojo, Naruto replied. So the 4th's legacy met Orochimaru and wait, Gojo. Interesting, Jiraiya mused. Hey, it's the pervert. Let's get him, shouted the women from the bath, now fully clothed. Oh crap, I better run, thought Jiraiya, who was chased by about 50 angry women. I wonder if the pervert got away, said Naruto to himself as he walked around the village. Hey, I'm not a pervert, said the old man, appearing in front of Naruto. Oh yeah? Then what are you? Asked Naruto. I'm a super pervert, said the man before summoning a toad and doing a dance on it while declaring, I am a man who makes ladies swoon with his good looks and men tremble in fear from his very name, the sage of Mount Myaboku, one of the legendary 3 Sannin. I am Jiraiya. Lame, said Naruto in a monotonous voice, causing Jiraiya to fall off his toad. Hey, you little brat. Show me some respect. I'm a Sannin for crying out loud, one of 3 people in all the land. A legendary ninja. Jiraiya exclaimed indignantly. In my experience, respect is earned from the individual, not the title. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have places to be and women to please, said Naruto as he walked away. Jiraiya just stared after him with his mouth wide open. After speaking to Naruto, Jiraiya went to speak to Hiruzen about Naruto. Hiruzen then told him about Naruto. Jiraiya was surprised to hear that Naruto was strong enough to defeat one of the members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. Later that night, at Kikyo Castle, Dosu attempted to kill Gaara to eliminate him as a contender for the finals against Sasuke. However, Gaara transformed and easily defeated Dosu, leaving him horrified before his demise. Baki and Kabuto watched from the sidelines, witnessing the attack. They discussed their plans to attack Konoha, unaware that Hayate Gecko overheard them. Determined to inform the 3rd Hokage, Hayate attempted to leave but was killed by Baki. Later, a group of Umbu discovered Hayate's body, and Yugao Yuzuki wondered aloud what had happened. The next day, Sakura sat in her bedroom, worried about Sasuke. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage held a meeting with the Jonin regarding Hayate's body found near Kikyo Castle. They discussed Orochimaru's involvement, but the Hokage concluded they had no information on the matter. He expressed his trust in the shinobi, believing they would assemble to fight if Otogakure and Tsunagakure invaded Konohagakure. Later, Sakura visited Yamanaka Flowers to buy flowers for Sasuke, where Ino was in charge of the shop. After realizing Sakura was there for Sasuke, Ino decided to visit him as well. Ino picked a rose while Sakura chose 2 daffodils, one for Sasuke and the other for Rock Lee. On their way, they heard Choji eating loudly. Peeking through an open window, they spotted Asuma Sarutobi and Shikamaru seated with Choji. Asuma had been treating Choji to barbecue in exchange for training with Shikamaru every day. In the woods, Niji trained with Tenten, but he collapsed after exhausting his chakra. Team Kurenai also trained in the woods to prepare for Shino's match. Meanwhile, the three Sand siblings and Baki secretly discussed their invasion plans. At the hospital, the nurse allowed Ino and Sakura only 5 minutes to visit Sasuke due to his condition. However, they discovered that Sasuke and his clothes were missing. Kakashi was undergoing cliff climbing practice and, after nearly falling, activated the first gate. With his increased strength, he reached the top of the rock, where he found Sasuke waiting for him. Back at the hospital, Lee was also missing from his bed. Sakura spotted Lee outside, performing push-ups. She recalled Ino telling her that Lee's injuries were severe, potentially ending his shinobi career. After completing 199 out of 200 push-ups, Lee collapsed. Later, he woke up in his hospital bed and noticed a daffodil, realizing someone had visited him earlier. The next day, Naruto decided to visit Lee at the hospital. On his way, he met Shikamaru, who handed him a fruit basket originally intended for Choji, who had been hospitalized for indigestion from overeating. Sakura entered Lee's room to replace the flower. As Choji complained of his hunger, Ino walked in with a fruit basket for him. Suddenly, Gaara entered Lee's room, attempting to kill him while he was unconscious, but Naruto and Shikamaru quickly intervened. Using Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique, they incapacitated Gaara. He revealed a bit about his past, explaining that he had the one-tailed beast Shikaku sealed within him from birth and was created solely as a weapon for his village. His unpredictability led his father to send assassins after him, ultimately failing the purpose for which he was created. Naruto sympathized as he too had a tailed beast within him. Gaara attempted to attack them again, but Guy intervened, demanding Gaara leave. Reluctantly, Gaara promised to return and kill them all. After Gaara left, Naruto wished Lee a speedy recovery and decided to walk around the village. He encountered Kurenai, who mentioned a bet with Kakashi. Naruto told her it was fine and that she didn't need to go out with him, but Kurenai insisted that a bet is a bet. Realizing she wouldn't change her mind, he accepted her decision and agreed to meet her at her house later. Time passed, and Naruto stood outside Kurenai's house, holding a small bouquet of flowers. Kurenai looked at herself in the mirror, pleased with her choice of dress for the occasion, uncertain of where he would take her. After a moment, she opened the door and took in every detail of Naruto, surprised by how handsome he looked. "Shall we go, Naruto-kun?" Kurenai asked, playfully guessing that he would like to be called that. To her delight, he smirked and held out his hand to guide her, impressing her with his gentleness. She appreciated a man who could treat her well, unlike those who had previously pursued her without any decency. She hoped for a pleasant evening where they could eat and converse, perhaps even considering him for the status of an official boyfriend. He led her to a fancy restaurant and requested the table reserved for him and his date. The waiter looked at him disdainfully, almost sneering at the fact that he had a reservation. They were seated at a table, facing each other before turning to the waiter. "I'd like to have some fruit juice, waiter," Kurenai said softly, her voice almost fragile, yet the intensity in her crimson eyes hinted at her determination. "Don't you dare ruin my date, or I'll make your life a living hell," she thought. "I'll have the same, waiter," Naruto added, accustomed to the waiter's disdainful looks. "Very well, sir, madam. I shall be with you shortly," the waiter replied before leaving. Naruto turned to Kurenai, noticing her amused expression. He felt a mix of anxiety and hope for their date. "Kurenai-san, don't you like me, or is there something that displeases you about me?" he asked. Her charming smile reassured him as she replied, "No, Naruto-kun. I'm simply thinking about ways to improve my genjutsu. I may be a mistress of that art, but there is still room to improve. The density of the illusion could be adjusted to ensure that the target is completely engulfed in the genjutsu, leaving no escape for their minds and allowing for a quick kill. Can I use one on you to test it out?" Kurenai asked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Naruto found himself unable to resist her pleading gaze. "Sure, go ahead," he replied, a cute smile spreading across his face as he felt caught off guard by her request. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," Kurenai said, her excitement evident. She made a few hand seals, and suddenly, Naruto felt the chair beneath him transform into a bed of living snakes. The surroundings shifted into a vibrant jungle setting, with Kurenai still sitting there as if nothing was amiss. In an instant, her appearance changed, making her look even more beautiful, as her clothes transformed into a small, furry bikini that seemed inappropriate for public. Kurenai studied his face, noticing how enthralled he was by the genjutsu she had cast upon him. He was lost in a vision of the jungle, sitting on a bed of snakes, with her dressed in a way that would captivate any straight male. He's definitely above the normal standard. If he doesn't have a relationship with anyone, I just might take him for myself, Kurenai thought, realizing how difficult it would be for him to resist her genjutsu, especially when her illusion made her clothes disappear. As the genjutsu version of her began to remove the bikini, Naruto felt a rush of excitement. He tried to look away, but a small smile crept onto his face, betraying his enjoyment of the sight. Fortunately, his reaction was hidden, and he was grateful for that, knowing that Kurenai might tease him if she noticed. With a snap, he was brought back to reality, finding Kurenai gazing at him with a dreamy expression. "You tried not to stare," she said, a hint of admiration in her voice. "That is so sweet of you." Kurenai couldn't help but feel drawn to him. She had come to the date hoping to meet a gentleman, and Naruto had exceeded her expectations. He had resisted the urge to ogle the genjutsu and had shown almost no reaction except for that adorable smile, which warmed her heart and quickened her breath. She moved closer, inhaling his unique scent, something primal and genuine. Her hand reached out, stroking the back of his hand, feeling the warmth of his skin. She didn't know why she did it. She just wanted to touch him, to feel him before he either pushed her away or allowed her to continue. "Naruto-kun," she said softly, her voice sending a shiver of nervousness through him. He looked into her deep crimson eyes, and they both leaned in closer, their lips meeting in a frenzied kiss. They acted on instinct, lost in the heat of the moment, oblivious to the other diners in the restaurant. Kurenai felt the kindness and spirit of this young man envelop her, and she blushed at the intensity of the kiss. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, the old pervert, was making his way to the restaurant where Naruto and Kurenai were seated. He was relieved to find a bar that wouldn't throw him out for asking women about their 3 sizes. As he entered, he noticed a sign advertising a sake contest that evening. Settling at the bar, he ordered some sake and tried to drink away his worries when he overheard a villager exclaim, "That demon brat! Kissing! That woman!" Jiraiya turned his gaze and spotted the kissing couple, his eyes widening in shock as he recognized Kurenai. Then, the kid moves fast. "I wonder who he's going to date next," he thought, watching as the couple broke their kiss. His jaw dropped as he realized who Naruto was with. He just did that with the genjutsu mistress Kurenai Yuhi. "And that lucky brat," he muttered in disbelief. As the couple resumed their conversation, Jiraiya grew impatient waiting for their food and drinks, feeling that they might not arrive after such a long wait. Eventually, they reappeared in front of Kurenai's house. Naruto had suggested that the mood was ruined by the food not arriving. Kurenai, her eyes still slightly misty from their kiss, looked at him and asked, "Do you want to come inside? I have some snacks if you are hungry." Seeing her hospitable nature, Naruto accepted her invitation. She opened the door and gestured for him to enter first, eager to be a good hostess. As he stepped inside, he admired how cozy and inviting her home looked. The furniture was nice, making him feel a sense of warmth that almost made him wish he could stay. "Please seat yourself, Naruto-kun," Kurenai said, her voice echoing from a few rooms away, making the space feel even more intimate. He turned to look at her, taking in the details of her lovely dress and how it hugged her figure. Somehow, he hadn't really taken notice of it all before, only looking her over once to check if she looked good. He chose to seat himself on a comfortable-looking sofa, making sure that it would be cozy for him. "Would you like something to drink?" Kurenai asked, standing next to a cabinet that contained various liquors and other beverages. "Nah, I am not much of a drinking person," he replied definitively, and she gave him a look that clearly stated she wanted him to drink some. "Maybe a small taste wouldn't hurt." She offered him a glass filled with an orange liquid. It's something that isn't too strong. And please call me Kurinai-chan. It tastes good, Kurin-chan, he thought as he watched her take a glass of the orange liquid too, then sit down next to him. She looked at him, her eyes slightly apprehensive as she seemed to be contemplating something. Have you ever had an NTMT relationship with a girl, Naruto-kun? She asked, wanting to find out if he had ever been in one and if he had any feelings for the women in his life, preferably those in his age group. However, she also wanted to see if he would like her or others in her own age group. Naruto decided to tell Kurinai about his life. After sharing his story, he felt it was time to head home. I better head home. Did you have fun, Kurinai-chan? He asked. She nodded and replied, it was nice having a date with you. He smiled and asked, would you like to be my girlfriend? She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him on the lips. Yes, I would love to be your girlfriend. She winked at him and then escorted him to the front door, where she let him out. She watched as he disappeared into the streets of Kanehagakure, then whispered to herself, thank you, Kakashi, for making that bet with me. A month passed, and Naruto decided not to train during that time. Instead, he spent it with his girls, even traveling to the Mist Village to invite Mei and Haku. At the Chunin exam stadium, atop the arena, Hiruzen thought, finally, it is time for the finale. The Kazekage and Mizukage arrived with their bodyguards. Thank you for coming, Kazekage Dano and Mizukage Dano. Take a seat, Hiruzen said, pointing to 2 chairs. No, thank you for inviting us to such an auspicious occasion, the Kazekage replied. What is the Mizukage doing here? Well, it doesn't matter, I will just have to deal with both of them, Orochimaru. I only came to see my boyfriend, Mei said. That brat, Zabuza thought, angry at the thought that he lost to Naruto. Zabuza-sama, are you still angry that you lost to Naruto-kun? Haku laughed. So she pardoned Zabuza, Hiruzen noted. The demon of the mist lost to Naruto. Naruto, you would have been the perfect vessel if you didn't have the 9 tails, Orochimaru thought. In the stands, Ino asked, Sakura, where are Sasuke and Naruto? I don't know, Sakura replied. No-kun, Hinata thought, worried. I am sure he will come, Shikamaru said with a yawn. So he is scared to fight me, Niji thought. Where is that Dosagai? Sasuke and Naruto aren't here either, Shikamaru thought. Uchiha, where are you? Gaara thought. A voice shook them out of their thoughts. I'm sorry that I'm late, but it seems Sasuke isn't on time either. The voice belonged to a boy who emerged from the entrance. All the people in the stadium turned to look, and suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto stepped out from the shadows, dressed in a suit. I'm really sorry that I'm late, but it seems like we didn't start yet. I was on a date. My girlfriend reminded me it was the Chunin exam's final today, so I rushed here, Naruto explained while looking at Genma Shiranui, the final proctor of the exams. Hot, Ino thought. Naruto-kun, Hinata thought before fainting. Well, he looks cute. Too bad he is going to lose to Niji, Tenten thought, blushing. That's my man, Anko, Mei, Haku, and Kurinai thought. I would probably have gone on a date with him, but too bad the leaf is going to be destroyed, Temari thought. Shouldn't we start? Naruto asked. Oh yes, let's begin. Thanks everyone for coming to the Hidden Leaf Chunin selection exam. We will now start the main tournament matches. Between the 8 participants who made it through the preliminaries. Please stay and watch until the end. Hiruzen announced loudly for everyone to hear. One is missing, Naruto thought. Dosu isn't fighting anymore, so Shikamaru will fight Temari. Now, the first fight, Naruto Uzumaki versus Niji Hyuga, Genma announced. He can't beat the Hyuga clan, a villager said. That Naruto's opponent is just too tough, the guy beside him added. Sasuke-kun isn't here yet, Sakura thought, worried. Ino noticed and said, Hey, don't worry, Sasuke-kun is all right. You should cheer for your teammate here now, she encouraged with a smile. Sakura nodded, yeah, you're right. But against him, it will be difficult to win, she said with a frown. Naruto will win, Sakura thought confidently. Back in the arena, Naruto smirked and said, well, let's get this over with. Fate has already decided that I am the one who will win, Neji replied as he took a stance and activated his Byakugan. We will see, Naruto said. Since both of you are ready, begin. Genma shouted. In the crowd, Hayashi said to his daughter, there isn't another who has received such thick Hyuga blood. Watch closely, Hanabi. Yes, father, Hanabi replied. Back in the arena, the match began. Naruto threw kunai at Neji, who dodged. Neji then rushed at him and used his gentle fist. Naruto skillfully dodged Neji's attacks. Outside of the arena, Kabuto killed an Umbu to impersonate him. Back in the arena, Naruto jumped into the air and threw shuriken at Neji. He used the shuriken clone jutsu to multiply the shuriken. I can't dodge. I have to use it. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Neji thought as he spun around to stop the attack and succeeded. Father, isn't that? Hanabi began. 8 trigrams rotation, the main family's technique. It is a technique that is passed down only in the main family, Hayashi explained. To master it on his own. He really is a prodigy, Hayashi thought with a smile. Neji's ultimate defense. Can Naruto beat him? Tenten thought worried. I am confused. I know I am Neji's teammate, but Naruto. He is just so cute, Tenten thought. Back to the fight, Neji declared, it's over. You are within my field of range. You can't escape my 8 trigrams. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji said as he took a stance. That stance? It can't be, Hayashi thought, realizing the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, Neji rushed at Naruto. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Neji exclaimed as he struck Naruto that many times, finally pushing him away. Hayashi thought to himself, wondering if they had been surpassed by the branch family. He reflected on how the Hyuga's Kekkei Genkai had found its purest form in this child from the lesser branch. Brother, you would be so proud of your son, he mused. It's over. I have now struck 64 of your chakra points. You are lucky to still be breathing, Neji declared. Is that so? Naruto replied, getting back up and assuming the same stance as Neji. What? Can that boy also use it? Hayashi wondered. Let me give it a try, Naruto said, coating his hands with cursed energy. He sped toward Neji. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Naruto shouted as he struck Neji. With each hit, Neji felt as if his internal organs would explode. After Naruto finished, Neji lay on the ground, coughing. Impossible. How did I lose? Neji thought. Neji, fate doesn't decide who you are. You control your own destiny. If you only live with sadness and hate, you will only regret it, Naruto said. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki, Genma announced, and the crowd erupted in cheers for Naruto. When captured birds grow wiser, they try to open the cage with their beaks. They don't give up because they want to fly again, Genma added. Wise words, Naruto replied. Thanks, Neji said quietly. Medics arrived to assist Neji. In the crowd, Sakura remarked, well, Naruto won again. Maybe he can train me. Is that really Naruto? Ino questioned. Not only did Naruto win, but he also freed Neji from his darkness, Guy thought with a smile. He beat Neji with his own technique. The kid is good, Asuma commented. Handsome and powerful, Temari mused. Does fighting for friends make you this strong, Naruto Uzumaki? Gaara wondered. Naruto then vanished and appeared in front of the Hokage, Mizukage, and Kazekage. He recognized Orochimaru's transformation. Hey, Mei Haku, he greeted, kissing them both. Naruto-kun, Mei and Haku said with smiles. Naruto is the Mizukage's boyfriend, Hiruzen thought, surprised. Naruto, shouldn't you be standing down there with the others? Hiruzen asked. I would rather be here, Naruto replied. Mei stood from her seat, and Naruto sat in the chair, with Mei on his lap. Haku felt a twinge of jealousy at the sight. Brat, I want a rematch, Zabuza said. Maybe sometime in the future, Naruto replied. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Neji reflected, Thank you, Naruto, smiling to himself. His smile faded when Hayashi entered the room. Why are you here? Neji glared at Hayashi. Neji, I'm sorry. I came to tell you the truth of that day, Hayashi said, looking down. He began to recount how Neji's father had willingly sacrificed himself to save his brother, not because of the main family, but because he wanted to choose his own destiny. Neji struggled to believe what he was hearing. Hayashi continued, explaining that Neji might find it hard to accept, but he hoped for the right moment to share this truth. Suddenly, Hayashi knelt before Neji, pleading for him to believe him. Neji looked at him, tears in his eyes, and said, "Don't worry, I believe you. Now I will choose my own destiny. But not alone. With my friends. And even Hinata." I should thank Naruto, Hayashi thought. Back at the stadium, Genma announced, Sasuke's match with Gaara is postponed. What a relief. Sasuke is not disqualified, Ino said. Where are you, Sasuke-kun? Sakura called out. Next match, Kankuro vs Shino Aburame. Come down, Genma instructed. Kankuro forfeited. Okay, Temari vs Shikamaru Nara, Genma continued. I guess I should forfeit, Shikamaru said. If you do, I will tell your mother, Ino threatened. Shikamaru quickly decided to head down to the arena. In the match between Shikamaru and Temari, Temari emerged victorious, and the fight concluded similarly to how it did in the anime. Sasuke Uchiha vs Gaara. If Sasuke does not arrive in 10 minutes, he will be disqualified, Genma announced. Suddenly, leaves began to fall as a wind blew, and Sasuke and Kakashi appeared as the leaves cleared. You finally arrived. Okay, Kakashi, leave the arena. Gaara, come down, Genma instructed. Kakashi flickered to the stands, and Gaara descended. In the match between Sasuke and Gaara, Sasuke demonstrated that his speed had vastly increased, to the point where Gaara's sand could not keep up. Sasuke also showcased Chidori, a technique he had learned from Kakashi, injuring Gaara. What is this? Gaara thought as he felt a warm liquid on his hand. He looked down to see it was blood. Blood. It's my blood. Gaara screamed as he began to transform. Before the match could conclude, a smoke bomb detonated in the Kage's box. Kabuto used a genjutsu to put almost everyone in the crowd to sleep. The Konoha ninja present managed to fend off the genjutsu, and the Konoha crush commenced. Many people in the stadium fell asleep, except for the third Hokage, several Jounin, the Sand Team, Temari, and the Leaf Genin. Outside the stadium, many snakes were summoned by Sound and Sand Shinobi. The Jounin and Chunin at the gate reacted quickly to defend their village. Back in the stadium, the Kazekage took the Hokage to the roof, grabbing him and holding a kunai to the Hokage's neck. Naruto instructed Haku, Mei, and Zabuza to help the village before he jumped to the roof. As they landed, 4 sound ninjas appeared, each standing in a corner of the roof, creating a barrier around them with purple flames that would engulf anyone who tried to enter or leave. An Umbu member attempted to breach the barrier and was burned to a crisp. The Sand Village is betraying the Leaf Village, the Hokage stated. The treaty between our villages was simply a trick to make you let down your guard, the Kazekage replied. Do you want to start a war? The Hokage asked. Exactly, the Kazekage said. Armed conflict resolves nothing. We should seek a resolution through negotiation. There is still time, Kazekage-dano, the Hokage urged, trying to avoid war. Perhaps the fear of death makes one more cowardly with age, Sarutobi-sensei, the Kazekage said, his voice shifting. You, Sarutobi murmured, recognizing the voice and widening his eyes. Meanwhile, with Gaara and Sasuke, Gaara held his hand over the wound he received from Sasuke's Chidori. His team appeared beside him, along with their sensei. Got the plan, Baki said, but it seemed Gaara was not listening. What's wrong? Kankuro asked. Oh no. Temari stuttered. You fool. Trying to transform into your complete form before the signal. Baki scolded. It's impossible to proceed now. Temari exclaimed, observing Gaara's condition. Then what are we supposed to do? Do it without Gaara? Kankuro shouted. What's going on? Sasuke wondered. After a few seconds of silence, the Sand Team's sensei came to a conclusion: abort the mission. You guys take Gaara and retreat, Baki instructed. Temari and Kankuro were surprised to hear that. What about you? Temari asked. I will join the battle. Now go, Baki replied. Temari and Kankuro took Gaara and left. Is the leader of the invasion Orochimaru? Genma inquired. Who knows? Baki responded. What is going on? Sasuke demanded. Sorry, but the Chunin exam is now over. You go pursue Gaara and the others. You're already Chunin level if you're a leaf shinobi, so make yourself useful, Genma replied. Sasuke still didn't understand what was happening, but he nodded and quickly followed Gaara and his team. Meanwhile, back with the Hokage and Kazekage, Orochimaru remarked, so Gaara was useless, as he watched Gaara and his team jump away. I see. So that's it. Sarutobi said calmly. Are these two ignoring me? But whatever. I let these two enjoy their reunion, Naruto thought. In the crowd, Guy pointed out, it's not just that. The situation is more dire than that. Look at the roof of the central watchtower. Kakashi observed, that's barrier ninjutsu. Kakashi, look within the barrier, Guy urged. Kakashi finally saw who was inside the barrier, and his eyes widened. Back with Orochimaru, he declared, your foolishness has caused the leaf to fall further and further behind. I have won. It's not over till it's over. I thought I taught you that. Sarutobi began as the Kazekage revealed his true face. Orochimaru. Sarutobi concluded as Orochimaru's face emerged. I thought this day would come eventually, but you won't get out of my head so easily. Sarutobi said. I told you to hurry and pick the fifth. Orochimaru smirked. That because you will die here, the third. A large number. Kakashi noted as they saw many sound ninjas in front of them. So Orochimaru is behind this, Kakashi realized. Why is Orochimaru here? Is he here for Sasuke? Sakura wondered. Sakura, I have a mission for you, Kakashi said. What is it? Sakura asked. I want you to get Kiba, Shikamaru, and Shino. You four are going to pursue Sasuke and the Sand Team, Kakashi instructed. How will we track down Sasuke? Sakura questioned. The answer came when Kakashi summoned a dog. This guy, Pakken, will be able to track Sasuke down by his scent, Kakashi explained. Go now. The other Jonin and I will take care of this, Kakashi said as he took down a few sound ninjas. Sakura, along with Pakken, went to gather Shikamaru and the others. After informing them about the mission Kakashi had given, they set off after Sasuke. As the group left the stadium and entered the forest, Pakken sensed that they were being followed by 9 Oto ninjas. To act as a distraction and buy the others some time, Shikamaru stayed behind to slow down the ninjas. After altering his surroundings to give the impression that the group had gone in a different direction, Shikamaru lay in wait for the pursuing invaders. Once they caught up and noticed the apparent change in course, Shikamaru trapped the group with his shadow imitation technique. However, he realized that he had only managed to catch 8 of the 9, indicating that one ninja had been following behind to protect the others. Running low on chakra and therefore running out of time to restrain the ninjas, Shikamaru threw shuriken at the group to locate the 9th. The shuriken were all stopped by the free ninja's needles, and Shikamaru attempted to extend his shadow to the ninja's location, but he didn't have enough shadow to work with. After keeping the 8 at bay for a while longer, Shikamaru's chakra ran out, and he was forced to release the group. Freed, the group encouraged the 9th ninja to be the one to eliminate their captive, and in response, a ninja appeared behind Shikamaru. To everyone's surprise, it was Asuma Sarutobi with the 9th ninja in tow. In a flash, Asuma took out the other 8 and told Shikamaru to take a rest. Returning to Sarutobi and Orochimaru, suddenly Orochimaru cried out. Sarutobi noticed and asked, "Are you that happy?" But suddenly Orochimaru stabbed his kunai into his own hand. Trying to kill your own master, yet you still have the heart to feel some small amount of sadness? Sarutobi smirked. I finally feel better. Orochimaru said. No. I was just tired. I yawned and a tear leaked out, that's all, he replied, walking away from Sarutobi. I thought so, Sarutobi smirked. Well, let's start, sensei, Orochimaru said. The third Hokage removed his Hokage outfit, revealing his fighting gear underneath. Orochimaru commented that the third had come prepared for their battle, and the two stared each other down. When one of the tiles on the roof cracked, they began their battle. The third started by sending hundreds of shuriken at Orochimaru, who blocked the attack by summoning 3 coffins to shield himself. The third, recognizing the coffins, deduced what Orochimaru was trying to do and attempted to stop the coffin summonings but failed. The coffins opened, and the reanimated corpses of the second Hokage and fourth Hokage stepped out. "Saru, is that you? You look terrible," Tobirama remarked. "It's nice to see you too, Tobirama-sensei." "I wish it were under better circumstances," Hiruzen replied. "It's nice to see you again, Naruto," Minato said. "Not so nice to see you," Naruto responded, still upset with him. Minato simply smiled at him. "Wait, Naruto," Hiruzen said as he turned around to see him. "You just noticed. I was here the whole time while you and Orochimaru were having your little reunion," Naruto said. "Wait, Naruto and Minato have met before? How is that possible?" Hiruzen thought. "Enough chit-chat," Orochimaru interrupted. Orochimaru prepared the 2 Hokages for battle, removing the effects that death had had on their bodies and erasing their personalities. He jumped away from the upcoming battle. Angered by Orochimaru's use of his former teacher and his successor, the third was about to attack. "Relax, old man. Just stand back and watch," Naruto said as he took off his glasses and began stretching. "Naruto, your chakra is sealed. Do you think you can take on 2 Kage without your chakra?" Hiruzen questioned. Minato threw a kunai in front of him. He then created a Rasengan and threw a kunai at Naruto. Naruto tilted his head to the side, allowing the kunai to pass him. Minato appeared above, holding the kunai. As Minato tried to slam the Rasengan into Naruto, his attack was blocked by Naruto's infinity. Minato teleported back to his other kunai. The second Hokage attacked. The space around the dragon distorted, and in mere seconds, the dragon vanished. "What is going on?" Hiruzen and Orochimaru thought. Naruto appeared in front of both the second Hokage and his father. Minato quickly threw a kunai and teleported to its location. "Disappear," he commanded. Naruto unleashed his red reversal technique, striking the second Hokage. The attack obliterated the second Hokage's body and created a breach in the barrier. The Sound 4 reacted quickly, sealing the hole. "What just happened?" "The second's body isn't regenerating," Orochimaru remarked, realizing the implications of Naruto's curse techniques. "Limitless," Naruto declared confidently. "What?" Orochimaru responded, taken aback. "This technique brings the concept of infinity into reality, allowing me to manipulate and distort space at will," Naruto explained. "The ability to manipulate and distort space? How can you do that without using chakra?" Orochimaru questioned, intrigued yet wary. "That's a secret," Naruto replied with a smirk. Minato scattered his kunais across the rooftop and teleported around Naruto. In response, Naruto distorted the space around the kunais, causing them to vanish, then pulled Minato toward him. "Die!" Naruto shouted as he unleashed another attack. Seeing this, Orochimaru decided to retreat. "You 4, it's time to retreat," he commanded. The Sound 4 canceled the barrier and disappeared. "It was nice catching up with you, Sarutobi-sensei. I hate to cut our time short, but I have to go," Orochimaru said before attempting to escape. "Domain expansion, infinite void," Naruto declared, ensnaring only Hiruzen and Orochimaru within his domain. As the infinite void activated, both Hiruzen and Orochimaru were flooded with infinite knowledge, experiencing everything and nothing simultaneously, leaving them paralyzed. Perception, communication. Every action associated with living is forcibly repeated an infinite number of times. It's ironic, isn't it? When granted everything, you can't do anything, Naruto said as he seized Orochimaru's head and ripped it off. He released his domain, and the Umbu saw the paralyzed Hiruzen alongside Orochimaru's corpse. When they inquired about the Hokage, Naruto explained that Hiruzen's brain was processing an overwhelming amount of information and assured them he would recover in a week or 2. The Umbu took Hiruzen to a safe location. Naruto released a wave of killing intent, causing both Leaf Shinobi and the invading forces in the stadium to turn toward its source. Enhancing his vocal cords with cursed energy, he announced, "Sound Ninja, your leader Orochimaru is dead," holding up Orochimaru's head for all to see. "Sand Ninja, you were used. The Kazekage is dead. He was killed by Orochimaru." Naruto killed a legendary Sannin, Kakashi thought, astonished. Upon hearing this, the Sand Ninja surrendered, while the Sound Ninja fled in panic. He killed Lord Orochimaru. How interesting, Kabuto mused before disappearing. Go inform your comrades of this. Also, deal with the remaining Sound Ninja, Naruto instructed. The Sand Ninja quickly made their way back to the village. That demon Orochimaru, Baki thought as he vanished. "It's over, we won," a Leaf Ninja proclaimed, and the Leaf Ninja began to cheer. Naruto reappeared in front of Shino, who was still engaged in battle with Kankuro. "Naruto," Shino greeted. "You two can stop fighting," Naruto said. "Why would we do that?" Kankuro replied defiantly. Naruto informed them about Orochimaru's defeat. "That snake beast used us," Kankuro said angrily. Naruto vanished again, appearing before Temari, who was fighting Kiba. "Naruto, back off. This is my fight," Kiba insisted. He then relayed the news about Orochimaru. "Diamine, you should go stop Gaara. I doubt he will listen to reason," Temari advised. Naruto immediately disappeared and reappeared near Sasuke, who was pinned to a tree by Gaara's sand, with Sakura unconscious beside him. "You look terrible," Naruto remarked, assessing Sasuke's injuries. "Naruto," Sasuke acknowledged. "And Goth, you look ugly," Naruto added with a smirk. "Sleep," Naruto commanded, using curse speech to make Sasuke fall asleep. "Come to save your friends, pathetic. As long as you fight for the sake of others, you will remain weak. Only one can remain undefeated, and only he will know what it is like to truly exist. Let trivial feelings like friendship and loyalty cloud your focus, and you will die," Gaara taunted. "Sorry, did you say something?" Naruto replied, pulling his finger out of his ear. "You don't understand what true strength is," Gaara insisted. "Speak for yourself." "I am the epitome of strength. Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one," Naruto declared confidently. "You say that, yet you still protect the weak," Gaara countered. "Well, I owe him a favor since he tried to save my life when it wasn't needed. As for that girl, she has the potential to grow. If she lets go of her obsession with Sasuke, I want to see how far she can go," Naruto explained. "It doesn't matter, either way, die," Gaara threatened, unleashing a torrent of sand at Naruto and his team. Naruto manipulated the space around his teammates, shielding them from the attack. Gaara then launched massive sand shurikens, which Naruto blocked effortlessly. "Naruto Uzumaki Gojo," Gaara shouted before transforming into Shikaku. Gaara used the play possum jutsu, forcing himself to fall asleep and surrendering control to Shikaku. "Yahoo, I am finally free. Lucky me, I found a guy to kill," Shikaku exclaimed, eyeing Naruto. "Why don't you give it a try?" Naruto challenged. Shikaku fired multiple large wind bullets at Naruto and his teammates, but Naruto made them vanish. "Come on, try harder," Naruto taunted. Shikaku began forming a tailed beast bomb. Naruto created a large reversal red. Both he and Shikaku unleashed their attacks, which collided in a spectacular clash. Reversal red and a tailed beast bomb. "What a good combination," Naruto said as he appeared behind the two attacks. Naruto took control of the tailed beast bomb and merged it with his reversal red. "He combined our attacks," Shikaku thought, shocked. Shikaku prepared another tailed beast bomb. "Let's finish this," Naruto declared, firing his attack. Shikaku launched his tailed beast bomb as well. The two attacks collided, and after a few tense seconds, Naruto's attack overpowered Shikaku's. The explosion sent shockwaves through the area, and Shikaku's body dissolved into sand, causing Gaara's transformation to revert. Gaara lay on the ground, injured and defeated. "I lost," Gaara thought, despair washing over him. Naruto approached him cautiously. "No, stay away from me," Gaara pleaded, fear evident in his voice. As Naruto drew near, he bent down to ruffle Gaara's hair. It's almost unbearable, isn't it? The feeling of being all alone. I know that feeling. I've been there, in that dark, lonely place. But now there are others, people I care about deeply. I will protect them even if it costs me my life, Naruto said sincerely. Why would you do that for anyone but yourself? Gaara asked, bewildered. Because they rescued me from my loneliness. They were the first to accept me for who I was. They are my precious people, Naruto replied, his voice filled with conviction. Gaara reflected on the words of his uncle Yashimaru. Love is the heart's desire to serve someone who is precious to you. To watch over them, like your mother did for you. Is that what makes him strong? Gaara thought. Kankuro and Temari appeared, and Kankuro picked up Gaara. They left after that, jumping through the trees. Gaara reflected on Naruto, Uzumaki, and Gojo, wondering if he might become strong like them someday. Kankuro, Temari, I am sorry, he said, surprising them both. Don't worry about it, Kankuro replied. Meanwhile, Naruto felt a sharp pain in his eyes after a fun day. He quickly put on the BLNDFLD he had in his pocket. I should take these two to the hospital, he said, noticing that the sand binding them had disappeared. 2 days later, the Sand Village was in discussions with the Leaf Village regarding reparations for the damages they had incurred. They managed to agree on terms, with the Leaf Village promising to request the Wind Daimyo to send more missions their way. The Wind Daimyo had been outsourcing missions to the Leaf Village, which deprived the Sand Village of essential funds. The Sand Village had only managed to survive through the trade of gold and the development of new jutsu, but that was not a sustainable solution for the long term. In the council room, the village elders approached Jiraiya, a former pupil of the 3rd Hokage, asking him to become the 5th Hokage. This invasion has shown us that we need a new Hokage, Koharu stated. We also don't know how long Hiruzen will be incapacitated. Uzumaki said it would take a few weeks for him to recover. That's why we think you should become Hokage, Hamura added. Jiraiya expressed that he was not suited for the position and nominated Tsunade instead. Since Tsunade's whereabouts were unknown, Jiraiya offered to find her, stipulating that he be allowed to bring Naruto Uzumaki with him. The elders agreed. From what we heard, the Uzumaki is close with the Mizukichi. With his help, we can establish relations with the Mist Village, Hamura remarked. I will see what I can do, Jiraiya responded. A few hours later, Kabuto approached Orochimaru with a message from Danzo. Lord Orochimaru, you received a message from Danzo, he said. Orochimaru, curious about the old man's request, read the message. So he wants me to kill Tsunade, he said. Kabuto questioned why Danzo would want that. She has been chosen to be the next Hokage, a position Danzo desperately wants, Orochimaru explained. Kabuto asked if Orochimaru would go through with it. I would rather recruit Tsunade than kill her, Orochimaru replied. What if she refuses? Kabuto inquired. I will kill her, Orochimaru stated. Kabuto then asked about Naruto's power. It was definitely not nature energy. He must have another source of power, Orochimaru thought, considering Naruto as a potential vessel. The next day, Naruto was sitting in his favorite ramen shop, flirting with Ayam. I heard this is the place you go all the time to eat ramen, Jiraiya said as he entered. Well, if it isn't Pervy Sage, Naruto replied, causing Jiraiya to sigh at the title Naruto had given him. Jiraiya informed Naruto that he had a mission to find a certain woman and wanted him to accompany him. Is she going to replace the old man? Naruto asked. How did you know? Jiraiya responded. Just a guess, Naruto said with a grin. So, are you coming with me? Jiraiya asked. Sure, Naruto agreed. At the village gate, Naruto declared, all right, let's go. Later, 2 outsiders entered the village, catching the attention of Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi. When confronted, the two revealed themselves to be Kisame Hashigaki, a renegade ninja from the Mist Village, and Itachi Uchiha, the man who had murdered the entire Uchiha clan. Asuma and Kurenai attempted to apprehend them but quickly found themselves outmatched. Just as they were about to be defeated, Kakashi Hatake arrived to save them, using his Sharingan to battle Kisame. Itachi then asked Kisame to step down, wanting to face Kakashi himself. Despite Kakashi's formidable abilities, Itachi quickly proved to be the superior ninja, displaying far greater speed and superior Sharingan abilities. Kakashi barely managed to block Itachi's attacks. Realizing that Itachi was using only a fraction of his abilities, Kakashi instructed Asuma and Kurenai to close their eyes to avoid falling prey to Itachi's ultimate technique. However, Itachi's Tsukuyomi quickly overpowered Kakashi's Sharingan, rendering him helpless. With the little strength he had left, Kakashi asked why they had come to Konoha. Itachi replied that they were after the fourth Hokage's legacy, Naruto Uzumaki. Kakashi recognized this as Akatsuki's goal to gain the power of the nine-tailed fox sealed within Naruto. Itachi then instructed Kisame to kill Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai. Before Kisame could land a fatal blow, Might Guy appeared and repelled him. With Guy's arrival, Kakashi collapsed, exhausted from Itachi's previous attack. Itachi, recognizing Guy as a threat and aware that reinforcements were on their way, decided to leave with Kisame to avoid starting a war. Taking Kakashi away to rest, Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai agreed that it would be best if Sasuke Uchiha, Itachi's brother, did not know that Itachi had returned. When Sasuke arrived to find out what had put Kakashi in such a state, the truth of Itachi's return and his search for Naruto slipped out when Aoba accidentally revealed it. Sasuke ran off in search of Naruto, heading to the ramen stand. Naruto usually comes here for lunch. After that, do you know where he went? Sasuke asked the owner of the stand. Let's see. I'm sure Jiraiya-sama came and ate ramen with him. He said where he was going. He was going to leave town for a little bit, taking the cattle road down to the hotel town or something. Jiraiya-san took him along when he left, Tucci replied. Jiraiya? Sasuke asked. Tucci nodded and said, a great ninja. Spotting him is easy, a big white-haired man. Sasuke immediately left. Meanwhile, Naruto was lying on his bed, relaxing, when suddenly someone knocked on the door. He opened it to find Itachi and Kisame standing there. He walked out of the room, passing them by. Naruto walked into a wall, calling out for help. Whoever is there, can you assist this helpless blind man? Kisame appeared in front of Naruto and struck him with his Samehada. To Kisame's shock, Naruto stopped the attack with just one finger, the infinity symbol glowing around it. Impossible! He stopped my attack with just a finger, Kisame thought, quickly jumping away from Naruto. So you aren't as helpless as you claim to be, Itachi remarked. Kisame smirked. Looks like this is gonna be fun. My name is Kisame Hashigaki. Well, hello Kisame, Naruto waved back. Itachi, it's time we got started, Kisame said with a grin. Naruto suddenly smiled. Well, it seems like someone has appeared. It has been a while, Sasuke, Itachi said, acknowledging his brother. Today is a special day, don't you think? This is the second time I've seen another Sharingan, Kisame added. Itachi, I will kill you, Sasuke declared, his face dark with determination. You seem to be familiar with Itachi. Who are you? Kisame asked. He is my younger brother, Itachi replied. I heard the entire Uchiha clan was wiped out by you. So you spared him, Kisame said, his interest piqued. Sasuke and Itachi locked eyes, memories flooding back of the day Itachi had killed their clan. Sasuke recalled Itachi's words, to hate him, if he wants to kill him. I've been wanting to say this to you. I've lived hating you. And I have lived only to kill you, Sasuke said, anger evident on his face as he prepared his Chidori. Chidori? Itachi questioned, sensing the intensity of Sasuke's emotions. I have lived for this. Sasuke shouted, rushing towards his brother with the Chidori, but Itachi sidestepped him, grabbing his arm before he could strike. Itachi used Tsukuyomi to show Sasuke the murder of their parents, mocking him for lacking the hatred needed to be strong enough. Sasuke fell into a comatose state. Come here, Naruto said, using a technique to shield Kisame, Itachi, and Sasuke. He placed Sasuke behind him and prepared to attack Itachi and Kisame. Reversal read, Naruto declared, unleashing a powerful attack that destroyed part of the hotel and blasted the Akatsuki members away. Jiraiya, on his way back to the hotel, heard the explosion and thought, I hope the kid is alright. Meanwhile, Itachi and Kisame assessed the situation. That hurt. It looks like this is not going to be an easy fight, Kisame admitted. Let's retreat for now. Jiraiya is probably on his way back to the hotel, Itachi suggested. Fine, Kisame agreed, and they disappeared. When Jiraiya finally arrived at the hotel, he surveyed the destruction. What happened here? He asked, noticing Naruto standing amidst the chaos. My attack, Naruto replied. Where are the Akatsuki? Jiraiya inquired. Itachi and Kisame. My attack sent those two flying, Naruto explained. He's taken on 2 Akatsuki members on his own, Jiraiya thought, impressed. Sasuke seems to be not alright, Naruto said, lifting Sasuke's unconscious form. Suddenly, Guy appeared and attacked Jiraiya. Guy? Jiraiya exclaimed, unable to react in time and taking the hit. Sorry. I was in a rush and thought you were the enemy. Guy laughed. You didn't do it on purpose? Jiraiya asked sarcastically. Well, that's alright, you deserve it, Naruto said. Anyway, Sasuke needs to get to a hospital. Hey, what do you mean I deserved it? Jiraiya shouted. What anyway? He seems to have a fractured rib, and the Sharingan Genjutsu caused a mind attack that made him lose his senses. Jiraiya calmed down. Guy, this child's feelings are understandable, but we still must quickly rescue Sasuke, Jiraiya said. Itachi probably used the same jutsu he used on Kakashi, Guy noted. We will need a top medical ninja to help Kakashi and Sasuke. So it looks like we need her after all, Jiraiya suddenly said. Do you mean? Guy's eyes widened. Yes. She is one of the 3 Sannin like me. She will be able to help them, Jiraiya confirmed. What anyway? Guy, take the Uchiha home. Naruto and I will find her. Yes, Jiraiya-sama, Guy said before taking Sasuke away. Okay, Naruto, let's go, Jiraiya instructed. To be continued. Meanwhile, Tsunade, an avid and very unlucky gambler, hit a winning streak, sensing that something bad was about to happen. She tried to flee the city, but her assistant, Shizune, urged her to see the local landmarks first. Reluctantly, Tsunade agreed. As Shizune admired an ancient castle, Tsunade repeatedly urged her to hurry up. Suddenly, the castle collapsed, and from the rubble emerged Orochimaru and Kabuto riding a giant snake. Tsunade, unhappy to see her old teammate, prepared to attack him. Just as she was about to strike, Orochimaru offered to revive her dead brother and lover. Considering his offer, Tsunade asked what he wanted in exchange. He told her she would have to serve him. Orochimaru then gave Tsunade some time to consider his offer before he and Kabuto disappeared. Elsewhere, Jiraiya and Naruto arrived in the city and visited Tsunade's last known location. When they heard reports of a giant snake destroying a castle, Jiraiya recognized it as one of Orochimaru's acts and rushed to the castle. Orochimaru is alive. How interesting. Can't wait to kill him again, Naruto thought. Meanwhile, Shizune urged Tsunade not to consider Orochimaru's offer, insisting they should fight. Although Tsunade refused, Orochimaru shed some of his own blood to ensure she kept her word, knowing that Tsunade had a fear of blood. With Tsunade forced into Espimsen by the sight of his blood, Orochimaru allowed her a week to consider his offer. After some time, Naruto and Jiraiya found Tsunade at a bar. Finally, we've found you, Tsunade, Jiraiya smirked. Today I met with someone that brings back bad memories, Tsunade said. Pervy Sage, what did you do? Naruto asked. She isn't talking about me, brat. Jiraiya protested. Your perverted tendencies are enough to give someone bad memories, Naruto laughed. Jiraiya got mad but then calmed down. Well, you don't mean me, right? Jiraiya asked Tsunade. Not you, I am talking about Orochimaru, Tsunade clarified. Did anything happen? Jiraiya asked. At this, Shizune stared at Tsunade, who glared back at her. Nothing much. Just a little greeting, Tsunade replied, though Jiraiya could see she was lying. Jiraiya, why did you come to see me? Tsunade asked. To tell the truth, the village of the Leaf has issued a request for you to be the 5th Hokage, Jiraiya answered, causing Tsunade and Shizen's eyes to widen. Sensei is incapacitated right now, all due to this guy, Jiraiya said, pointing at Naruto, who waved at them. Since the village needs a leader, you have been chosen as the next Hokage. Hokage! Tsunade echoed. So what is your answer? Are you willing to accept the position? Jiraiya asked. Impossible. I decline. Who in their right mind would accept that job? Tsunade responded. Come on, Tsuna. Would you please consider it? Naruto asked. Who are you? Tsunade replied. Naruto Uzumaki Gojo, he said while taking off his BLNDFLD. Kushina's kid. He has become handsome, Tsunade thought, feeling a blush creep onto her cheeks. Naruto, are you going to pursue a relationship with her? Since you are technically Hashirama's reincarnation, that means she is kind of your granddaughter, Kurama remarked. Technically, Ashura reincarnated into Hashirama and, of course, into me. That doesn't mean I am him or Hashirama. I may have their memories, but that isn't going to stop me from pursuing a relationship with Tsunade, Naruto thought. How about we make a bet? Naruto suggested. A bet? Tsunade asked, intrigued. If I kill Orochimaru, you will become Hokage, Naruto declared. You think you can kill a Sannin? Tsunade laughed. Well then, 1 week from now, I have a meeting with Orochimaru. If you can kill him, I will become Hokage, and I'll give you this necklace, Tsunade said, showing him the necklace around her neck. If I lose the bet, I will pay all your debts, Naruto added. Tsunade-sama. That is your. Shizen widened her eyes in shock. All right, I accept, Tsunade said confidently. Defeating a Sannin? This kid is arrogant, Tsunade thought. Until now, she has never bet that necklace before. Shizen thought, concerned. What are you doing? That necklace is. Shizen wanted answers. It's not like he can accomplish it anyway. Tsunade smirked. Let's go, Shizen. Shizen remembered their earlier meeting with Orochimaru and the boy named Kabuto beside him. You don't need to answer now, but we would like an answer in a week. Wait, Tsunade, why don't we have a drink? It's been a while since we last saw each other, Jiraiya suggested. Sure, Tsunade replied. Naruto, why don't you and Shizen find a hotel to stay for the night? Jiraiya proposed. Sure, let's go, Shizen-chan, Naruto said. Okay, Naruto, Shizen agreed. They left and soon reached a hotel, where they got separate rooms. Naruto lay on the bed when he heard a knock on the door. He opened it to find Shizen standing there. Hi, Naruto, can we talk? Shizen asked. Sure, come in. What brings you here? Naruto invited her in. I want to talk about Tsunade-sama, Shizen said. Oh, Naruto replied, intrigued. Tsunade-sama wasn't always like this. Before, she had a caring heart that loved the village, but she changed. All because of that day. Dreams, love, and hope were all lost, Shizen explained. She lost her brother Nawaki, didn't she? Naruto asked. Not just him, but her lover as well, Shizen continued. Naruto, you must cancel the bet. Everyone who had that necklace died except Tsunade-sama. It is cursed, only Tsunade-sama can wear it. Shizen-chan, don't worry about me. I will be fine. And also, don't worry about Tsunade. I have a feeling she is going to change sooner or later, Naruto said before leaning in and kissing her on the lips. Huh, why did you do that? Shizen asked, her cheeks turning red. Oh, sorry. I couldn't help myself, you're just too beautiful, Naruto smiled at her. Shizen ran away with a red face. A week passed, and Naruto returned home to spend time with his girlfriends. Jiraiya and Tsunade spent the week drinking at the bar. Wake up, Shizen-chan. Naruto tried to wake her. What? Shizen asked as she finally woke up. Naruto. Shizen, what happened? Why were you unconscious? Naruto inquired. Demented. Naruto, please stay here. Shizen said as she moved toward the window to leave, but a kunai stopped her. Who was that? She demanded, calming down when she saw a weak Jiraiya. Jiraiya explained his current state. It seemed Tsunade had put something in his sake last night. He couldn't release chakra well, and his whole body ached. He couldn't even hold chopsticks. Shizen explained that after bringing Naruto back to his room, she had a conversation with Tsunade but ended up unconscious due to Tsunade's actions. Hey Shizen. What did Orochimaru say? It's about time you told us the truth, Naruto prompted. Shizen looked disappointed. I wanted to believe in Tsunade-sama, that's why I didn't say anything. But we don't have much time. Follow me. Shizen urged as they left for the meeting point where she and Tsunade had last met Orochimaru. On the way to Tsunade's location, she revealed that Orochimaru had offered to revive her brother and her lover if she swore loyalty to him. He wants to recruit Tsunade, Jiraiya thought. Meanwhile, with Tsunade and Orochimaru, Tsunade stated, I will join you, but promise you won't ever attack the village. All right, Orochimaru replied. Well then let's go. As Tsunade walked toward Orochimaru, she enhanced her fist with chakra and attempted to punch him. Before she could land the hit, Orochimaru dodged. So you betray me, Tsunade? Orochimaru glared at her. How could you come to such an answer? To try to kill me? I really intended to revive those two, and I even promised not to destroy the leaf. Orochimaru, I know that your promise to not touch the leaf was a lie. I know that. But those two, even for just one more time, I wanted to see them. I wanted to touch them, even for just one more time, their smiling faces. But I know that it would be disrespectful to disturb their eternal rest, Tsunade replied. So the deal is off. No choice then. I will kill you, Orochimaru threatened. Tsunade glared back, her determination evident as she stomped the ground, causing both Orochimaru and Kabuto to jump away from the rubble. Let us battle, Orochimaru declared. With Naruto and Shizen, they finally reached the meeting point. The street was completely destroyed. It looks like she refused his offer, Jiraiya observed. Tsunade is over there, Naruto pointed in her direction. They hurried toward her. After retreating to an empty field, Kabuto and Tsunade began their fight. Kabuto, not very skilled in taijutsu, resorted to using his chakra techniques. Although Tsunade initially avoided many of his attacks, her age caused her to tire quickly, allowing Kabuto to catch her off guard and strike. Using his technique, Kabuto was able to sever some of Tsunade's muscles upon contact, preventing her from moving. He took advantage of this and punched her in the chest, making it difficult for her to breathe. Thinking this should be enough to force Tsunade into SBMSN, Kabuto began to gloat at his success. However, Tsunade, using her strength, struck him in the neck, forcing him to the ground. As he attempted to rise, Kabuto discovered that Tsunade's attack had disrupted the electric currents of his nervous system, causing him pain when he tried to stand. With Kabuto unable to move, Tsunade healed her injuries. As she did so, Kabuto began to adapt, learning from Tsunade's last attack. After regaining the ability to move most of his body, Kabuto stood up, surprising Tsunade with his rapid ability to recover. Just as Kabuto was about to attack a still-healing Tsunade, Naruto, Jiraiya, and Shizen appeared before him, blocking the way. Long time no see, Jiraiya, Orochimaru said. You haven't changed a bit, Jiraiya replied. Naruto, it has been a while, Kabuto remarked. Oh hey, Kabuto, Naruto responded. I see you know him, Jiraiya noted. Suddenly, Tsunade rushed at Kabuto, ready to attack him, but he cut his hand, causing her to freeze at the sight of his blood. A legendary ninja scared of a little blood. Pathetic, Kabuto taunted before kicking her away. Naruto caught her. Tsunade, pull yourself together. This is no way for the future Hokage to behave, he urged. Naruto, why are you trying to protect this failure? She would be better off dead, Kabuto sneered. Shut up, Kabuto. I will protect her even if it costs me my life, Naruto declared. Jiraiya handed out assignments. He would fight Orochimaru, Shizen would fight Kabuto, and Naruto would protect Tsunade while she recovered. With that, Jiraiya and Orochimaru performed the summoning technique. Two giant snakes were summoned, while Jiraiya, still in his drugged condition, could only manage to summon Gamakichi. Orochimaru ridiculed Jiraiya for failing to summon anything formidable. Orochimaru and Kabuto charged at their respective opponents, each riding upon a different snake. Jiraiya used his swamp of the underworld on Orochimaru, though in his drugged state he was only able to submerge the snake in a shallow swamp. No longer able to use the snake, Orochimaru charged at Jiraiya, lengthening his neck with his sword in his mouth. In response, Jiraiya jumped away from Orochimaru until his neck stopped extending. Orochimaru went on the offensive. Meanwhile, Naruto dealt with Kabuto. What the hell was that? Kabuto thought in pain. I have to retreat. Sorry, Lord Orochimaru, it looks like you're going to die again, he whispered before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Tsunade regained her senses. It's time to win the bet, Naruto said. Win the bet? Tsunade thought. Wood style, wood dragon. Naruto exclaimed. The wood dragon restrained Orochimaru, who felt his chakra being drained and suppressed. Wood style, Jiraiya and Orochimaru thought. Wood style. He called me Tsuna. That's what grandfather called me. Could he be? Tsunade pondered. Jiraiya, get away from him if you want to live, Naruto warned. Jiraiya complied. Reverse curse technique, reversal red. Plus curse technique lapse, blue, Naruto announced. Well, it is time to cut this reunion short, Naruto thought. Let me show you guys something special. Hollow purple, he said before firing it. The attack hit Orochimaru dead on. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizen were awestruck by the destructive power of Naruto's attack. Orochimaru is probably going to come back, Jiraiya thought. That's impressive, kid. What was that purple thing? Jiraiya asked. Hollow purple, Naruto replied. How can you use wood style? Jiraiya inquired. My ancestor Ashura was a wood style user, Naruto explained. Does that mean he isn't grandfather? Tsunade thought. His ancestor. Does he know about the Uzumaki clan? Jiraiya wondered. Tsunade, since Naruto killed Orochimaru, you are going to be Hokage, Jiraiya declared. A bet is a bet, Tsunade said, taking off her necklace and putting it around Naruto's neck. She kissed him on the forehead, which made Jiraiya a little jealous. I would have preferred a kiss on the lips, Naruto remarked. You do know I am old enough to be your grandma, Tsunade replied. Age is nothing but a number. Would you consider being my girlfriend? Naruto asked. Did our kiss mean nothing to him? Shizen thought, feeling jealous. Would you still accept me if I looked like this? Tsunade asked as she showed her true appearance, revealing gray hair, wrinkles on her face, and sagging features. Naruto grasped her face. I still accept you. Besides, I can give you your youth back, he whispered in her ear. Let's wait until we get back to the leaf, and I will restore your youth. Tsunade was surprised to hear this. She transformed back to her young self. Jiraiya felt jealousy seeing how Naruto was flirting with Tsunade and pushed Naruto away from her. Don't you think it's time we went back to the village? Jiraiya suggested. Yeah, I guess, Naruto agreed. Well, let's rest for the day. Let's head home tomorrow, Jiraiya said. Dan, Nawaki, grandfather, I will protect the Leaf Village even if it costs me my life, Tsunade thought. They returned to the hotel where they were staying. Unknown location. Itachi Kisame. Did you capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Pain asked. Unfortunately, no, Itachi replied. And why is that? Pain pressed. Naruto is more powerful than we thought, Itachi explained, detailing Naruto's lapse blue and reversal red techniques. When Pain heard about how Naruto pulled them toward him with lapse blue, he thought, universal pull. Does he possess the Rinnegan? Pain proceeded to give them a mission and told them not to worry about capturing Naruto. He would do it himself. His projection vanished. That's too bad. I wanted to fight that kid, Kisame said. If we were to fight him, we would lose, Itachi replied. What makes you think that? Kisame asked. My instinct, Itachi answered. With Pain he said, Madara, what do you think? Who knows? Maybe he has the Rinnegan or a similar dojutsu to the Rinnegan. Your battle with Naruto will be interesting, to say the least, Madara, Obito, remarked. It doesn't matter, he will fall before God, Pain stated. Haha, your arrogance will be your downfall, Nagato, Mada Tobito thought. This takes place during the Chunin exam. Instead of fighting Kiba, Naruto faced Rock Lee. Next fight, Kiba vs. Gar. Proctor, I forfeit. Kiba shouted. He knew it was dangerous to take him on. Gaara was angry because he didn't get to fight. Once again, the screen flashed as it did its job. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Rock Lee. Good luck, Naruto. Do your best, Sakura encouraged her teammate. Don't worry, I am the strongest, Naruto replied confidently. It's finally my turn, Lee thought excitedly. The two went down to the arena. The room was quiet as everyone settled down to watch. Most were hoping for a less intense battle between the two Leaf Genin. No one said a word about who they thought would win. No one even shouted words of encouragement. What they had witnessed before had stolen any cheer they could have possibly had. Come on, Naruto, you can do it, Irika thought. Geez, there is no way Naruto can even come close to winning, Shikamaru said to his teammates on the balcony. Yeah, you're right, I still find it surprising Naruto became a genin, Ino added. Lucky him. He got the dead last, Kiba thought. He's fated to lose against Lee, Niji thought. Gee, good luck, Naruto, Hinata thought to herself. Show him the power of your youth. Guy shouted. Yes, Guy-sensei. Lee replied. Before we begin, let me stretch for a bit, Naruto said. Lee did some stretches as well. Okay, I am done now, Naruto announced. Lee stopped as well. After a few seconds, Height raised his hand and signaled the beginning of the match. Begin. Lee was off, starting with a roundhouse kick. Konoha Senpu, Leaf Whirlwind. He shouted. Naruto blocked it, and his hand quickly shifted to his opponent's leg. Grabbing it and spinning around, Naruto slammed Lee into the ground. Lee planted his hands on the ground in a breakfall, then shot out his other leg in a mule kick. Naruto jumped back, allowing Lee to use the momentum from his failed kick to right himself to a standing position. Konoha Dezenpu! Lee shouted, starting with a low kick that was blocked. He then rotated, going for a middle kick followed by a high kick. Naruto still blocked the strikes. He disappeared and reappeared behind Lee, performing a speedy roundhouse kick. Lee wasn't fast enough to block it, and he realized his mistake as he was flung like a rag doll across the arena. Naruto was just getting started. He shifted to the offensive and quickly pummeled Lee into the ground again and again. Most of the spectators were surprised, as they didn't think Naruto stood a chance against Lee. Lee, take them off. Guy yelled from the balcony. But Guy-sensei, you said I could only take them off when my precious people or Nindo was threatened. Lee protested. This is an exception, Lee. Guy shouted, giving a thumbs up and flashing a bright smile. All right. Lee replied, jumping to the top of the statue of the third's hands. He took off his orange leg warmers, revealing a set of weights underneath. When he dropped them down, they landed in a giant crater with a loud boom. Guy, are you crazy? Kakashi scolded. He can handle them. Guy replied confidently. Lee disappeared in a show of speed, attacking with a large variety of strikes. Naruto kept up with him easily, dodging each attack. Guy was impressed to see Naruto keeping pace with his student. Naruto appeared behind Lee and delivered a powerful blow, sending him flying into the wall. I guess I was wrong, Shikamaru remarked. What the heck? How did the dobe change so much? Kiba exclaimed. Naruto is amazing, Hinata thought to herself. Lee quickly recovered, demonstrating his ability to open the first gate. He then powered himself up by opening the second and third gates. Guy and Niji had flashbacks to before Lee became a genin and right after he became one, showing his determination to be a respectable ninja through the use of taijutsu alone. Lee followed up by opening the fourth and fifth gates. His power and speed increased tremendously, with his skin turning red and a blue aura surrounding him. Guy, what were you thinking? Teaching him the gates? Kakashi asked. Guy replied, it's his last resort to save his precious people and guard his Nindo. Nothing is more important than that. Kakashi sighed. It's over for Naruto now, Guy said confidently. I wouldn't count on that, Kakashi replied. Lee's movements became a blur as he started attacking Naruto from all directions. Despite his speed, Lee failed to land a single hit on Naruto, who remained standing still. The spectators were astonished. How is Lee unable to land a single hit on Naruto? Guy said shocked. Neji used his Byakugan and saw that Naruto wasn't using a jutsu to protect himself. How is he able to do that? Neji wondered. Lee, didn't you hear what I said earlier? I am the strongest, Naruto declared. If you are the strongest, then face me, Lee challenged. Okay, fine, Naruto replied. The two moved became blurs. Naruto started delivering multiple critical blows to Lee, each ending in black flashes. The damage from the black flashes and the usage of the inner gates proved tremendous. Lee could only gasp in pain as Naruto's blows reduced him to his knees. Lee, get up! Guy shouted. It's over, sensei, Neji said with a serious expression. Sakura cheered for Naruto. Is this really Naruto? Team 8 and Team 10 wondered. Hey 8 was about to call the match until Lee stood up. Lee, stay down. You have already lost, Naruto warned. Lee refused and tried to attack, but his attempts failed as he was unable to hit Naruto due to his infinity. I admire your spirit. I guess I will end this battle with one of my strongest attacks, Naruto said. Lee found himself unable to move as Naruto used his limitless to manipulate the space around him, holding him in place. Curse technique reversal, red, Naruto declared as he unleashed his attack. Lee! Guy screamed, worried. When the smoke cleared, the damage was revealed. The spectators were shocked to see the large crater in the ground. Gaara was drooling as he eyed Naruto with a battle-crazed look. Hey8 looked at the unconscious Lee and declared Naruto the victor. Naruto took off his BLNDFLD for a brief moment and looked at everyone. Remember this, weaklings. Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. I, Naruto Gojo, am the strongest. Before returning to the village, Tsunade convinced Jiraiya that they should visit a hot spring. Naruto bathed alongside Tsunade, Shizune, and other women. Jiraiya, feeling jealous, attempted to sneak a peek at them but was caught. As a result, Naruto and Tsunade confronted him, and Naruto warned Jiraiya that if he ever spied on one of his friends again, there would be serious consequences. After their trip to the hot springs, they returned to the village, where Tsunade received a warm welcome from the villagers who recognized her. However, the villagers sneered at Naruto, which did not bother him much. Shizune noticed this and expressed her concern. Naruto reassured her, saying, "It's okay, I am used to it." He then added, "See you guys later," before disappearing. A few days later, Tsunade healed Kakashi and Sasuke. In Lee's case, surgery was necessary, and she informed him and Guy that his chances of becoming a shinobi again were slim. Despite the odds, Lee insisted on going through with the surgery. Later, Tsunade's inauguration as Hokage took place. At the hospital, Sakura sat next to Sasuke's bed, holding a plate of sliced apples. Sasuke was lost in thought and paid no attention to her. Itachi's voice echoed in Sasuke's mind, taunting him about his weakness and lack of hatred. Naruto entered the room, greeting them with a casual, "Yo." Upon seeing Naruto, Sasuke recalled his previous fight with Gaara, where he had to be saved by Naruto, which only fueled his anger. In a fit of rage, Sasuke knocked the plate out of Sakura's hand, shattering it on the floor. "Sasuke," Sakura exclaimed, shocked by his outburst. "Dude, what's your problem?" Naruto asked, confused by Sasuke's behavior. Sasuke glared at Naruto and demanded, "Naruto, I want you to fight me. Fight me now." Sakura gasped in disbelief. "Bro, you just got patched up by Tsunade. And you want to fight? Are you MCST or something? Shut up and fight me." Sasuke yelled, activating his Sharingan. "What's wrong with you, Sasuke?" Sakura thought, worried for him. "Do you really think you saved me? I don't care if she is the 5th Hokage. You shouldn't have gotten her involved in this," Sasuke accused. "Ungrateful prick," Naruto muttered under his breath. "Just put him out of his misery," Kurama suggested. Sasuke got out of bed and walked up to Naruto, challenging him. "Let's fight, or are you too chicken?" "Hey Sasuke, wait. Don't do this." Sakura pleaded. "Naruto, say something. This is crazy." Actually, this is perfect. I was just thinking I should put you in your place. Naruto smirked. Why don't you guys talk about this? What do you say? Sakura tried to intervene, but her words fell on deaf ears. Follow me, Sasuke said, walking out of the room, with Naruto following him to the roof. The two stood a few steps apart, and Naruto chuckled. What's so funny? Sasuke demanded. You thinking you can beat me, Naruto replied confidently. Sasuke glared at him. What did you say, loser? Ungrateful bstrd. This loser saved you, or are you forgetting how pathetic you were against Gaara? Enough talking, let's fight, Naruto challenged. Sasuke charged at him, yelling, Naruto! But Naruto merely sidestepped his attacks. Take this seriously, Sasuke insisted, growing frustrated as Naruto continued to dodge. Okay, Naruto said before disappearing from Sasuke's view. Where is he? Sasuke wondered, turning around just in time to see Naruto appear in front of him. Naruto kicked Sasuke in the stomach, sending him soaring into the air. As Sasuke regained his composure, he began forming hand signs. Naruto smirked, anticipating his next move. Sasuke unleashed a torrent of flames, causing Sakura to gasp in worry. As the flames subsided, Sasuke saw Naruto preparing a powerful attack. Chidori, Sasuke thought, focusing his energy. Naruto! Sasuke! Stop! Sakura shouted as she ran towards them. As Sasuke fell, Kakashi's voice echoed in his mind, reminding him never to use Chidori on a comrade. Sakura positioned herself between Naruto and Sasuke just as Kakashi appeared, grabbing Sasuke's wrist and throwing him toward the water tower. Kakashi! Sasuke thought, glaring at him. Sasuke's Chidori struck the water tower, creating a dent. That's enough, you two, Kakashi commanded. It isn't over until I say so, Naruto retorted, his determination unwavering. Kakashi found himself overwhelmed by Naruto's immense power. What is this pressure? He thought, struggling against it. Sasuke was pinned against the water tank as Naruto appeared before him, a menacing smile on his face. Didn't I tell you I would put you in your place, you insolent fool? Naruto declared. Teach that BSTRD a lesson, Kurama urged. Sasuke screamed in pain, Arg! Naruto, please stop. Sakura cried, tears streaming down her face. Shut up. You are annoying, Naruto replied, releasing his killing intent. Kakashi and Sakura felt powerless to intervene as Naruto continued to exert his strength, causing the water tower to crumble. Naruto manipulated the water, creating a bubble around Sasuke's head, submerging him. Naruto, stop! Kakashi shouted, but Naruto persisted until Sasuke fell unconscious. That's enough, Jiraiya said, appearing behind Naruto and grabbing his shoulder. Fine. Naruto relented, releasing his hold. The water disappeared, and he stopped using his power on the two. Kakashi picked himself up and looked at Naruto. Did you really intend to kill Sasuke? He asked, concerned. Didn't you hear what I said? I was putting him in his place, Naruto replied, his expression dark. Before anyone could respond, Naruto left the scene. Sakura rushed to Sasuke's side, worried about him. Jiraiya advised Kakashi to keep an eye on Sasuke before departing. Kakashi carried Sasuke to his room and asked a nurse to tend to him. Meanwhile, Naruto returned home, where Anko noticed the dark look in his eyes. She took his head and rested it on her lap, running her fingers through his hair until his expression softened into a smile. Calmed down yet? Anko asked. Yes. Thanks, Anko, Naruto replied gratefully. No problem, Anko said, kissing Naruto on the forehead. He lay on her lap until he fell asleep. Later, Tsum arrived, feeling a bit sad because she wanted to spend time with him but had been busy with missions. She kissed him before leaving. The next day, Anko informed Naruto about Tsum, and he felt guilty for missing her. He resolved to make time for all his friends. Sakura visited Sasuke, leaving a basket for him before departing. After she left, Sasuke woke up, staring lifelessly at the ceiling. Later, the Sound Four infiltrated the village. They were currently searching for Sasuke. After a while, they found him sitting in a tree near the hospital. Sasuke was seething as he recalled his encounter with Itachi and the fight he had with Naruto. Sakan remarked, "I like the look in his eyes." In an instant, Sasuke found himself tied to the tree. "What's this all about?" Sasuke glared at Kakashi. "Sorry, but I knew you wouldn't want to sit still for a lecture. So I had to pin you down," Kakashi replied. "The one with him is Kakashi." "I've heard about him," Kidamaru said. "Tisk," Sasuke responded. "You have to forget about revenge," Kakashi advised. "What?" Sasuke questioned. "Believe me, I've met a lot of people who feel the way you do. Trust me, for those who follow the path of revenge, it never ends well," Kakashi explained. Sasuke continued to glare at him. "You will only tear yourself apart. And even if you succeed and get revenge, what will you have left? Nothing. Emptiness," Kakashi said. "Shut up. What makes you think you know anything about it? It's easy for you to talk. You have no idea," Sasuke retorted. "Easy. Just try to calm down," Kakashi urged. "Maybe if I were to kill the most important people in your life, everyone who has ever meant something to you, maybe then I would listen to you. Because maybe then you would have some idea how I feel," Sasuke challenged. "It's an interesting theory. You're a little too late to put it to the test," Kakashi replied with a smile. "Everyone you're talking about has already been killed," Kakashi added. Sasuke's expression changed to one of shock. "I have been around longer than you have, kid. I have seen my share of troubles. You're not the only one who knows what it is like to lose somebody," Kakashi said. Sasuke sank his head down. "So it seems neither of us have led a charmed life, have we? Still, we are not all that bad off," Kakashi continued. Sasuke looked at him. "At least you and I have found new comrades to help fill the void," Kakashi said, and Sasuke thought of Naruto and Sakura. "Anyway, I do know how you feel," Kakashi said as he untied Sasuke. "With the Chidori, you have been granted a gift of awesome power. It's not a power to be used on your comrades or to seek vengeance. I think in your heart of hearts, you know what it is for. Okay, end of lecture. You decide whether what I am saying hits the mark or not," Kakashi said before disappearing. Kidamaru commented, "This could make things tricky with Kakashi hanging around him. We better hold off for a bit." "Well, if you are so scared, then why don't I just go in by myself? He doesn't look so tough anyway," Tayuya said. "I am with you. I bet the two of us can tear him apart," Sakan added. "Did it sound like I wanted your help?" "But out, bird brain," Tayuya snapped. Sakan glared at her. "Man, it's no wonder you never had a boyfriend. You are such a," he began. "Shut up, fatso," Tayuya interrupted. With Kakashi, he was currently looking at Team 7's photo. Sakura thought about how Sasuke had changed after getting the curse mark. "It's that curse mark Orochimaru put on him at the Chunin exams," Sakura considered. "Kakashi-sensei said he took care of it, but I wonder." At night, Sakura and Naruto were sitting at Ichiraku. The atmosphere between them was awkward. Sasuke was sitting in the tree, thinking of the fun times he had with his team. As he thought of Itachi, he felt anger rise within him. "What do I do? What do I do?" Sasuke thought, confused. Suddenly, the Sound Four appeared in front of him. "Who are you? Out with it," Sasuke demanded. "We are the Sound Four. I am Kidamaru of the East Gate." Kidamaru introduced himself. "I am Sakan of the West Gate," Sakan added. "I am Jirobo of the South Gate," Jirobo said. "I am Tayuya of the North Gate," Tayuya finished. Kidamaru dashed at him and threw a punch. Sasuke jumped over and placed his hand on Kidamaru's back, making him bend down. Sakan, who appeared behind Sasuke, was ready to punch him but got kicked in the chest by Sasuke. Sasuke got off Kidamaru's back. Jirobo attempted to punch Sasuke, but Sasuke substituted himself with Kidamaru, letting him take the punch. After that, Sasuke lifted Jirobo by the arm and threw him against the tree. The Sound Four disappeared into a puff of smoke. Sasuke turned around to see them standing on a building. "Before we go another round, I must warn you. You might want to think about it. I am in a really bad mood," Sasuke said as he glared at them. "Stop your prattling, you little weakling. I can't wait to play with your ribs until they crack," Sakan taunted. Sasuke grabbed some wire from his pocket. Sakan appeared near him and attempted to kick him. Sasuke blocked with his hand and wrapped the wire around Sakan's leg, tying it tightly. He's got my legs, Sakan thought. Sasuke attacked him, but his attempts were blocked. Sakan smiled. Let's play a little music, shall we? Sakan said. Sasuke was sent flying. Where is he attacking from? Sasuke thought. Your bones ring with a nice low tone. But why don't we switch to a sharper reverberation? Sakan added. Kidamaru appeared in front of Sasuke. Sasuke jumped away. Kidamaru spat out spider webs. Sasuke blocked with his arms, but the webs wrapped around them. Kidamaru swung Sasuke into Jirobo's direction. Jirobo punched Sasuke back to Sakan. I think I will go with a combination, Sakan said before punching Sasuke. Sasuke dodged and proceeded to kick him into the air. He used Lion's Barrage on Sakan. Sasuke was shocked when Sakan held him by the leg. What does Lord Orochimaru even want with this kid? I don't see what the big deal is. Kimimaro would have been much better, Sakan thought. Oh well, you spend all of your life in a dump of a village like this, and you will turn out mediocre at best, never realizing your strength, Sakan continued. But all my barrages were solid. This guy. It's like I didn't even hit him, Sasuke thought as he saw Sakan was uninjured. Just keep playing ninja with all your friends here, and you will rot, Sakan taunted. Tayuya appeared next to Sakan. You are acting like a fool. You should come with us, she said. Lord Orochimaru offers you power, Tayuya said. Sasuke's curse mark began to act up, causing his vision to blur. He said there was no point in taking you by force. You have to decide, Tayuya continued. This is turning out to be a real pain. Are you in or out? Sakan added, throwing Sasuke into a wall. If this runt makes me wait any longer, I will wring his little neck, Sakan threatened. Come and try it, Sasuke retorted, activating his curse mark and Sharingan, gripping his mark as pain surged through him. It hurts, doesn't it? Sakan taunted. Sasuke lunged at them, but Sakan kicked him into the wall. Sasuke was shocked to see marks appear on Sakan's face. Come on now. You didn't really think you were Lord Orochimaru's only pet, did you? One shouldn't use the curse mark so recklessly, kid. Although it doesn't look like you have a good handle on it. If you unleash it for too long, the curse will eat away at your body. You are in the early stages of it, so it shouldn't sink its teeth into you quickly. But once it spreads through your body, your former self will be gone, never to return, Sakan warned. Sasuke's marks receded. In exchange for the curse's power, you will be tethered to Lord Orochimaru. All semblance of freedom will be lost to you. To gain one thing, another must be lost. What is your purpose in this life? To stay here in this backwater village hiding with your little friends? Surely you haven't forgotten Itachi Uchiha, Tayuya said. Sasuke glared at the mention of his brother. You mustn't lose sight of your purpose. Life in this village is little more than bench for you. Sever your ties to this pathetic place. If you can do that, then there's no limit to the power you can achieve, Sakan urged. The Sound 4 jumped into the sky. Remember your purpose, Sakan said before disappearing, followed by the others. Sasuke sat there, his expression dark. Meanwhile, at Ichiro, Tsuchi thanked Naruto and Sakura as they left. They went their separate ways, but as Sakura walked home, a bad feeling washed over her. Sasuke had packed a bag and was staring at a picture of Team. After a moment, he left. On his way out of the village, he encountered Sakura. Sasuke, she thought, noticing his backpack. It's the middle of the night. What are you hanging around here for? He asked. This is the only road out of the village, she replied. You should go to bed, Sasuke said, walking past her. Sakura turned around, tears in her eyes. Why, Sasuke? Why won't you ever tell me anything? Why is it always silence with you? You've never shared a single thing, she began. Why should I have to tell you anything? Just keep your nose out of my business. It's none of your concern, Sasuke snapped. I know you hate me. From the beginning, you couldn't stand me. Remember when we became genin and were alone together for the first time? Right here on this very spot, you got so mad at me that day, Sakura recalled. In a flashback, she remembered saying, think about it. He just does whatever comes into his head. But if you don't have parents to tell you, how will you know? He is selfish and bratty. He is all alone. Alone. Isolated, Sasuke had replied. Huh. Sakura had said, confused. It's not about your parents scolding you. You have no idea what it means to be alone, he had stated. Why are you saying that? She asked. Because you are annoying, he had responded. Back in the present, Sasuke shook his head. I don't remember that. Yeah, sure. I mean, it was so long ago, right? But still, that's the day it all began. The start of you and me, Naruto, and Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said. The four of us started going on missions. It was rough back then. Every day was such a challenge. But more than anything, it was so much fun. I know about your clans, Sasuke. I do. Seeking revenge won't bring anyone happiness. Nobody at all. Not you. Not me. I knew it, Sasuke replied. Huh. Sakura said, surprised. I am not the same as you. I am traveling a path the rest of you can't follow. I know that the four of us work together, and for a while, I thought I could walk that path instead. But in the end, I have decided on revenge. That's always been my reason for living. I will never be like you or Naruto, he declared. Don't do this, Sasuke. You don't have to be alone. You told me that day how painful solitude can be. I understand that pain now. I have a family and friends, but if you are gone, it would be the same thing for me. It hurts being all alone, Sakura pleaded. This is a new beginning. Each of us has a new path lying before us, Sasuke stated. Sasuke, I am so in love with you I can't even stand it. If you would only be with me, I promise I would never let you regret it. Every day would be a joy. I can give you happiness. I would do anything for you, Sasuke. So please, I am begging you, don't walk away. I will even help you get your revenge. I will do whatever it takes to make it happen. I swear, so stay here with me. And if you can't, then take me with you, Sasuke, Sakura begged. You haven't changed, you are still annoying, Sasuke said. Don't leave me. If you go, I will scream. In a swift motion, Sasuke disappeared and reappeared behind her. Sakura, thank you for everything, he said before knocking her out. He placed her on a bench and left. Sasuke met up with the Sound Four, who were kneeling. Been waiting for you, Sasuke, Sakan said. So what's with the change in attitude? Sasuke asked. It had already been decided. The moment you abandoned the village, he would become our leader. Please forgive the rudeness we displayed earlier, Sakan said, bowing deeply. Like I care. Let's go, Sasuke replied, and the Sound Four stood up. Sasuke looked to the moon and declared, this is a new beginning. Meanwhile, Naruto smiled as he observed the events unfold with his 6 eyes. The next morning, Izumo and Kotetsu came across Sakura. Hey, wake up. You are going to catch a cold if you sleep out here, Kotetsu said. Sakura woke up, remembering Sasuke's words. Thank you, he had said. Sasuke, no, she cried, tears streaming down her face. A few minutes later, Tsunade was nodding off, her face buried in paperwork. Izumo and Kotetsu knocked before entering the office. As they entered, Tsunade woke up. Oh, thank you, boys, she said, noticing they had brought the documents she requested. They saw the drool coming from her mouth. You were fast asleep, weren't you, Lady Hokage? You made us go fetch these heavy documents while you just sat there taking a nap, Kotetsu teased. No, I wasn't, Tsunade replied, slightly embarrassed. We have something to report, Izumo said. What is it? Tsunade asked, wiping her mouth. They informed her about Sasuke leaving the village. What did you say? Are you sure of that? Tsunade asked, her expression serious. Yes, Kotetsu confirmed. We heard this from Sakura herself. There is no reason to doubt what she told us, Izumo added. So he is finally making his move, Tsunade said, thinking of Orochimaru. She ordered the two to summon Shikamaru to her office. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was yawning at home while his mother, Yoshino, was busy scolding him. From the second I get up, it is nag, 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 Shikamaru thought to himself. Suddenly, they heard the doorbell ring. Now who would be visiting us so early in the morning? Yoshino said as she went to check. Once the coast was clear, Shikamaru greeted his father. "Hey Dad." "What is it?" Shikaku replied. "What on earth made you want to marry such a crabby woman like Mom?" Shikamaru asked softly. "That's a good question. Even a crab like your mom can be gentle sometimes." "She has her moments," Shikaku replied. Shikamaru looked at him in disbelief. "That's the reason?" he thought. Yoshino returned to the room. "Shikamaru, Lady Hokage sent a messenger to see you," she said. A few minutes later, Shikamaru stood in front of Tsunade. "Late last night, Sasuke Uchiha left the village," Tsunade informed him. "Huh?" Shikamaru responded. "And I am quite sure he is heading to the Hidden Sound village," Tsunade continued. "Wait, he just left? How could this happen?" Shikamaru asked, confused. "Simple. Orochimaru must have him in his clutches," Tsunade explained. "Your security is lacking," he thought. "Wait, what does Sasuke have to gain by talking with someone like Orochimaru?" Shikamaru questioned. "At this point, his motive doesn't matter. We need to deal with it quickly. I have decided it's time for you to carry out your first mission as a Chunin, Shikamaru," Tsunade said. "So all I have to do is bring Sasuke back?" Shikamaru asked. "As long as none of Orochimaru's lackeys are with him, it shouldn't be that big a deal," he thought. "Yes, that's your mission. But it must be accomplished without delay. You may find it a more dangerous task than you think," Tsunade warned. "Huh?" Shikamaru replied, concerned. "There's a strong possibility that Sasuke is being guarded by Orochimaru's men," Tsunade added. "This is going to be a real pain. What happened to Sasuke anyway? I used to look up to him, and now he's joined the bad guys. This really stinks," Shikamaru thought. "Well, if we are going to face opposition, I need to request a team composed exclusively of Jonin and Chunin," he said. "I can't honor your request," Tsunade replied. "Why not?" Shikamaru asked. "You already know the answer. Most of the Jonin have been sent on missions. Only a handful stayed behind in case of an attack. Go and round up any skilled genin you feel are up to the job. You have 30 minutes to leave the village," Tsunade instructed. Shikamaru walked toward the door thinking, "This whole thing is a drag, but I know the guy, so I can't let this go. Well, that's just the way things are, I guess." Before he could leave, Naruto appeared. "Leave this mission to me," Naruto said confidently. "Huh?" Shikamaru replied, surprised. "I will complete it on my own," Naruto insisted. Tsunade was hesitant about sending Naruto after Sasuke. She had heard about the fight he had with Sasuke from both him and Jiraiya. "Are you insane? You heard that he's most likely being guarded, but you want to go solo?" Shikamaru questioned. Naruto ignored him. "Tsuna, you know that I am more than enough for this mission," he said. Tsunade sighed, knowing he was powerful enough to take on the task. "Promise me you won't kill him. You will bring him back alive," Tsunade said firmly. "He's really going on his own," Shikamaru thought, concerned. Naruto sighed. "Only because it's you asking." "Fine, I promise I won't kill him," he agreed. "Naruto," Shikamaru thought, worried. Just then, Sakura burst into the room, tears in her eyes. "Naruto, this is a once-in-a-lifetime request. Please bring him back," Sakura pleaded, bowing her head. "Sure," Naruto said before he disappeared. Meanwhile, Sasuke was told he had to die. "I must die once," Sasuke said. "You will take one of these awakening pills," Sakan explained, producing the pills. "What's it for?" "Awakening from what?" Sasuke asked. "That mark on your shoulder is only a first-stage curse mark. Those pills will STMLT and magnify its power, making it a level 2, Tayuya explained. One problem. Strengthening the curse mark will also increase its effects on your body. Such a rapid change could kill you instantly. To ensure you survive the transition to the second state, we must give your body time to adjust. After that, once the transition is complete, your power may even be equal to ours. Unfortunately, even with all these preparations, you will still have to die," Sakan said. "So I am dead. What will happen after that?" Sasuke asked. "Not to worry. Why do you think my friends and I are here?" Sakan replied, handing him the pills. We will cast a barrier ninjutsu to lessen the effect of the transition. Instead of dying, you will only be suspended in a state of half-death for a while. Sasuke glared at him. And I am supposed to trust you guys to make sure this half-death doesn't end up being the real thing? Sasuke questioned. Listen, Sasuke, don't forget who we are. Orochimaru's hand-picked bodyguards. If there is anybody who knows about curse marks, barrier ninjutsu, and all the rest, it would be us, Kidamaru said. Sasuke looked at them before focusing on the pills. One thing is for sure. I can't afford to die. Not yet, Sasuke thought, remembering Itachi. I guess I am in your hands, Sasuke said before taking a pill. He swallowed it, and the effects were instantaneous. Sasuke screamed out in pain. Sakan summoned a coffin, and Jirobo placed Sasuke inside. After that, they performed the barrier ninjutsu on the coffin. It will hold him for now, Sakan said. The Sound Four continued moving forward. Shizune, along with some other Jonin, Genma and Reidu, were in the area. They sensed that the Sound Four were on the move. Genma and Reidu instructed Shizune and the others to stay put. The Sound Four sensed them as well. The two confronted the Sound Four. Reidu recognized them as Orochimaru's lackeys. Judging by the direction they came from, I guess. They came from the Leaf Village, Genma said. What's in that coffin? He asked. Fighting two Jonin at once? I am trembling at the prospect, Kidamaru taunted. They all have curse marks, Genma thought. You might want to think this over. It won't be like last time when you jumped us by surprise, Reidu warned. Yeah, you're right, scum. You won't survive this time, Tayuya threatened. Trust me, you pawns of Orochimaru. You don't want to mess with the Leaf Shinobi, Genma warned. Due to the disadvantage in numbers, the Leaf Jonin lost. Shizune grew worried. She suggested to the NPC that they should go look for them. When they arrived, they saw the destruction left by the Sound Four and noticed that two of their comrades were in critical condition. Shizune quickly healed both of them with her medical ninjutsu. I'm going to find them and make them pay, the NPC declared. No, you won't, Shizune replied firmly. She's right. They were using ninjutsu beyond the powers of mere shinobi, Genma added, coughing slightly. If you go after them, you'll only get killed, Genma warned. That's enough talking, Genma, Shizune interjected. You guys look terrible, Naruto said as he appeared. Naruto-kun, what are you doing here? Shizune asked. I'm here to get Sasuke back, Naruto replied. So the Uchiha was in there, Genma noted. It looks like those guys are out of steam, Naruto said, glancing in the direction where the Sound Four were resting. You can see them from this distance? Genma asked, surprised. Yeah, Naruto confirmed. So he has a dojutsu, Genma thought to himself, coughing again. I just told you not to talk, Shizune reminded him. Well, see you later, Naruto said, preparing to leave. Be careful, Shizune called after him. Don't worry. I'm the strongest after all, Naruto said confidently before disappearing. Meanwhile, the Sound Four were breathing heavily. It drives me crazy, stopping and having to rest when we should be moving on, Sakan complained. Fool, what did you expect? You think you can fight at a high level without feeling the effects? Tayuya retorted. It feels like my whole body is useless. It's frustrating, Jirobo added. It can't be helped if you're going to take on two Jonin-level ninja. If we had held anything back, we would have been dead, Kidamaru explained. Suddenly, Naruto triggered one of Kidamaru's webs. We've got company, Kidamaru whispered. Sakan pulled out a kunai with an exploding tag and threw it in Naruto's direction. The kunai was stopped by Naruto's ability, and it exploded harmlessly afterward. Naruto emerged from behind the bushes. Looks like the explosion didn't even reach him, Sakan remarked. And who might you be? Sakan asked. Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. Naruto Gojo at your service, Naruto introduced himself. You don't look like much, Tayuya scoffed. Even though he's blind, I get the feeling we shouldn't underestimate him, Sakan thought. Let's see you get out of this. Earth-style barrier, Earth Dome prison. Jirobo declared. Since I'm the one who caught him, he's mine. Anyone else have a problem with that? Jirobo challenged. We're not waiting for you. When you're done with him, catch up with us, Kidamaru said, picking up the coffin. Don't take all day, Sakan added as the three advanced forward. Naruto felt his chakra being drained. Nice barrier you got here, he commented. Don't even bother trying to get out, you'll only waste your chakra, Jirobo warned. It's pretty easy for me to get out here by teleporting, Naruto thought, but he decided that would be boring. Let's put your barrier to the test. Maximum output, red. Naruto declared. Time to go, Naruto thought. With the sound 4, they heard the explosion. Looks like Jirobo finished him, Kidamaru said. Like I said, that guy didn't look like much, Tayuya added. That's rude, you know, Naruto said, appearing next to Tayuya. How? Tayuya thought, surprised. Kidamaru spat out webs that wrapped around Naruto's body. Take this, Kidamaru thought as he spun around with Naruto, smashing him through trees. Kidamaru tossed the coffin to Tayuya. Sakan, Tayuya, go on. I will catch up, Kidamaru instructed. Don't underestimate him, Sakan warned. Yeah, Kidamaru replied dismissively. Naruto stood up, looking completely unscathed. Something is not right, Kidamaru thought, noticing this. Kidamaru began to spit webs around the forest. I hope you will at least give me a challenge, Naruto taunted. Don't worry, I'm way stronger than Jirobo, Kidamaru boasted. Kidamaru shot a web at Naruto, who stood still and got caught. Why didn't he attempt to dodge? Kidamaru wondered. Kidamaru paid no mind to it. How'd you like to see the inside of an airtight cocoon? He asked. As much as I would love to play with you, I have a mission to complete, Kidamaru said, mixing webs with his spit. That's too bad, Naruto replied. Die! Kidamaru shouted, spitting out a web that pierced through the cocoon, seemingly stabbing Naruto. Now that's done, I should catch up with them, Kidamaru said, turning around. As he did, he saw Naruto behind him. It's not possible. How are you alive? Kidamaru exclaimed as Naruto grabbed his face. My infinity stops any attack from reaching me, Naruto explained. So that's why, Kidamaru thought before meeting his end. With Tayuya and Sakan heard the explosion. Just who is this kid? He asked. Like I said, Naruto Gojo, Naruto replied. How did he catch up again? Just how fast is he? Tayuya wondered. Who's next, you or her? Naruto asked, pointing at Sakan and Tayuya. Tayuya, I will handle it, Sakan instructed. Well, it was nice knowing you, Tayuya said as she advanced forward. Don't write me off yet, Sakan replied confidently. Yukon, it's time to wake up, he said to his brother. Yukon emerged from Sakan's body, and they both activated their curse marks, entering stage 2. Going all out from the start, Naruto observed. Consider it a sign of respect for someone as strong as you, Sakan said. Then I will show the same respect, Naruto replied, taking off his BL and FLD. Naruto clasped his hands together. A dojutsu, Sakan realized. What is he doing? Yukon thought. Their instincts told them they needed to dodge. Before the twins could react, they found their movements sealed by Naruto's limitless ability. Hollow purple, Naruto declared. A few seconds later, Tayuya saw the hollow purple approaching her. If that hits me, I'm dead, she thought. Before it could hit her, the hollow purple disappeared. Why did it disappear? Tayuya wondered. Yo, Naruto said as he appeared in front of her. How does he keep catching up? Tayuya thought, noticing that Naruto no longer wore the BL and DFLD. He's attractive, Tayuya thought. How about it? If you hand over that coffin, I will let you go, Naruto offered. I should just give him the coffin. It doesn't matter if I run, he will just catch up again, Tayuya thought. Before she could comply, a voice called from behind her. Tayuya, if you give him the vessel, I will kill you. Kimimaro! Tayuya exclaimed, turning around. What happened to our comrades? Kimimaro asked. Why did you come here? Your body. By now, your body should. Tayuya stammered. My body is too devastated to move on its own anymore. I used the power of my mind, Kimimaro explained. No way. Now you are cheating death, Tayuya said in disbelief. I understand much more now. The strength of my life force has intensified since escaping the prison of human flesh. I have had a taste of Lord Orochimaru's magnificent dream. That vessel is an important part of his dream. It has the flesh Orochimaru desires, Kimimaro stated. Well, that sounded creepy, Naruto remarked. Taiya, hand it over. I will leave this piece of trash to you, Kimimaro demanded. I would rather give the kid the coffin than you, Kimimaro, Taiya replied defiantly. Taiya thought about the situation as Naruto used his limitless technique on the coffin, pulling it towards him. If you want it, go fetch it, Naruto said before sending it flying straight forward. Kimimaro glared at him and rushed after the coffin. Why would you do that? Isn't your mission to bring back Sasuke? Taiya asked. I don't care about bringing back Sasuke, Naruto replied. What? Taiya exclaimed. I promised I wouldn't kill him. I don't care, Orochimaru can have him. All I care about is sending Sasuke to him with a bunch of broken bones, Naruto said with a crazy smile. That's all he wants. That means I don't have to fight him. After he takes care of Kimimaro, all I have to do is let him fight Sasuke, and I'm home free, Taiya thought. You can go ahead and catch up to him. I won't stop you, Taiya said. See you later, Naruto replied before disappearing. Kimimaro caught up to the coffin, but before he could take it, Naruto appeared. So, Taiya was useless, Kimimaro remarked. Step aside. I have no quarrel with you. My mission is to retrieve Sasuke Uchiha for Lord Orochimaru, Kimimaro declared. Naruto smirked. And what makes you think I'd just let you walk away with him? I've taken a bit of an interest in how things play out here. I do not wish to engage in unnecessary conflict. You are not my enemy, but I will not hesitate to strike you down if you obstruct me, Kimimaro warned. That sounds like a challenge. I'm pretty tough to beat, you know. I doubt you could strike me down as easily as you think, Naruto replied confidently. Kimimaro's gaze hardened, sensing the confidence and hidden strength within Naruto's casual demeanor, yet he underestimated him. You misunderstand. This is not a challenge, it is a warning. My loyalty to Lord Orochimaru knows no bounds. I will complete my mission, with or without your consent, Kimimaro insisted. Loyalty's good and all, but let's see if it can help you break through my defenses. I'm not exactly easy to get past, Naruto taunted. A flicker of annoyance crossed Kimimaro's face, but he remained composed. He slightly bowed his head, a gesture of respect, but the air around him grew colder and more intense. Then you leave me no choice. Prepare yourself, Kimimaro said. Naruto grinned. Now we're talking. But just a heads up, you might want to go all out from the start. You won't get many chances. Naruto lifted the coffin into the air with his limitless technique and protected it with the surrounding space. Kimimaro and Naruto introduced themselves before clashing. Kimimaro rushed forward, initiating the attack with a flurry of bone spikes from his fingertips, each aimed with lethal precision. Naruto, still smiling, watched as the bones were stopped effortlessly. How? Kimimaro exclaimed in shock. It's all about the space between us. But don't feel bad, you're not the first to be caught off guard, Naruto explained, rubbing his hair. Space? Then I will simply have to close that distance. Kimimaro declared. Launching himself into the air, Kimimaro descended towards Naruto with a lance of bone, intent on breaking through any barrier with brute force. Yet, as he approached, his weapon stopped inches from Naruto, as if repelled by an unseen force. What sorcery is this? Kimimaro asked, bewildered. It's a curse technique called Infinity. But hey, don't give up just yet. I want to see what else you've got, Naruto encouraged. Kimimaro, now realizing the extent of Naruto's power, felt a rare sensation, uncertainty. Yet his resolve hardened. He refused to back down, not out of pride, but duty. Very well. You are a formidable opponent, Naruto Gojo. But my resolve will not falter. I fight for Lord Orochimaru's dream, Kimimaro stated. Kimimaro doesn't stand a chance against him, Taiya thought. And that's admirable in a way. But it's my mission to bring Sasuke back. Show me the extent of your resolve, Kimimaro, Naruto challenged. Kimimaro activated his curse mark, his skin darkening and his power surging. With a fierce battle cry, he charged at Naruto, bones protruding from his palms, aiming to skewer the sorcerer with his strike. Naruto, intrigued, watched him approach, his infinity already in effect. As Kimimara's bone lance sought to pierce Naruto, it slowed, then stopped, inches from Naruto's face. Kimimaro was determined to hit Naruto as he pushed harder, but the infinite space between them rendered his efforts futile. Naruto, still smiling, gently pushed Kimimaro back with a force that sent him skidding across the ground. Undeterred, Kimimaro unleashed a flurry of bone missiles from his fingertips, a deadly rain intended to impale Naruto from a distance. Naruto, with minimal effort, manipulated the space around him, diverting the trajectory of the bones, making them harmless. Realizing the need for a different strategy, Kimimaro leaped high, diving towards Naruto with a massive bone drill, aiming to break through the infinity. Just before impact, Naruto tilted his head, activating his blue technique, creating an attraction point beside him. Kimimaro's attack, drawn by the sudden gravitational pull, missed Naruto completely, leaving Kimimaro exposed. Seizing the moment, Naruto stepped forward, touching the ground, and activating his cursed technique lapse, blue. The ground beneath Kimimaro distorted, trying to draw him in, but Kimimaro, using his bone wings, propelled himself into the air, barely escaping the pull. From the air, Kimimaro looked down at Naruto, realizing the fight's complexity. Naruto, looking up, decided it was time to demonstrate the true gap between them. "Let's end this," he said, his voice carrying a finality that chilled the bone. "Ryoiki Tenkai, Muryokusho, Unlimited Void," Naruto declared. Naruto crossed his fingers, initiating his domain expansion, Muryokusho. The world around them turned white, pulling Kimimaro and Tayuya into a realm where information flooded their senses, overwhelming them. Kimimaro froze, his mind assaulted by endless knowledge and stimuli, rendering him incapable of movement or thought, and he fell from the sky. Naruto caught Kimimaro and placed him on the ground. "It's over," he said, not with arrogance, but with a somber tone. As Naruto's domain dissipated, the world returned to normal. A couple of minutes later, Naruto stood over Kimimaro, offering a hand to help him up. "You fought well," Naruto commended, acknowledging the warrior spirit. The toll of Kimimaro's mysterious illness, exacerbated by the exertion of combat against an opponent as overwhelmingly powerful as Naruto, finally kicked in. Kimimaro, struggling to keep himself upright, coughed harshly, a grim reminder of the terminal illness eating away at his life. With pride still gleaming in his eyes, he looked up at Naruto, a defeated warrior ready to face his end. "Finish it. I have failed my mission. And my body has betrayed me. There is no honor in being spared. Do it," Kimimaro urged. Naruto shook his head. "I don't think so. You're a strong fighter. It's rare to see someone push themselves this hard. Dying here would be a waste." Despite the gravity of the situation, Naruto's tone remained light, almost teasing, but his intention was sincere. He stepped forward, crouching beside the fallen Kimimaro. "You mock me? In my final moments?" Kimimaro questioned. "No mocking here. Just stating a fact. You fought well, and that illness of yours is the only reason you're down. I don't defeat warriors who are already struggling against their own bodies," Naruto stated. Kimimaro's eyes widened slightly, a mix of confusion and stubborn pride clashing within him. His breaths were shallow and pained, but he found the strength to speak. "Why? Why would you show mercy to an enemy?" he asked. "Just feeling generous. Besides, wouldn't it be more fun to have a rematch when you're not at death's door?" "Of course, I won't use infinity next time," Naruto replied. I do not understand you, Naruto Gojo," Kimimaro admitted. "That's all right. Not many do," Naruto said. "Hollow technique. Purple is a non-standard technique of limitless, more potent and destructive than the two standard forms. The user snaps his fingers, combining blue, attraction, and red, repulsion, generating a long-range singularity where both effects are combined, deleting and erasing all matter in its path instantaneously. The curtain technique allows the user to create a barrier that surrounds a certain area. This barrier can seal the area off from other people or a specific person wanting to get in. Infinite Void is Gojo's domain expansion. It creates a metaphysical space that causes the victims to receive all kinds of stimuli and information endlessly, restraining their thought processes and actions. Gojo's control over his domain is so precise that he can activate it for only 0.2 seconds, limiting its lasting effect on those he traps within it. He can choose who gets affected by his domain. On his deathbed, Gojo gives his eyes to Naruto. The 6 eyes increases the user's control of infinity, allowing them to reduce their cursed energy consumption from technique activation to nearly nothing, ensuring they will never run out of cursed energy in a fight. It is heavily implied that the 6 eyes allows the user to perceive the world in terms of mass, speed, energy, and more, alongside its other effects. Unless the eyes are covered, the 6 eyes will exhaust its user more easily, even while using a reverse curse technique. The user possesses all 5 chakra natures, wood style, and yin-yang release, which is the creation of all things. In Karama Chakra mode, the user can tap into the natural force of the world, opening up new techniques and enhancing existing ones with the new Senjutsu Chakra. The user can sense chakra around them and detect attacks without the need to see them, as well as sense emotions. This mode grants the user increased speed, stamina, and strength. The Shadow Clone Jutsu allows the user to create 1 or more copies of themselves. The user's chakra is evenly divided between themselves and their clones. Creating 1 clone gives it half the user's chakra, creating 2 clones gives each a third of the user's chakra, and so on. Transformation Jutsu is most often used to disguise the user as another person, but they can also turn into an animal, plant, or inanimate object. The Substitution Jutsu allows the user to replace their own body with a block of wood or some other object the moment an attack lands, creating an optical illusion that makes the enemy think the attack was successful. This lapse in the enemy's attention can be used for the user to attack or flee from the battlefield. Adamantine sealing chains are a sealing technique characteristic of the Uzumaki clan. Users produce chains made out of their own chakra, which typically emerge from their torso. They control the chains as they extend outward from their body, most commonly to wrap around targets and restrain them, blocking the restrained target's chakra. Gojo cheerfully says, "Say cheese," as the students pose for a picture. In a surprising twist, Kakashi and Gojo fuse together, and Gojo proclaims, "Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the racist one."